Prologue. We were in the ugliest apartment in all of Manhattan. And it wasn't just that my brain was especially programmed away from art appreciation. Objectively, these paintings were all hideous. A hairy leg growing from a flower stem, a mouth with spaghetti pouring out. Beside me, my oldest brother and my father hummed thoughtfully, nodding as if they understood what they were seeing. I was the one who kept us moving forward. It seemed to be the unspoken protocol that party guests should make the circuit, admire the art, and only then feel free to enjoy the appetizers being carried on trays around the room. But at the very end, above the massive fireplace and between two garish candelabras, was a painting of a double helix, the structure of the DNA molecule. And printed across the entire canvas was a quote from Tim Burton. "We all know interspecies romance is weird." Thrilled, I laughed, turned to Jensen and Dad. "Okay, that one is good." Jensen sighed. "You would like that." I glanced to the painting and back to my brother. "Why? Because it's the only thing in this entire place that makes any sense?" He looked at Dad, and something passed between them, some permission granted from father to son. "We need to talk to you about your relationship to your job." It took a minute before his words, his tone, and his determined expression triggered my understanding. "Jensen," I said, "are we really going to have this conversation here?" "Yes, here." His green eyes narrowed. "It's the first time I've seen you out of the lab in the past 2 days when you weren't sleeping or scarfing down a meal." I'd often noted how it seemed the most prominent personality traits of my parents, vigilance, charm, caution, impulse, and drive, had been divided cleanly and without contamination among their 5 offspring. Vigilance and drive were headed into battle in the middle of a Manhattan soiree. "We're at a party, Jens. We're supposed to be talking about how wonderful the art is," I countered, waving vaguely to the walls of the opulently furnished living room. "And how scandalous the something is." I had no idea what the latest gossip was, and this little white flag of ignorance just proved my brother's point. I watched as Jensen tamped down the urge to roll his eyes. Dad handed me an appetizer that looked something like a snail on a cracker, and I discreetly slid it into a cocktail napkin as a caterer passed. My new dress itched, and I wished I'd taken the time to ask around the lab about these Spanx things I had on. From this first experience with them, I decided they were created by Satan, or a man who was too thin for skinny jeans. "You're not just smart," Jensen was telling me. "You're fun. You're social. You're a pretty girl." "Woman," I corrected in a mumble. He leaned closer, keeping our conversation hidden from passing partygoers. Heaven forbid one of New York's high society should hear him giving me a lecture on how to be more socially slutty. "So, I don't understand why we've been visiting you here for 3 days, and the only people we've hung out with are my friends." I smiled at my oldest brother, and let my gratitude for his overprotective hypervigilance wash over me before the slower, heated flush of irritation rose along my skin. It was like touching a hot iron, the sharp reflex followed by the prolonged, throbbing burn. "I'm almost done with school, Jens. There's plenty of time for life after this." "This is life," he said, eyes wide and urgent. "Right now. When I was your age, I was barely hanging on to my GPA, just hoping I would wake up on Monday and not be hungover." Dad stood silently beside him, ignoring that last remark, but nodding at the general gist that I was a loser with no friends. I gave him a look that was meant to communicate, "I get this coming from the workaholic scientist who spent more time in the lab than he did in his own house." But he remained impassive, wearing the same expression he had when a compound he expected to be soluble ended up a goopy suspension in a vial. Confused, maybe a little offended on principle. Dad had given me drive, but he always assumed Mom had given me even a little charm, too. Maybe because I was female, or maybe because he thought each generation should improve upon the actions of the one before. I was meant to do the whole career-life balance better than he had. The day Dad turned 50, he'd pulled me into his office and said simply, "The people are as important as the science. Learn from my mistakes." And then he'd straightened some papers on his desk and stared at his hands until I got bored enough to get up and go back into the lab. Clearly, I hadn't succeeded. "I know I'm overbearing," Jensen whispered. "A bit," I agreed. "And I know I meddle." I gave him a knowing look, whispering, "You're my own personal Athena Polias." "Except I'm not Greek and I have a penis." "I try to forget about that." Jensen sighed, and finally, Dad seemed to get that this was meant to be a two-man job. They'd both come down to visit me. And although it had seemed a strange combination for a random visit in February, I hadn't given it much thought until now. Dad put his arm around me, squeezing. His arms were long and thin, but he'd always had the vice-like grip of a man much stronger than he looked. "Ziggs, you're a good kid." I smiled at Dad's version of an elaborate pep talk. "Thanks," Jensen added. "You know we love you." "I love you too, mostly." "But consider this an intervention. You're addicted to work. You're addicted to whatever fast track you think you need your career to follow. Maybe I always take over and micromanage your life. Maybe," I cut in, "you dictated everything from when Mom and Dad took the training wheels off my bike to when my curfew could be extended past sunset. And you didn't even live at home anymore, Jens. I was 16. He stilled me with a look. "I swear I'm not going to tell you what to do, just—" He trailed off, looking around as if someone nearby might be holding up a sign prompting the end of his sentence. Asking Jensen to keep from micromanaging was like asking anyone else to stop breathing for 10 short minutes. "Just call someone." "Someone?" "Jensen, your point is that I have no friends. It's not exactly true, but who do you imagine I should call to initiate this whole get out and live thing? Another grad student who's just as buried in research as I am? We're in biomedical engineering. It's not exactly a thriving mass of socialites." He closed his eyes, staring up at the ceiling before something seemed to occur to him. His eyebrows rose when he looked back to me, hope filling his eyes with an irresistible brotherly tenderness. "What about Will?" I snatched the untouched champagne flute from Dad's hand and downed it. I didn't need Jensen to repeat himself. Will Sumner was Jensen's college best friend, Dad's former intern, and the object of every one of my teenage fantasies. Whereas I had always been the friendly, nerdy kid sister, Will was the bad boy genius with the crooked smile, pierced ears, and blue eyes that seemed to hypnotize every girl he met. When I was 12, Will was 19, and he came home with Jensen for a few days around Christmas. He was dirty and, even then, delicious, jamming on his bass in the garage with Jensen and playfully flirting away the holidays with my older sister, Liv. When I was 16, he was a fresh college graduate and lived with us over the summer while he worked for my father. He exuded such raw sexual charisma that I gave my virginity to a fumbling, forgettable boy in my class, trying to relieve the ache I felt just being near Will. I was pretty sure my sister had at least kissed him, and Will was too old for me anyway. But behind closed doors, and in the secret space of my own heart, I could admit that Will Sumner was the first boy I'd ever wanted to kiss. and the first boy who eventually drove me to slip my hand under the sheets, thinking of him in the darkness of my own room. Of his devilish, playful smile and the hair that continually fell over his right eye. Of his smooth, muscled forearms and tan skin. Of his long fingers and even the little scar on his chin. When the boys my age all sounded the same, Will's voice was deep and quiet. His eyes were patient and knowing. His hands weren't ever restless and fidgety. They were usually resting deep in his pockets. He licked his lips when he looked at girls, and he made quiet, confident comments about breasts and legs and tongues. I blinked, looking up at Jensen. I wasn't 16 anymore. I was 24, and Will was 31. I'd seen him 4 years before at Jensen's ill-fated wedding, and his quiet, charismatic smile had only grown more intense, more maddening. I'd watched fascinated as Will slipped away into a coat room with 2 of my sister-in-law's bridesmaids. "Call him," Jensen urged now, pulling me from my memories. "He has a good balance of work and life. He's local. He's a good guy. Just get out some, okay? He'll take care of you." I tried to quell the hum vibrating all along my skin when my oldest brother said this. I wasn't sure how I wanted Will to take care of me. Did I want him to just be my brother's friend, helping me find more balance? Or did I want to get a grown-up look at the object of my filthiest fantasies? "Hannah," Dad pressed, "did you hear your brother?" A waiter passed with a tray of full champagne flutes, and I swapped out the empty one for a full, bubbly glass. "I heard him. I'll call Will." Chapter 1. 1 ring, 2. I stopped pacing long enough to pull back the curtain and peek out the window, frowning up at the sky. It was still dark out, but I reasoned it was bluer than black, and starting to smudge pink and purple along the horizon. Technically, morning. It was 3 days after Jensen's lecture, and, fittingly, my 3rd attempt to call Will. But even though I had no idea what I would say, what my brother even expected me to say, the more I thought about it, the more I realized Jens had been right. I was almost always at the lab, and when I wasn't, I was home sleeping or eating. Choosing to live alone in my parents' Manhattan apartment instead of somewhere closer to my peers in Brooklyn and Queens didn't exactly help my social options. The contents of my refrigerator consisted of the odd vegetable, questionable takeout, and frozen dinners. My entire life to this point had revolved around finishing school and launching into the perfect research career. It was sobering to realize how little I had outside of that. Apparently, my family had noticed, and, for some reason, Jensen seemed to think the solution to saving me from impending spinsterdom was Will. I was less confident. Much less. Our shared history was admittedly scant, and it was entirely possible he wouldn't remember me very well. I was the kid sister. Scenery. A backdrop to his many adventures with Jensen and his brief fling with my sister. And now I was calling him to... what? Take me out? Play some board games? Teach me how to... I couldn't even finish that thought. I debated hanging up. I debated climbing back into bed and telling my brother he could kiss my ass and find a new improvement project. But halfway through the 4th ring, and with the phone clenched so tightly in my hand I'd probably still feel it tomorrow, Will picked up. "Hello?" His voice was exactly how I remembered, thick and rich, but even deeper. "Hello?" he asked again. "Will?" He inhaled sharply, and I heard a smile curl through his voice when he said my nickname. "Ziggy?" I laughed. Of course he'd remember me that way. Only my family called me that anymore. No one really knew what the name meant. It was a lot of power to give then 2-year-old Eric nicknaming the new baby sister, but it had stuck. Yeah, it's Ziggy. How did you— I heard from Jensen yesterday, he explained. He told me all about his visit and the verbal ass-kicking he gave you. He mentioned you might call. Well, here I am, I said lamely. There was a groan and the whispering rustle of sheets. I absolutely did not try to imagine what degree of naked was on the other end of the line. But the butterflies in my stomach flew into my throat when I registered he sounded tired because he'd been asleep. Okay, so maybe it wasn't technically morning yet. I chanced another look outside. I didn't wake you, did I? I hadn't even looked at my clock, and now I was afraid to. It's fine. My alarm was about to go off in— He paused, yawning. An hour. I bit back a groan of mortification. Sorry, I was a little anxious. No, it's fine. I can't believe I forgot you lived in the city now. Here you've holed up over at P&S pipetting in a safety hood for the past 3 years. My stomach flipped slightly at the way his deep voice grew husky with his playful scolding. You sound like you're on Jensen's side. His tone softened. He's just worried about you. As your big brother, it's his favorite job. So I've heard. I returned to pacing the length of the room, needing to do something to contain this nervous energy. I should have called sooner. So should I. He shifted and seemed to sit up. I heard him groan again as he stretched, and closed my eyes at the sound. It sounded exactly, precisely, and distractingly like sex. Breathe through your nose, Hannah. Stay calm. Do you want to do something today? I blurted. So much for calm. He hesitated, and I could have smacked myself for not considering that he'd already have plans, like work, and after work maybe a date with a girlfriend, or a wife. Suddenly I was straining to hear every sound that pushed through the crackling silence. After an eternity, he asked, What did you have in mind? Loaded question. Dinner? Will paused for several painful beats. I have a thing, a late meeting. What about tomorrow? Lab. I already scheduled an 18-hour time point with these cells that are really slow growing, and I will legitimately stab myself with a sharp tool if I mess this up and have to start over. 18 hours? That's a long day, Ziggs. I know. He hummed before asking, What time do you need to go in this morning? Later, I said, glancing at the clock with a wince. It was only 6. Maybe around 9 or 10? Do you want to join me at the park for a run? You run? I asked. On purpose? Yes, he said, outright laughing now. Not the I'm being chased running, but the I'm exercising running. I squeezed my eyes closed, feeling the familiar itch to follow this through, like a challenge, a damn assignment. Stupid Jensen. When? About 30 minutes. I glanced out the window again. It was barely light out. There was snow on the ground. Change, I reminded myself. And with that, I closed my eyes and said, Text me directions. I'll meet you there. It was cold. Ass-freezing cold would be a more accurate description. I reread Will's text, telling me to meet him near the engineer's gate at 5th and 90th in Central Park, and paced back and forth, trying to stay warm. The morning air burned my face and seeped through the fabric of my pants. I wished I'd brought a hat. I wished I'd remembered it was February in New York and only crazy people went to the park in February in New York. I couldn't feel my fingers, and I was legitimately worried the cold air combined with the wind chill might cause my ears to fall off. There were only a handful of people nearby, overachieving fitness types, and a young couple huddled together on a bench beneath a giant spindly tree, each clasping to-go cups of something that looked warm and delicious. A flock of gray birds pecked at the ground, and the sun was just making an appearance over the skyscrapers in the distance. I'd hovered on the edge between socially appropriate and rambling geek most of my life, so of course I'd felt out of my element before. When I got that research award in front of thousands of parents and students at MIT, almost any time I went shopping for myself, and, most memorably, when Ethan Kingman wanted me to go down on him in the 11th grade, and I had absolutely no idea how I was supposed to do so and breathe at the same time. And now, watching the sky brighten with each passing minute, I would have gratefully escaped to any one of those memories to get out of doing this. It wasn't that I didn't want to go running. Actually, yes, that was a lot of it. I didn't want to go running. I wasn't even sure I knew how to run for sport. But I wasn't dreading seeing Will. I was just nervous. I remembered the way he'd been. There was always something slow and hypnotic about his attention. Something about him that exuded sex. I'd never had to interact with him one-on-one before, and I worried that I simply lacked the composure to handle it. My brother had given me a task. Go live your life more fully. Knowing that if there was one way to ensure I'd tackle something, it was to make me think I was failing. And while I was pretty sure it hadn't been Jensen's intent that I spend time with Will to learn how to date, and to, let's face it, get laid, I needed to get inside Will's head, learn from the master, and be more like him in those ways. I just had to pretend I was a secret agent on an undercover assignment. Get in and out and escape unharmed. Unlike my sister. After 17-year-old Liv had made out with a pierced, bass-playing 19-year-old Will over Christmas, I'd learned a lot about what it looks like when a teenage girl gets hung up on the bad boy. Will Sumner was the definition of that boy. They all wanted my sister, but Liv had never talked about anyone the way she talked about Will. Zig! My head snapped up and toward the sound of my name, and I did a double take as the man in question walked toward me. He was taller than I remembered, and had the type of body that was long and lean, a torso that went on forever, and limbs that should have made him clumsy but somehow didn't. There'd always been something about him, something magnetic and irresistible that was unrelated to classically symmetrical good looks. But my memory of Will from even 4 years ago paled in comparison to the man in front of me now. His smile was still the same, slightly crooked and always lingering, lending a constant sense of mischief to his face. As he approached, he glanced in the direction of a siren, and I caught the angle of his stubbly jaw, the length of smooth tan neck that disappeared beneath the collar of his microfleece. When he got to me, his smile widened. "Morning," he said. "Thought it was you. I remember you used to pace like that when you were nervous about school or something. Drove your mom nuts." And without thinking, I stepped forward, wrapped my arms around his neck, and hugged him tight. I couldn't remember ever being this close to Will before. He was warm and solid. I closed my eyes when I felt him press his face to the top of my head. His deep voice seemed to vibrate through me. "It's so good to see you." Secret Agent Hannah. Reluctantly, I took a step back, inhaling the way the fresh air mixed with the clean scent of his soap. "It's good to see you, too." Bright blue eyes looked down at me from beneath a black beanie, his dark hair tucked haphazardly beneath it. He stepped closer and placed something on my head. "Figured you'd need this." I reached up, feeling the thick wool cap. Wow, That was disarmingly charming. Thanks. Maybe I'll get to keep my ears after all. He grinned, stepping back as he looked me up and down. You look different, Ziggs. I laughed. No one but my family has called me that in forever. His smile fell, and he searched my face for a moment, as if, were he lucky enough, my given name would be tattooed there. He'd only ever called me Ziggy, just like my siblings. Jensen, of course, but also Liv and Niels and Eric. Until I left home, I'd always just been Ziggy. Well, what do your friends call you? Hannah, I said quietly. He continued to stare. He stared at my neck, at my lips, and then took time to inspect my eyes. The energy between us was palpable. But no, I had to be completely misreading the situation. This was precisely the danger of Will Sumner. So, I started, raising my eyebrows. Running. Will blinked, seemed to realize where we were. Right. He nodded, reaching up to pull his hat down farther over his ears. He looked so different than I remembered, clean-cut and successful. But if I looked close enough, I could still see the faint marks where his earrings used to be. First, he said, and I quickly pulled my attention back to his face. I want you to watch out for black ice. They do a good job of keeping the trails clear, but if you're not paying attention, you can really hurt yourself. Okay. He pointed to the path winding around the frozen water. This is the lower loop. It surrounds the reservoir and should be perfect because it only has a few inclines. And you run this every day? Will's eyes twinkled as he shook his head. Not this one. This is only 1.5 miles. Since you're just starting out, we'll walk the first bit and the last, running the mile in the middle. Why don't we just run your usual route? I asked, not liking the idea of him slowing down or changing his routine for me. Because it's 6 miles. I can totally do that, I said. 6 miles didn't seem like that many. It was just under 32,000 feet. If I took big strides, that was only maybe 16,000 steps. I felt my mouth turn down at the corners as I fully considered this. He patted my shoulder with exaggerated patience. Of course you can. But let's see how you do today, and we'll talk. And then he winked. So, apparently I wasn't much of a runner. You do this every day? I panted. I could feel a trickle of sweat run from my temple down my neck and didn't even have the strength to reach up and wipe it away. He nodded, looking like he was just out enjoying a brisk morning walk. I felt like I was going to die. How much further? He looked over at me, wearing a smug and delicious grin. 1/2 mile. Oh, God. I straightened and lifted my chin. I could do this. I was young and in reasonably good shape. I stood almost all day, ran from room to room in the lab, and always took the stairs when I went home. I could totally do this. Good, I said. My lungs seemed to have filled with cement, and I could only take tiny gasping breaths. Feels great. Not cold anymore? Nope. I could practically hear the blood pumping through my veins, the force of my heartbeat inside my chest. Our feet pounded on the trail, and no, I definitely wasn't cold anymore. Other than being busy all the time, he asked, breath not even the slightest bit labored. Do you like the work you're doing? Love it, I gasped. I love working with Laimaki. We spoke for a while about my project, the other people in my lab. He knew my graduate advisor from his reputation in the vaccine field, and I was impressed to see that Will kept up with the literature, even in a field he said didn't always perform the best in the venture capital world. But he was curious about more than my job. He wanted to know about my life, asked about it point blank. My life is the lab, I said, glancing at him to gauge his level of judgment. He barely blinked. There were a few graduate students and an army of postdocs cranking out papers. They're all great, I explained, swallowing before taking in a huge gulp of air. But I get along best with two that are both married with kids, so we aren't exactly going to go hit the pool tables after work. I don't think the pool tables are still open after you're done with work anyway, he teased. Isn't that why I'm here? Big brothering? Getting you out of your routine kind of thing? Right, I said, laughing. And although I was pretty annoyed when Jensen flat out told me I needed to get a life, he's not exactly wrong. I paused, running a few more steps. I've just been so focused on work for so long and getting over the next hurdle and then the next one, I haven't really stopped to enjoy any of it. Yeah, he agreed quietly. That's not good. I tried to ignore the pressure of his gaze and kept my eyes pinned on the trail in front of us. Do you ever feel like the people who mean the most aren't the people you see the most? When he didn't respond, I added, Lately I just feel like I'm not putting my heart where it matters. From my peripheral vision, I saw him glance away, nodding. It took forever for him to reply, but when he did, he said, Yeah, I get that. A moment later, I looked over at the sound of Will laughing. It was deep, and the sound vibrated through my skin and into my bones. What are you doing? He asked. I followed his gaze to where my arms were crossed over my chest. I winced inwardly before admitting, My boobs hurt. How do guys do this? Well, for one, we don't have... He waved vaguely to my chest region. But what about the other stuff? Like, do you run in boxers? Holy hell, what is wrong with me? Problem number 1, no verbal filter. He looked over at me again, confused, and almost tripped on a fallen branch. What? Boxers, I repeated, making the word into 3 full syllables. Or do you have things that keep your man parts from... He interrupted me with a loud barking laugh that echoed off the trees in the frigid air. Yeah, no boxers, he said. There'd be too much stuff moving around down there. He winked and then looked forward at the trail, wearing a flirty half grin. You have extra parts? I teased. Will threw me an amused look. If you must know, I wear running shorts. Form-fitted to keep the boys safe. Guess girls are just lucky that way. No stuff down there to just... I waved my arms around wildly. Flop all over the place. We're compact down below. We reached a flat part of the trail and slowed to a walk. Will laughed quietly next to me. I've noticed. You are the expert. He threw me a skeptical look. What? For a split second, my brain attempted to hold back what I was about to say, but it was too late. I'd never been particularly good at censoring my thoughts, a fact my family was more than happy to point out whenever the chance arose. But here, it felt like my brain was stealing this rare opportunity to let it all out with the legendary Will, as if I may not get another chance. The pussy expert, I whispered, all but mouthing the P word. His eyes widened, his steps faltering a bit. I stopped, bending to catch my breath. You said so yourself. When would I ever have said I was the pussy expert? Don't you remember telling us that? You said Jensen was good with the saying, you were good with the doing. And then you wiggled your eyebrows. That is horrifying. How in the world do you remember all this? I straightened. I was 12. You were a 19-year-old hot friend of my brother who joked about sex in our house. You were practically a mythical creature. Why don't I remember any of this? I shrugged, looking past him at the now crowded trail. Probably for the same reason. I don't remember you being this funny, either. Or this... He took a moment to covertly look me up and down. Grown up. I smiled. I wasn't. He reached behind him, pulling his sweatshirt up and over his head. For a brief moment, his shirt underneath was pulled up with it, and a long stretch of his torso was exposed. I experienced a full body clench at the sight of his flat stomach and the dark hair that trailed from his navel down into his shorts. His running pants hung low enough for me to see the carved lines of his hips, the enticing suggestion of man parts, and man legs, and... Holy crap, Will Sumner's body was unreal. When he tugged the hem of his shirt back down, he broke my trance, and I looked up to take in the rest of him, arms now bare below the short sleeves of his shirt. He scratched his neck, oblivious to the way my eyes moved over his forearm. I had a lot of memories of Will from the summer he'd lived with us while working for Dad. Sitting on the couch with him and Jensen while we watched a movie, passing him in the hallway at night wearing nothing more than a towel around his hips, inhaling dinner at the kitchen table after a long day at the lab. But only from the evil influence of dark magic could I have forgotten about the tattoos. Seeing them now, I could remember a bluebird near his shoulder, a mountain and the roots of a tree wrapped up in vines on his bicep. But some of these were new. Swirls of ink formed a double helix down the center of one forearm. The etching of a phonograph peeked out from beneath his sleeve on the other. Will had grown quiet, and I looked up to find him smirking at me. "Sorry," I mumbled, smiling sheepishly. "You have new ones." His tongue darted out to lick his lips, and we turned to start walking again. "Don't be sorry. I wouldn't have them if I didn't want people to look." "And it's not weird? With the business job and everything?" Shrugging, he murmured, "Long sleeves, suit jackets. Most people don't know they're there." The problem with what he said was it didn't make me think about the most people who remained ignorant to his tattoos. It made me wonder about the ones who knew each and every line of ink on his skin. The danger of Will Sumner, I reminded myself. Everything he says sounds filthy, and now you're thinking of him naked. Again. I blinked away, searching for a new topic. "So what about your life?" He eyed me, wary. "What do you want to know?" "Do you like your job?" "Most days." I acknowledged this with a smile. "Do you get to see your family often? Your mom and sisters are in Washington, right?" I remembered that Will had two much older sisters who both lived close to their mother. "Oregon," he corrected. "And, yes, a couple of times a year." "Are you dating anyone?" I blurted. He furrowed his brows as if he hadn't quite understood what I'd asked. After a moment, he answered, "No." His adorably confused reaction helped me forget how inappropriate my question had been. "Did you have to really think about it?" "No, smartass. And no, there is no one I would introduce to you by saying, 'Hey, Ziggy, this is so-and-so, my girlfriend.'" I hummed, studying him. What a very specific evasion. He pulled his hat from his head, running his fingers through his hair. It was damp with sweat and stuck up in a million directions. "No one woman has caught your eye?" "A few have." He turned his eyes on me, refusing to shrink from my interrogation. I remembered this about Will. He never felt the need to explain himself, but he didn't shy away from questions either. Clearly, he was the same Will he'd always been, often with women and never with just one. I blinked down, looking at his chest as it widened and retracted with his slowly steadying breaths, at his muscular shoulders leading to a smooth tan neck. His lips parted slightly and his tongue peeked out to wet them again. Will's jaw was carved and covered in dark stubble. I had a sudden and overwhelming urge to feel it on my thighs. My eyes dropped to his toned arms. The large hands relaxed at his sides. Holy shit, what those fingers probably knew how to do. His flat stomach, and the front of his running pants that told me Will Sumner had plenty going on below the belt. Good sweet baby Jesus, I wanted to bang the smirk off this man. Silence ticked between us, and awareness trickled in. I wasn't living behind a damn two-way mirror, and I'd never had a poker face. Will could probably read every single thought I'd just had. His eyes darkened in understanding, and he took one step closer, looking me over from head to foot as if inspecting an animal caught in a trap. A gorgeous, deadly smile tugged at his mouth. "What's the verdict?" I swallowed thickly, closing my fists around sweaty hands, saying only, "Will?" He blinked, and then blinked again, stepping back and seeming to remember himself. I could practically see the realizations tick through his mind. This is Jensen's baby sister. She's 7 years younger than I am. I made out with Liv. This kid is a dork. Stop thinking with your dick. He winced slightly, saying, "Right, sorry," under his breath. I relaxed, amused by the reaction. Unlike me, Will had an infamous poker face. But not here. And apparently not with me. That understanding sent a jolt of confidence through my chest. He might be nearly irresistible and the most naturally sensual man on the planet, but Hannah Bergstrom could handle Will Sumner. "So," I said, "not ready to settle down then?" "Definitely not." His smile pulled up one corner of his mouth, and he looked completely destructive. My heart and lady bits would not survive a night with this man. Good thing that's not even an option, vagina. Stand down. We'd circled back around to the beginning of the trail, and Will leaned against a tree. "So, why are you diving into the world of the living now?" He tilted his head as he turned the conversation back to me. "I know Jensen and your dad want you to have a more active social life, but come on. You're a pretty girl, Ziggs. It can't be that you haven't had offers." I bit my lip for a second, amused that of course Will would assume that for me this was about getting laid. The truth was, he wasn't entirely wrong. And there was no judgment in his expression, no weird distance around such a personal topic. "It's not that I haven't dated. It's that I haven't dated well," I said, remembering my most recent, completely bland encounter. "I know it might be hard to tell behind all this smooth charm, but I'm not very good in those kinds of situations. Jensen's told me stories. You managed to get through your doctorate with top honors and what sounds like a whole lot of fun. Here I am, in a lab with people who seem to consider social awkwardness a field of study. Not really that many jumping in the boat, if you know what I mean." "You're young, Ziggs. Why are you worrying about this now?" "I'm not worried about it, but I'm 24. I have functioning body parts, and my mind tends to go to interesting places. I just want to explore." "You weren't thinking about these things when you were my age?" He shrugged. "I wasn't stressing over it." "Of course you weren't. You'd lift an eyebrow and panties would hit the floor." Will licked his lips, reaching to scratch the back of his neck. "You're a trip." "I'm a scientist, Will. If I'm going to do this, I need to learn how men think, get inside their head." I took a deep breath, watched him carefully before saying, "Teach me. You told my brother you'd help me, so do that." Pretty sure he didn't mean, "Hey, show my kid sister the city, make sure she isn't paying too much for rent, and, by the way, help her get laid. His dark brows pulled together as something seemed to occur to him. Are you asking me to set you up with a friend? No. God. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to laugh or crawl into a hole and hide for the rest of forever. Despite his DEFCON 5 degree of hotness, what I needed was for him to help me bang the smirk off other men. Maybe then I'd be properly de-geeked and socialized. I want your help to learn... I shrugged and scratched my hair beneath my hat. How to date. Teach me the rules. He blinked away, looking torn. The rules? I don't... He shivered, letting his words fall away as he reached up to scratch his jaw. I'm not sure I am qualified to help you meet guys. You went to Yale. Yeah, and? That was years ago, Ziggs. I don't think they offered this in the course catalog. And you were in a band? I continued, ignoring that last part. Finally, amusement lit up his eyes. What's your point? My point is that I went to MIT and played D&D and Magic. Hello? I was a fucking D&D pro, Ziggs. My point, I said, ignoring him, is that Yale-attending, lacrosse-playing former bass players might have ideas about how to improve the dating pool options of bespectacled, nerd-tastic geeks. Are you fucking with me right now? Instead of answering, I crossed my arms over my chest and waited patiently. It was the same stance I'd adopted back when I was supposed to be rotating through several labs to help decide what type of research I wanted. But I didn't want to do lab rotations for my entire first year of graduate school. I wanted to get started on my research with Limaki, immediately. I'd stood outside his office after explaining why his work was perfectly positioned to move away from viral vaccine research into parasitology, and what I thought I could work on for my thesis. I'd been prepared to stand like that for hours, but after only 5 minutes he'd relented and, as the chair of the department, made an exception for me. Will looked off into the distance. I wasn't sure if he was considering what I was saying or deciding whether he should just start running and leave me wheezing in his snow dust. Finally, he sighed. Okay. Well, rule 1 of having a broader social life is never call anyone, except a cab, before the sun is up. Yeah, sorry about that. He studied me, eventually motioning to my outfit. We'll run. We'll go out and do stuff. He winced, waving vaguely at my body. I don't really think you need to do anything, but... Fuck, I don't know. You're wearing your brother's baggy sweatshirt. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that's pretty standard attire, even when you're not jogging. He shrugged. Though it is kind of cute. I am not dressing like a hoochie. You don't have to dress like a hoochie. He straightened, messing up his hair before tucking it beneath his beanie again. God, you're a ball-buster. Do you know Chloe and Sarah? I shook my head. Are those some girls you're not dating? Oh, hell no, he said with a laugh. They're the women who have my best friends by the balls. I think they'd be good for you to meet. Swear to God, you'll all probably be best friends at the end of the night.
Chapter 2. So wait, Max said, pulling out his chair to sit down. Is this Jensen's sister you shagged? No, that's the other sister, Liv. I sat across from the Brit and ignored both the amused grin on his face as well as the uncomfortable twist in my stomach. And I didn't shag her. We just hooked up a little. The youngest sister is Ziggy. She was only a kid that first time I went home with Jensen for Christmas. I still can't believe he took you home for Christmas and you made out with his sister in the backyard. I'd kick your ass. He reconsidered, scratching his chin. Fuck that. I wouldn't have given a shit. I looked at Max. felt a small grin pull at my mouth. Liv wasn't there when I came back a few years later for the summer. I behaved myself the second time around. All around us glasses clinked, and conversation carried on in a quiet murmur. Tuesday lunch at Les Bernardins had become a routine for our group in the past 6 months. Max and I were usually the last ones to the table, but apparently the others had been held up in a meeting. "I suspect you won an award for that," Max said, studying his menu before closing it with a snap. Truthfully, I'm not sure why he even bothered to open it in the first place. He always got the caviar for his first course and the monkfish for the main course. I'd recently surmised that Max kept all of his spontaneity for his life with Sarah. With food and work, he was a quiet creature of habit. "You just forget what you were like before Sarah," I said. "Stop acting like you lived in a monastery." He acknowledged this with a wink and his big, easy smile. "So, tell me about this little sis." "She's the youngest of the 5 Bergstrom kids, and in grad school here at Columbia. Ziggy's always been this ridiculous brain. Finished undergrad in 3 years and now works in the Limaki lab, the one who does the vaccine work." Max shook his head and shrugged as if to say, "The fuck are you talking about?" I continued. "It's a very high-profile operation over at the med school. Anyway, last weekend in Vegas, when you were off chasing your pussy to the blackjack tables, Jensen texted to let me know he was coming to visit her. I guess he gave her a come to Jesus about not living among the test tubes and beakers for the rest of her life." The waiter came back to fill our water glasses, and we explained that we were waiting on a few more people to join the table. Max looked back to me. "So you have plans to see her again, yeah?" "Yeah. I'm sure we'll go out and do something this weekend. I think we'll run together again." I didn't miss the way his eyes widened. "Letting someone in your private little running headspace? That seems like it would be more intimate than sex to you, William." I waved him off. Whatever. "So it was fun then, catching up with the little sis and all?" It had been fun. It hadn't been wild or even anything all that special. We'd gone for a run, of all things. But I still felt a little shaken by how unexpected she had been. I'd gone in thinking there had to be a reason for her isolation, other than her long work hours. I'd expected she would be awkward, or hideous, or the poster child for inappropriate social behavior. But she'd been none of those things, and she definitely didn't seem anything like someone's little sister. She was naive and a bit unfiltered at times, but really she was simply hard-working and had found herself trapped in a set of habits she didn't enjoy anymore. I could relate. I'd first met the Bergstroms over Christmas, my sophomore year in college. I hadn't been able to afford to fly home that year, and Jensen's mother had such a fit at the idea of me staying alone in the dorms that she drove down from Boston 2 days before Christmas to pick me up and bring me home for the holidays. The family was as loving and loud as one would expect, with 5 kids spaced almost exactly 2 years apart. True to form for that stage in my life, I'd thank them by secretly fooling around with their oldest daughter in the shed out back. A few years later, I'd interned for Johann and lived at the Bergstrom house. Most of the other kids had moved out or stayed near college for the summer, so it was just me and Jensen and the youngest daughter, Ziggy. Theirs had come to feel like a second home to me. Still, even though I'd lived near her for 3 months and had seen her a few years ago at Jensen's wedding, when she'd called yesterday, it had been hard to even remember her face. But when I saw her at the park, more memories than I realized I'd had came flooding in. Ziggy at 12, her freckled nose hidden behind books. She'd offer only the occasional shy smile across the dinner table, but otherwise avoided contact with me. I'd been 19 and nearly oblivious anyway. And I remembered Ziggy at 16, all legs and elbows, her tangled hair cascading down her back. She spent her afternoons wearing cut-off shorts and tank tops, reading on a blanket in the backyard, while I worked with her father. I'd checked her out, like I'd checked out every female at the time, as if I were scanning and cataloging body parts. The girl was curvy, but quiet, and obviously naive enough about the art of flirting to earn my scornful disinterest. At the time, my life had been full of curiosity and kink, younger and older women who were willing to try anything once. But this afternoon, it felt as though a bomb had gone off in my head. Seeing her face was, strangely, like being home again, but also like meeting a beautiful girl for the first time. She didn't look anything like Liv or Jensen, who were tow-headed and gangly, almost carbon copies of one another. Ziggy looked like her father, for better or worse. She had the paradoxical combination of her father's long limbs and her mother's curves. She inherited Johann's gray eyes, light brown hair, and freckles, but her mother's wide-open smile. I'd hesitated when she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around my neck, and squeezed. It was a comfortable hug, bordering on intimate. Other than Chloe and Sarah, I didn't have a lot of females in my life who were strictly friends. When I hugged a woman like that, close and pressing, there was generally some sexual element. Ziggy had always been the kid sister, but there in my arms it fully registered that she wasn't a kid anymore. She was a 20-something woman with her warm hands on my neck and her body flushed to mine. She smelled like shampoo and coffee. She smelled like a woman, and beneath the bulk of her sweatshirt and pathetically thin jacket, I could feel the shape of her breasts press against my chest. When she stepped back and looked me over, I'd immediately liked her. She hadn't dressed up, hadn't put on makeup or expensive workout gear. She wore her brother's Yale sweatshirt, black pants that were too short, and shoes that definitely looked like they'd seen better days. She wasn't trying to impress me. She just wanted to see me. "She's so sheltered, man," Jensen had said when he'd called a little over a week ago. "I feel like I let her down by not anticipating she had Dad's work obsession genes. We're going down to visit her. I don't even know what to do." I blinked back into awareness when Sarah and Bennett approached the table. Max stood to greet them, and I looked away as he leaned over to kiss Sarah just beneath her ear, whispering, "You look beautiful, Petal." "Are we waiting on Chloe?" I asked, once everyone was seated. Bennett spoke from behind his menu. "She's in Boston until Friday." "Well, thank fuck," Max said, "because I'm starving, and that woman takes forever to decide what she wants." Bennett laughed quietly, sliding his menu back on the table. I was relieved, too, not because I was hungry, but because I was fine occasionally having a break from the role of fifth wheel. My 4 coupled-up friends were 2 steps away from smug, and had long ago skipped past overly invested in Will's dating life. They were convinced that I was 2 breaths away from having my heart ripped out by the woman of my dreams, and were eager for the show. And, only increasing this obsession, upon returning from Vegas last week, I'd made the mistake of casually mentioning that I was feeling detached from my 2 regular lovers, Kitty and Christy. Both women were happy to meet regularly for no-strings fucking, and didn't seem to mind the existence of the other, or the occasional new fling I might have. But lately, I felt like I was just going through the motions. Undress, touch, fuck, orgasm, maybe some pillow talk, a kiss goodnight, and then I was gone, or they were. Had it all become too easy, or was I finally getting tired of just sex? Sex? And why the fuck was I thinking about all of this again now? I sat up, scrubbed my face with my hands. Nothing in my life had changed in a day. I'd had a nice morning with Ziggy, that's it. That was it. The fact that she was disarmingly genuine and funny and surprisingly pretty shouldn't have thrown me so dramatically. "So what were we discussing?" Bennett asked, thanking the waiter when he'd slid a gimlet on the table in front of him. "We were discussing Will's reunion with an old friend this morning," Max said, and then added in a stage whisper, "A lady friend." Sarah laughed. "Will saw a woman this morning? Why is this news?" Bennett held up his hand. "Wait, isn't tonight, Kitty? And you had another date this morning?" He sipped his gimlet, eyeing me. In fact, Kitty was the exact reason I'd suggested to Hannah that we meet up this morning instead of tonight. Kitty was my late meeting. But the more I thought about it, the idea of spending my usual Tuesday with her seemed less and less appealing. I groaned, and both Max and Sarah burst out laughing. "Is it weird that we all know Will's weekly hookup calendar?" Sarah asked. Max looked over at me, eyes smiling. "You're thinking of canceling plans with Kitty, aren't you? Think you're going to pay for that one?" "Probably," I admitted. Kitty and I dated a few years back, and it ended amiably when it came out that she wanted more than I did. But when we met up again in a bar a few months ago, she said this time she just wanted to have fun. Of course I'd been game. She was gorgeous and willing to do almost anything I wanted. She insisted our just-sex arrangement was fine. The thing was, I think we both knew she was lying. Every time I had to ask for a rain check, she would become insecure and needy the next time we were together. Christy was almost the complete opposite. She was more contained, had a fetish for being gagged that I didn't share, but wasn't against indulging, and rarely stayed beyond the moment of our shared release. "If you're interested in this new girl, you should probably end it with Kitty," Sarah said. "You guys," I protested, digging into my salad. "There isn't a thing with Ziggy. We went running." "So why are we still talking about it?" Bennett asked with a laugh. I nodded. Exactly. But I knew we were talking about it because I was tense. And when I was tense, I wore it like a neon sign. My brows pulled together. My eyes got darker, and my words came out clipped. I turned into an asshole. And Max loved it. "Oh, we're talking about it," the Brit said. "Because it's getting William riled up, and that's my favorite fucking thing. It's also very bloody interesting how pensive he's being today, after a morning with this little sis. Will doesn't usually look like he's thinking so hard it hurts." "She's Jensen's youngest sister," I explained to Sarah and Bennett. "He snogged the older sister when they were teens," Max added helpfully, overplaying his accent for dramatic effect. "You were such a shit-stirrer," I said, laughing. Liv was a short blip. I could barely remember much about what had happened other than some heated kissing, and then my easy evasion when I'd returned to New Haven. Compared to some of my relationships at the time, what happened with Liv barely registered on the sex meter. Our entrees came, and we ate in silence for a little bit. My mind started to wander. Partway through our run, I'd given up and just outright stared at Ziggy. I stared at her cheeks, at her lips, at the soft hair that had fallen free from her messy bun and lay straight against the soft skin of her neck. I'd always been open about my appreciation for women, but I wasn't attracted to every woman I saw. So what was it about this one? She was pretty, but definitely not the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. She was 7 years younger than I was, green as an apple, and barely came up from her work to breathe. What could she possibly offer me that I couldn't find somewhere else? She looked over and caught me. The energy between us was palpable and confusing as fuck. And when she smiled, it lit up her whole face. She looked as open as a screen door in the summer, and despite the temperature, something warmed in my veins. It was an old, yet familiar hunger, a desire I hadn't felt in forever, where my blood filled with adrenaline, and I wanted to be the only one to discover a particular girl's secrets. Ziggy's skin looked sweet. Her lips were full and soft. Her neck looked like it had never been marked with teeth or suction. The beast in me wanted to look more closely at her hands, at her mouth, at her breasts. I looked up when I felt Max watching me, chewing thoughtfully. He lifted his fork, pointed it at my chest. "All it takes is one night with the right girl. I'm not talking about sex, either. One night could change you, young man." "Oh, stop," I groaned. "You're such a fucking asshole right now." Bennett straightened, joining in. "It's about finding the woman who gets you thinking. She'll be the one who'll change your mind about everything." I held up my hands. "It's a nice thought, you guys, but Ziggy really isn't my type." What's your type? Walks? Has a pussy? Max asked. I laughed. I guess she just feels young? The guys hummed and nodded in understanding, but I could feel Sarah watching me. Out with it, I said to her. Well, I'm just thinking you haven't found anyone who makes you want to delve deeper. You're choosing a certain type of woman, a type you know will fit into your structure, your rules, your limits. Aren't you bored yet? You're saying this sister, Ziggy, Max offered. Right, she said. You're saying Ziggy isn't your type, but last week you said you were feeling detached from the women who happily screw you without strings attached. She forked a bite of her lunch and shrugged as she started to lift it to her mouth. Maybe you should reevaluate your type. Illogical. I can be losing interest in my lovers, and it doesn't have to mean that I need to overhaul the whole system. I continued to poke at my food. Though actually, I do have a favor to ask. Sarah swallowed, nodding. Of course. I was hoping maybe you and Chloe could take her out. She doesn't have any real girlfriends here, and you guys... Of course, she said again quickly. I can't wait to meet her. I glanced at Max from the corner of my eye, unsurprised to see him biting his lip and looking like the cat that had caught the canary. But Sarah must have picked up a thing or two from Chloe and had him by the balls beneath the table, because for once he was uncharacteristically quiet. Do you ever feel like the people who mean the most aren't the people you see the most? Lately I just feel like I'm not putting my heart where it matters. Her voice and wide, honest eyes when she'd said this had made me feel full and hollow all at once, like the ache was so heavy I couldn't tell if it was pain or pleasure. Ziggy wanted me to show her how to get out and date, how to meet people she wanted to get to know. And the reality was I wasn't even doing that myself. I might not be the one sitting in my apartment alone, but that didn't mean I was happy. Excusing myself to the men's room, I pulled my phone from my pocket and typed a text to the mobile number she'd given me. Project Ziggy still on your mind? If so, I'm in. Running tomorrow, plans this weekend. Don't be late. I stared at the phone for a few seconds, but when she didn't reply right away, I returned to my lunch, my friends. But later, when I left the restaurant, I noticed there was a single message now, and I laughed, remembering that Ziggy mentioned an old flip phone she barely ever used. Awesome! I can't find the space key, but I will call you. Between Ziggy's, Chloe's, and Sarah's crazy schedules, the three of them couldn't get together until the weekend. But thank God they finally made it work, because watching Ziggy run every morning with her arms crossed across her chest was actually starting to make my boobs hurt. That Saturday afternoon, Max was sitting at a table at Blue Smoke when I arrived, panting from my 6-mile run and famished. As always seemed to happen with this group, a plan was formed without any of my help, so I woke to a text from Chloe that I was supposed to have Ziggy meet them for breakfast and shopping, meaning I'd be running by myself for the first time in days. It was fine. Good, even. And even though my run felt silent and strangely dull, Ziggy needed to get out and get some things. She needed running shoes. She needed running clothes. She could even stand to get some regular clothes if she was serious about dating, because most guys were shallow dicks and relied on the shorthand of first impressions. Ziggy wasn't very strong in this department, but part of me didn't want to push too much on her. I liked looking at well-dressed women, but oddly enough, with Ziggy, what was most intriguing was that she wasn't really concerned with any of that. I figured we should probably stick with what was already working for her. Without even looking up, Max moved the stack of newspaper pages from my chair and waved to the waitress to come take my order. Water, I said, using the paper napkin to wipe my brow. And maybe just some peanuts for now. In a little bit I'll have some lunch. Max took in my clothes and went back to his paper, handing me the business section of the Times. "Weren't you out with the girls earlier?" he asked. I thanked the waitress when she put my drink down in front of me and took a big gulp. "I dropped Ziggs off this morning. I wasn't sure she would be able to navigate her way around anything past the Columbia campus. Such a loving mother hen, you. Oh, in that case, I should lovingly let you know that Sarah accidentally texted a picture of her ass to Bennett. There was virtually nothing I loved more than giving Max shit about his and Sarah's kinky photo obsession. He looked at me over the top of his paper, and his face relaxed when he saw that I was kidding. Tossa, he mumbled. I flipped through the business section for a few minutes before turning my attention to science and technology. Behind his wall of newspaper, Max's phone rang. Hey, Chloe. He paused, putting the paper down on the table. No, it's just me and Will here getting a bite. Maybe Ben's on a run? He nodded and then handed the phone to me. I took the call, surprised. Hey, everything okay? Hannah is adorable, Chloe said. She hasn't bought new clothes since college. I swear we aren't treating her like a doll, but she's the cutest thing I've ever seen. Why didn't you bring her around sooner? I felt my stomach tighten. Chloe hadn't been at the lunch where we discussed Ziggy. You know she's not a girlfriend, right? I know, you're just banging, whatever, Will. I started to interrupt, but she continued on. Just wanted to let you know we're all good. She looks like she would get lost in this Macy's if we didn't keep track of her. That's exactly what I said. Okay, that's all I got. Was just calling to see if Max knew where Bennett was. More shopping. Hey, wait, I said, before I really considered what I was about to ask. I closed my eyes and remembered jogging with Ziggy the past few days. She was relatively slim, but damn, there was a lot up front. If you're shopping, make sure Ziggs gets some... I glanced up at Max, confirming he was absorbed in his newspaper before I whispered, Make sure she gets some bras, like for jogging, but maybe also just regular ones too, okay? I felt, rather than heard, the silence on the other end of the line. It was leaden and pressed down on my chest as the awkwardness grew and grew. When I chanced to look up, Max was staring at me, wearing an enormous shit-eating grin. You are so lucky I'm not Bennett right now, Chloe said, finally. The amount of crap I would give you is on the planetary scale. Don't worry, Max is here, and I can tell he's enjoying this enough for the both of them. She laughed. We're on it. Bras to support the supple breasts of your non-girlfriend. God, you are a pig. Thanks. She hung up and I handed the phone back to Max, avoiding his eyes. Oh, Victoria, he said, giddy. Do you have a secret? Do you have a fondness for helping women find well-fitting ladywear? Fuck off, I said through a laugh. His expression was as if Leeds United had just won the fucking World Cup. She's been joining me on my morning run, and she wears these, whatever. They're not sports bras. And her bras do that, I gestured to my chest, that weird four-boob thing up front. I just figured if they were out shopping already. Max leaned his chin on his fist and smiled at me. Christ, you're precious, William. You know how I feel about breasts. It's no joking matter. And, I didn't add, Ziggy was stacked like a pin-up girl. Indeed not, he agreed, lifting his paper again. I just like how you're pretending you wouldn't cream your panties for a girl with 4 tits. About half an hour later, the door behind Max opened, and I looked up as a tangle of shiny hair and shopping bags careened toward our table. Max and I stood, helping Ziggy unload her loot on one of the chairs. She wore a pale blue sweater, dark-fitted jeans, and green flats. She wasn't dressed like she was coming off a runway, but she looked comfortable, stylish. Her hair was different. I narrowed my eyes, studying it, as she slipped her messenger bag from her shoulder. She'd cut it. Or maybe it was that she just had it down instead of confined to her trademark messy bun. It fell past her shoulders, thick and straight and smooth. But despite the changes in her clothes and hair, she, fortunately, still looked like Ziggy. A tiny bit of makeup, bright smile, sun-kissed freckles. She reached her hand out for Max's, smiling. "I'm Hannah. You must be Max." Grasping her hand, he said, "Nice to meet you. I trust you had a good morning with the two crazy women." "I did." She turned to me, wrapping her arms around my neck, and I tried not to groan when she squeezed. I both loved and hated her hugs. They were tight, almost smothering, but disarmingly warm. When she let go, she collapsed into a chair. "That Chloe likes her lingerie, though. I think we spent an hour in that section alone." "Let me find my surprised face," I murmured, discreetly checking out Ziggy's chest as I sat back down. The girls looked fantastic, full and high, just perfectly in place. She must have purchased some lingerie herself. "On that note," Max stood, slipping his wallet into his back pocket, "I think it's time for me to find the petal and see how successful her shopping ventures were. Nice to meet you, Hannah." He patted my shoulder, winking at her. "Have a nice lunch." Ziggy waved to Max, and then turned to me, eyes wide. "Wow, he's hot. I met Bennett earlier, too. You guys are like the hot men's club of Manhattan." "I don't think that's a thing. And anyway, do you really think we'd let Max in?" I said, grinning. "You look great, by the way." Her head shot to me, eyes surprised, and I quickly added, "I'm glad you didn't let them cover you up with makeup. I would miss your freckles." "You would miss my freckles?" she asked in a whisper, and I winced inwardly at how forward I sounded. "What man says that? Are you trying to make me have an orgasm right now?" Whoa. I no longer felt like I'd been too forward. I worked very hard to not look at her chest again when she said that. I was still getting used to the way she seemed to let out every thought she had. Glancing down at her shopping bags, I softly redirected, Looks like you bought plenty of running shoes." Bending, she rummaged through a few things, and I blinked up to the ceiling, ignoring the view of her full cleavage. "I think I got everything," she said. "I've never shopped like that. Liv is probably going to pop some champagne when she hears." When I finally looked back down, her eyes were scanning my face, my neck, my chest, as if she were just now seeing me. "Did you go for a run this morning?" "And a bike ride." "You're so disciplined." She leaned forward with her hands on her chin and batted her lashes at me. "It does really nice things for your muscles." Laughing, I told her, "It calms me, keeps me from—" I searched for words, feeling my neck heat. "From being stupid." "That isn't what you were originally going to say," she said, sitting up. "It keeps you from what? Like getting into bar fights? Release of tension and man angst?" I decided to test her a little. I had no idea where the urge came from, but she was a confusing mix of inexperienced and wild. She made me feel reckless and a little drunk. "It keeps me from wanting to fuck all the time." She barely skipped a beat. "Why would you want to run instead of fuck?" She tilted her head, considering me for a beat. "Besides, exercise increases testosterone and blood flow. I think, if anything, you're having better sex because you exercise." Talking about this with her felt dangerous. It was tempting to look at her a little too long, and Ziggy didn't shrink under my inspection. She would look right back at me. "I have no idea why I told you that," I admitted. "Well, I'm neither a virgin nor a woman trying to get into your pants. We can discuss sex." I'm not sure that's such a good idea." I lifted my juice to my lips, taking a sip while I watched her drink some of her water, her eyes locked on mine. She wasn't trying to get into my pants? Not even a little? The air between us seemed to hum quietly. I wanted to reach forward, run my finger over her lower lip. Instead, I put my juice down and curled my hands into fists. "I'm just saying," she said. There's no need to sugarcoat with me. I like that you're not a guy who talks around things. Are you always this open with people? I asked. She shook her head. I think this might be you specific. I say a lot of things, really, but I especially feel stupid around you, and I can't seem to shut up. I don't want you to shut up. You've always been so obviously sexual and open about it. You're this hot player guy who doesn't apologize for enjoying women. I mean, if I noticed that about you when I was 12, it was obvious. Sex is natural. It's what our bodies do. I like that you are who you are. I didn't respond. Didn't know what to say. She liked the thing about me that every other woman wanted to tame, but I wasn't sure I liked that this was her primary impression of who I was. Chloe said you asked them to take me bra shopping. I looked up to catch her eyes as they flickered away from my mouth. Her smirk curled into a playful smile. How thoughtful, Will. So nice of you to think about my boobs. I bent to take a bite of my sandwich, murmuring, We don't need to discuss that conversation. Max already gave me an appropriate amount of shit. You're a mysterious man, Player Will. She lifted the menu, skimming the choices before putting it back down. But, fine, I'll change the subject. What should we talk about? I swallowed, watching her. I couldn't imagine this wild young thing with the intense and poised combination of Chloe and Sarah. Whatever you ladies talked about today, I suggested. Well, Sarah and I had a fun conversation about what it feels like to be almost re-virginized after not having sex for so long. I almost choked, coughing loudly. Wow, I don't even know what that is. She watched me, amused. Seriously, though, I'm sure it's not like that for guys, but for girls, after a while, you're like, does the virginity grow back? Is it like moss over a cave? That is a disgusting image. Ignoring me, she sat up straighter, excited now. Actually, this is perfect. You're a scientist, so you'll totally appreciate this theory I recently developed. I pressed back farther into my chair. You just ended with a moss over a cave analogy. Honestly, I'm a little scared. Don't be. So, you know how a girl's virginity is considered kind of sacred? I laughed. Yes, I've heard of this concept. She scratched her head, her freckled nose wrinkling a little. My theory is this. Cavemen are making a comeback. Everyone wants to read about the guy who ties the girl up, or gets all violently jealous if, God forbid, she wears something sexy outside the bedroom. Women supposedly like that, right? Well, I think the new fad is going to be re-virginization. They'll want their man to feel like he's their first. And can you imagine how women will do this? I watched her eyes grow increasingly excited as she waited for me to attempt an answer. Something about her sincerity, her earnest consideration of this topic tightened an invisible band beneath my ribs. With lies? Women always assume we can read Braille with our cocks. What's that about? I honestly probably wouldn't know a girl was a virgin unless she... With surgery first, probably. Let's call it hymen restoration. Dropping my food, I groaned. Jesus Christ, Ziggs, I'm eating brisket. Can you just hold off on the hymen talk for And then, she drummed her hands on the table, building suspense. Everyone is waiting to see what stem cells can do for us. But spinal cord injury, Parkinson's, I don't think that's where they'll start. You know what I think the big splash will be? Edge of my seat, I deadpanned. I bet that it will be a restoration of the maidenhead. I coughed again, loudly. Dear God, maidenhead? You said no hymen, so... But am I right? Before I could answer and tell her the theory was actually pretty good, she barreled on. Stupid amounts of money are spent on this kind of thing. Viagra for boners, 400 different shapes of fake boobs. Which filler seems the most natural? It's a man's world, Will. Women won't stop to think that you're putting actively growing cells in their vagina. Next year, one of your non-girlfriends will get her hymen regenerated, and she'll give her new virginity to you, Will. She leaned down, put her lips around her straw, and sucked. her gray eyes locked on mine. And with that lingering, playful look, I felt my cock harden slightly. Releasing the straw, she whispered, "To you. And will you appreciate what a gift that is? What a sacrifice?" Her eyes danced, and then she tilted her head back and burst out laughing. Holy fuck, I liked this girl. I liked her a lot. Leaning forward on my elbows, I cleared my throat. "Ziggy, listen up, because this is important. I'm about to impart some wisdom." She sat up, her eyes narrowing conspiratorially. "Rule 1 we've already covered. Don't ever call someone before the sun is up." Her lips twitched into a guilty little smile. "Right, got that one." "And rule 2, I said, shaking my head slowly. "Don't ever discuss hymen regeneration over lunch. Or, like, ever." She dissolved into giggles and then moved out of the way when the waitress brought her food. "Don't be so quick to mock it. That's $1 billion idea, money man. If that comes across your desk soon, you'll thank me for the heads up." She dug into her salad, taking an enormous bite, and I tried not to study her. She wasn't like any of the girls I knew. She was pretty. Actually, she was beautiful. But she wasn't poised or contained. She was silly and confident, and so much her own person it almost made the rest of the world seem monochromatic. I had no idea if she even took herself seriously, but she certainly didn't expect me to. "What's your favorite book?" I asked, the question bubbling up out of nowhere. She sucked her bottom lip into her mouth, and I blinked down to my sandwich, picking at the tiny pieces of crispy meat at the edges. "This is going to sound cliché." "I sincerely doubt that, but hit me." She leaned forward and whispered, "A Brief History of Time." "Hawking?" "Of course," she said, almost offended. "That's not cliché. Cliché would be if you said Wuthering Heights or Little Women. Because I'm a woman, if I asked you and you said Hawking, would you be cliché?" I considered this. I imagined saying that book was my favorite, and getting a few "dude, of courses" from my grad school friends. Probably. "So that's bull, for it to be cliché for you and not me just because I have a vagina. But anyway," she said, shrugging and popping a small bite of lettuce into her mouth. "I read it when I was 12 and—" "12? Yeah, and it just blew me away. Not so much what he said, because I don't think I understood everything then, but more that he thought that way, that there were people out there who spent their lives trying to figure these things out. It opened up a whole world for me." Suddenly she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and smiled a little guiltily when she opened them again. "I'm talking your ear off." "Yes, but lately you're always talking my ear off." With a little wink, she leaned forward to whisper, "But maybe you kind of love it?" Unbidden, my mind flooded with the fantasy of her neck arched, her mouth open in a hoarse plea, while I licked a line from the hollow of her throat to her jaw. I imagined her nails digging into my shoulders, the sharp sting of pain, and blinked, standing and pushing my chair back so quickly that it hit the chair behind me. I apologized to the man seated there, apologized to Ziggy, and practically sprinted to the restroom. Locking the door behind me, I wheeled around on my reflection. What the actual fuck was that, Sumner? I bent to splash a handful of cold water over my face. Bracing my hands on the sink, I met my own eyes in the mirror again. It was just an image. It wasn't anything. She's a sweet kid. She's pretty. But, 1, she's Jensen's sister. 2, she's Liv's sister, and you practically dry-humped Liv in a shed when she was 17. I think you cashed in on your single Bergstrom sister hookup card already. And 3, I bent my head, took a deep breath. 3, you wear track pants around her way too often to be having sexual fantasies without her getting wise. Put a lid on it. Go home, call Kitty or Christy, get some head, call it a day. When I returned to the table, Ziggy had nearly polished off her salad and was watching people move down the sidewalk. She looked up when I sat down, concern etching her features. Stomach troubles? What? No, I had to call someone. Fuck, that sounded douchey. I winced and then sighed. I actually should probably go, Ziggs. I've been here for a couple of hours and was planning to get a few things done this afternoon. Damn it. That sounded even douchier. She pulled her wallet from her purse and put down a few fives. Of course. God, I have a ton to do too. Thanks so much for letting me meet you here, and thanks so much for hooking me up with Chloe and Sarah. With one more smile, she stood, hitched her bag over her shoulder, collected her shopping bags, and walked to the door. Her sandy hair shone and fell most of the way down her back. Her spine was straight, her gait steady. Her ass looked fucking amazing in the jeans she wore. Holy fuck, Will. You are so goddamn screwed.
Chapter 3. This running thing really wasn't getting any easier. This running thing will get easier, Will insisted, looking down at where I sat, slumped over in a whiny pile on the ground. Have some patience. I pulled a few blades of brown grass from the frost, mumbling to myself exactly what Will could do with his patience. It was early, the sky was still dull and gray, and not even the birds seemed willing to venture out into the cold. We'd run together almost every morning for the past week and a half, and I was sore in places I didn't even know I owned. And stop being a brat, he added. Looking up at him, eyes narrowed, I asked, What did you say? I said, get your ass up here. I stood, lagging behind a few steps before jogging to catch up. He glanced over at me, assessing. Still stiff? I shrugged. A little. As stiff as you were on Friday? I considered this, rolling my shoulders and stretching my arms over my head. Not really. And does your chest still feel like, how did you put it, like someone doused your lungs in gasoline and lit them on fire? I glared at him. No. See? And next week it'll get easier. And the week after that, you'll crave running the way I bet you sometimes crave chocolate. I opened my mouth to lie, but he quieted me with a knowing look. This week we'll call and get you with someone who'll keep you on track, and before you know it— What do you mean will get me with someone? We moved into a jog, and I lengthened my stride to match his. He gave me a brief glance. Someone to run with you, like a trainer. The bare trees seemed enough to insulate us because, though I could see the tops of buildings and the skyline in the distance, the sounds of the city felt miles away. Our feet pounded over fallen leaves and bits of loose gravel in the path, and it narrowed just enough that I had to adjust my steps. My shoulder brushed against his, and I was close enough to smell him, the scent of soap and mint, and a hint of coffee clinging to his skin. I'm confused. Why can't I just run with you? Will laughed, drawing an arc with his hands as if the answer were suspended in the air around us. This isn't really running for me, Ziggs. Well, of course not. We're barely jogging. No, I mean I'm supposed to be training. I looked at our feet and up at his face, my eyes full of meaning. And this isn't training? He laughed again. I'm doing the Ashland Sprint this spring. It'll take more than a 1.5 mile run a few days a week to get me ready. What's the Ashland Sprint? I asked. A triathlon just outside Boston. Oh. The rhythm of our steps echoed in my head, and I felt my limbs warm, could almost feel the blood pumping through my body. It wasn't entirely unpleasant. So I'll just do that with you. He looked down at me, eyes narrowed and a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. Do you even know what a triathlon is? Of course I do. It's the swim, run, shoot a bear thing. Good guess, he deadpanned. Okay, so enlighten me, player. Exactly how long is this triathlon of manliness? Depends. There's sprint distance, intermediate, long course, and ultra distance. And no bears, dumbass. Swim, run, bike. I shrugged, ignoring the steady burn in my calves as we reached an incline. So which one are you doing? Intermediate. Okay, I said. That doesn't sound too bad. That means you swim about a mile, bike for 25, and then run the last 6. The petals of my blooming confidence wilted a little. Oh. And that's why I can't stay over here on the bunny trail with you. Hey, I said, shoving him hard enough that he stumbled slightly. He laughed, steadying himself before grinning over at me. Has it always been this easy to get you worked up? I raised my brows, and his eyes widened. Never mind, he groaned. The sun finally broke through the gloom by the time we slowed to a walk. Will's cheeks were pink from the cold, the ends of his hair curling up from beneath his beanie. A hint of a beard covered his jaw, and I found myself studying him, trying to reconcile the person in front of me with the guy I thought I remembered so well. He was such a man now. I bet he could shave twice a day and still have a 5 o'clock shadow. I looked up in time to catch him staring at my chest. I ducked to catch his gaze, but he ignored my attempt to redirect his attention. I hate to ask the obvious, but what are you looking at? He tilted his head, studying me from a different angle. Your boobs look different. Don't they look awesome? I took one in each hand. As you know, Chloe and Sarah helped me pick out new bras. Boobs have always been sort of a problem for me. Will's eyes widened. Boobs are never a problem for anyone. Ever. Says the man without a pair. Boobs are functional. That's it. He looked at me with genuine fire in his eyes. Fucking right they are. They get the job done. I laughed, groaning. They aren't functional for you, frat boy. Wanna bet? See, the problem with boobs is if you have big ones, you can never look thin. You get these burns on your shoulders from bra straps and your back hurts, and unless you're using them for their intended purpose, they're always in the way. In the way of what? My hands? My face? Don't you blaspheme in here. He looked up to the sky. She didn't mean it, Lord. Promise. Ignoring him, I said, That's why I had a reduction when I was 21. Which is when his expression morphed into one of horror. You'd have thought I told him I made an amazing stew from tiny babies and puppy tongues. Why on earth would you do that? That's like God giving you a beautiful gift and you kicking him in the nuts. I laughed. God? I thought you were agnostic, Professor. I am. But if I could motorboat perfect tits like yours, I might be able to find Jesus. I felt my blush warm my cheeks. Because Jesus totally lives in my cleavage? Not anymore, he doesn't. Your boobs are now too small for him to be comfortable in there. He shook his head, and I couldn't stop laughing. So selfish, Siggs, he said, grinning so widely that I actually stumbled a little. We both snapped around at the sound of a voice. Will! I glanced from the perky redhead jogging toward us to Will, and back again. Hey, he said awkwardly, waving as she passed. She turned to run backward, calling out to him. Don't forget to call me. You owe me a Tuesday. She gave him a flirty little smile before continuing down the path. I waited for an explanation, but none came. Will's jaw was tight, his eyes no longer smiling as he focused on the trail ahead of us. She was pretty, I offered. Will nodded. Was she a friend? Yeah, that's Kitty. We hang out. hang out. Right. I spent enough time on college campuses to know that 95% of the time the phrase hanging out was boy code for doing it. So, not someone you would introduce as a girlfriend. His eyes shot to mine. No, he said, looking almost as if I'd offended him. Definitely not a girlfriend. We walked in silence for a few moments, and I looked back over my shoulder, understanding dawning. She was a non-girlfriend. Her boobs were... wow. She clearly knows Jesus. Will completely cracked up and wrapped his arm around my shoulders. Let's just say finding religion cost her a lot of money. Later, when we were done, and Will was stretching on the ground next to me, reaching for his toes, I peeked over at him and said, "So, I have this thing tonight." And then I winced. Beneath his track pants I could see the pop of muscles in his thigh, and so almost missed it when he repeated, "A thing?" "Yeah. It's sort of a work thing. Well, not really. Like a social mixer, an interdepartmental thing. I never go to these. But in the spirit of not dying alone surrounded by feral cats, I figured I'd give it a go. It's Thursday night, so I'm sure it's not going to be that wild." He laughed, shaking his head as he switched his position. "It's at Ding Dong Lounge?" I paused, chewing my lip. Seriously, is that a made-up name? No, it's a place over on Columbus. Reaching up, he scratched his stubbly jaw, thinking. Not far from my office, actually. Max and I go there sometimes. Well, a bunch of my coworkers are going, and this time when they asked if I was going, I said I was, and now I realize that I totally have to at least pop in and see what it's about, and who knows, maybe it could be fun. He peeked up at me through his thick lashes. Did you even breathe during that entire sentence? Will. I stared him down. Will you come tonight? He snickered, shaking his head as he looked down, stretching. It took me a beat to understand why he was laughing. Ugh, pervert, I groaned, shoving his shoulder. You know what I mean. Will you come with me? He looked up at the sound of me smacking my forehead. Oh my God, that's worse. Just text me if you're interested in coming. I winced, turning to walk down the trail toward my apartment building and basically wanting the trail to crack open and transport me to Narnia. Forget it! I like it when you ask me to come, he called after me. I can't wait to come tonight, Ziggy. Should I come around 8? Or do you want me to come around 10? Maybe I'll come both times. I flipped him the bird and kept moving away down the trail. Thank God he couldn't see my smile.
Chapter 4. My legs burned from sitting at my computer all day, and beyond that I had a wild itch to get to the Ding Dong Lounge. Never thought I'd say that. Pull up beside Ziggs at the bar and just relax. It had been a long time since I'd had so much fun with a woman without getting naked. Unfortunately for me, the more time I spent with Ziggy, the more I wanted it to morph into something that involved being naked, which felt like a cop-out. Like my brain and body wanted to fall back on the familiar comfort of sex over emotional depth. Ziggy pushed me, even if she didn't know it. She made me think about everything from why I did my job to why I kept sleeping with women I didn't love. It had been forever since I'd felt like I wanted to take over someone's sexual history, completely override it with my hands and dick and mouth. But with Ziggy, I couldn't tell if that was because sex would somehow be easier than the way she had my brain all twisted, or if it was because I wanted her to twist me in other ways entirely. So I stayed away until around 10, wanting to push her to socialize and spend time with friends from her lab. When I arrived, I spotted her at the bar without too much trouble, and slid up next to her, bumping her shoulder with mine. Hey, lady, come here often? She beamed at me, eyes lit with happiness. Hey, player Will. After a pause pregnant with some strange, mutual inspection, she said, "Thanks for showing up." Biting back a laugh, I asked, "Did you have dinner?" She nodded. "We went to a seafood place down the street. I had mussels for the first time in years." When I made a face, she shoved me playfully. "You don't like mussels?" "I hate shellfish." She leaned closer, whispering, "Well, they were delicious." I'm sure they were, all floppy and chewy and tasting like dirty ocean water. "I'm happy to see you," she said, abruptly changing the subject. But she didn't shrink away from the proclamation when I looked over at her. "Outside of running, you know." "Well, I'm happy to be seen." She looked at my eyes, my cheeks, my lips for a long moment before meeting my eyes again. "Your smoldering might eventually kill me, Will. And the best thing is, I think you have no clue that you look at women this way." I blinked. "My what?" "What can I get for you?" the bartender asked, startling us both when he slapped 2 cardboard coasters down in front of us and leaned closer. It seemed like Ziggy's lab friends had left, and the ding-dong was uncharacteristically quiet. Usually the bartenders here took my drink order from halfway down the bar, while pouring someone else's beer. "Guinness," I said, then added, "and a shot of Johnny Gold." The bartender looked to Ziggs. "Something else for you?" "Another iced tea, please." His eyebrow rose and he smiled at her. "That all you want, sweetheart?" Ziggy laughed, shrugging. "Anything stronger and I'll be asleep in 15 minutes. I'm pretty sure there are plenty of strong things back here that could keep you up for hours." What he said made me draw back, look over at Ziggy to assess her reaction. If she looked horrified, I might have to kick this guy's ass. She laughed, oblivious and embarrassed for having been called out on being square in a bar, and spun her coaster in front of her. "You mean a coffee with Baileys or something?" "No," he said, resting on his elbows right in front of her. "I had something else in mind." "Just the iced tea," I cut in, feeling like my blood pressure had gone up about 7,000 millimeters. With a smirk, he stood and left to get our drinks. I could feel Ziggy watching me, and I grabbed a cocktail napkin in order to have something to studiously shred. "What's with the stern tone, William?" I blew out a breath. "Did he not see me sitting here with you? He was all over you. What a dick." "Taking my drink order?" she asked, giving me a baffled stare. "What a jerk." "Innuendo," I explained. "Surely you speak it." "Surely you're kidding." "Something strong behind the bar that could keep you up for hours?" Her mouth formed a tiny O as she seemed to figure it out, and then she grinned. "Isn't that the point of our little project? To get some more innuendo in my life?" The bartender returned and set our drinks in front of us, winking at Ziggy before walking away. "I suppose," I grumbled, sipping my beer. Beside me, I saw her sit up a little straighter and turn on her stool to face me. "Not to change the subject, but I watched some porn last night." I coughed, putting my beer down on the rounded edge of the bar, then barely catching it before it spilled all over me. Even so, some of it slopped over the lip of the glass and onto my lap. Christ, Ziggs, you have 0 filter. I grabbed a small pile of cocktail napkins and wiped my pants. "Don't you watch porn?" I stared at my shot of whiskey and downed it before admitting, "Sure." "So why is it weird that I did?" "It's not weird that you watched it. It's weird that it's the start of a conversation. I'm still getting used to this. Before Project Hot Chick, I just knew you as the dorky little sister. Now you're this porn-watching woman who had a breast reduction and develops theories about hymen restoration. It's an adjustment." "That, and I find you almost irresistible," I thought. She waved me off. "Anyway, I have a question." I looked at her out of the corner of my eye. "Okay." "Do women really make those noises in bed?" I stilled, grinning over at her. "What noises, Ziggy?" She didn't seem to realize I was completely fucking with her, and she closed her eyes and whispered, like, "Oh, Will, I need your cock." And harder, harder, "Oh God, fuck me, Big Daddy," and so on. Her voice had gone soft and breathy, and I was horrified to feel my dick lengthen. Again. Some do. She burst into laughter. "It's ridiculous!" I fought a smile, loving her natural confidence even on a topic I suspected she had little experience with. "Maybe they do need my cock. Wouldn't you like to want someone so much you need their cock?" She took a long pull on her iced tea, considering this. "Actually, yeah. I don't think I've ever wanted someone so much I would beg for it. A cookie? Yes. A cock? No." "That would have to be one hell of a cookie." "Oh, it was." Laughing, I asked, "What movie was it?" She looked up at the ceiling, not blushing, not even a little embarrassed. "Frisky Freshman? Something like that. A lot of college girls having sex with a lot of college guys. It was kind of fascinating, actually." I fell quiet, losing my thoughts down a weird trail from college co-eds to Ziggy at work in the lab, to Jensen's hope that she would make new friends, to the bartender hitting on her right in front of me, to my still lengthened cock. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "Nothing, really." She put her tea down and turned on her stool to stare at me. "How is that possible? How can men say they're not thinking about anything?" "I'm not thinking about anything of substance. How's that?" I clarified. "We're talking about porn and you're not even thinking about sex?" "Strangely, no," I said. "I'm thinking about how naive and sweet you are. I'm wondering what I've agreed to do here when I said I would help you figure out the whole dating world. I'm worried I'm going to make you into the most vulnerable bombshell in the history of the planet." "You were thinking of all of that just now." I nodded. "Wow, that's something of substance." Her voice had gone quiet and soft, kind of like her pretend porn voice, but with real words and real emotion. But when I looked over at her, she was staring out the window. "I'm not naive and sweet, though, Will. I know what you mean, but I've always been kind of obsessed with sex. Mostly the mechanics of it. Why different things work for different people. Why some people like sex one way and others like it another. Is it anatomy? Is it psychology? Are our bodies really organized that differently? Things like that." I had literally no idea how to respond to this, so I just drank. I'd never thought about these things, had instead preferred to just try anything and everything that a given woman wanted, but I found that I really liked that Ziggy pondered all of this. "But lately, I'm kind of figuring out what I like," she admitted. "That's fun, but it's hard not having a way to figure it out firsthand. Hence, porn." She took a long drink and then grinned over at me. 2 weeks ago, if Ziggy had said something like this to me, I would have been secondhand embarrassed for her to be so open in her inexperience. Now I found that I wanted to protect it just a little. "I can't believe I'm encouraging this conversation, but I worry porn might give you a false sense of what sex should be like." "How so?" "Because the sex you see in porn isn't very realistic." Laughing, she asked, "You mean most men don't have a Pringle can in their pants?" This time I didn't joke. "That's one difference, yes." "I have had sex before, Will. Just not much variation. Porn is a good way to see what rings the old bell, if you know what I'm saying." "You surprise me, Ziggy Bergstrom." She didn't respond for several long beats. "That isn't my name, you know." "I know, but it is what I call you." "Will you always call me Ziggy?" "Probably. Does it bother you?" She shrugged, swiveling on her stool to face me again. "A little, maybe? I mean, it doesn't really fit me anymore. Only my family calls me that, not like friends." I don't think you're a kid, if that's what you're worried about. No, that isn't what I'm worried about. Everyone grows up being a kid and learns how to be a grown-up. I feel like I've always known how to be a grown-up, and I'm just learning how to be a kid. Maybe Ziggy was my grown-up name. Maybe I want to let loose a little. I tweaked her ear, and she squealed, pulling away. So you start to let loose by watching porn? Exactly. She studied the side of my face. Can I ask you some personal things? You need my permission now. She giggled, shoving my shoulder. I'm serious. I slid my empty pint glass down the bar a little and turned to meet her eyes. You can ask me anything you want if you buy me another beer. She raised her hand, catching the bartender's attention immediately. Pointing, she said, Another Guinness, before turning back to me. Are you ready? I shrugged. Leaning forward, she asked, Guys really like the anal, don't they? I closed my eyes for a beat, holding in a laugh. It's just called anal, not the anal. Don't they? She repeated. Sighing, I rubbed my face. Did I even want to go there with her? I guess. I mean, yeah. So you've done it. Seriously, Ziggy? And you don't think about how you're in... I held up a hand. No. You don't even know what I was going to say. I do. I know you, Ziggs. I know exactly what you were going to say. She made a face, turning back to the television above the bar, where the Knicks were killing the Heat. Guys can just turn off their brains. I don't even get that. Then you haven't had sex worth turning off your brain for. I think you turn your brain off even for mediocre sex. Laughing, I admitted. Probably. I mean, you had mussels for dinner. That's like sinewy, chewy sea shit. But still, you could give me a blowjob and I wouldn't be thinking about how you just swallowed mussels. I detected a hint of a blush beneath her cheeks. You'd be thinking about my awesome blowjob skills. I stared at her. What? She started laughing, shaking her head at me. See? You're already speechless and I haven't even done anything yet. Men are so easy. It's true. Guys would fuck every orifice they could. Every fuckable orifice. Turning on my seat to face her, I asked, What? Well, not every orifice is fuckable. Like a nose or an ear. You obviously haven't heard the man from Nantucket. No. She wrinkled her nose, and I glanced at her freckles. Tonight her lips seemed especially red, but I could tell she wasn't wearing makeup. They were just flushed. Everyone has heard this. It's a dirty limerick. With me? She pointed to her chest, and I struggled not to look down. This doesn't increase the odds. There once was a man from Nantucket, whose dick was so long he could suck it. He said with a grin, with some cum on his chin, If my ear was a cunt, I could fuck it. She regarded me steadily. That's kind of gross. I loved that this was her first reaction. Which part? The cum on his chin or the ear fucking? Ignoring that, she asked, Would you suck your own dick if you could? I started to say there is no way in hell, but then reconsidered. If it was even possible, I probably would at least once, just out of curiosity. I guess. Would you swallow? Jesus, Ziggs, you're really making me think here. You have to think about it? I mean, I would sound like an asshole if I said there is no way I would swallow. But there is really no way I would swallow. We're talking about a hypothetical situation where I'm sucking my own dick, and I like it when girls swallow. Not every girl swallows, though. My heart picked up. Not only faster, but harder, as if it were punching me from the inside. This conversation felt like it was careening quickly out of control. Do you? Ignoring that, she asked, But guys don't really like going down on girls, do they? I mean, if you're being totally honest. I like going down on some girls, not everyone I'm with, and not for the reason you're thinking. It's intimate, and not every woman is totally relaxed about it, which makes it hard to have fun. I don't know, for me a blowjob is like a hand job, but feels way better. But giving a girl head, I feel like that's a little farther into a relationship. It requires trust. I've never done either. They both seem pretty intimate to me. I stopped, quietly thanked the bartender when he put the beer down in front of me, but had no idea how to restrain the weird victory surging in my blood. What was that even about? It wasn't like I was going to be her first head. It wasn't like I could go there with her. Besides, Ziggy was so upfront about what she wanted. With a tightening of my gut, I realized that if she wanted me that way, she probably would have already said it. She would have walked up to me, put her hand on my chest, and said, "Would you fuck me?" "See?" she asked, leaning closer to grab my attention. "What are you thinking about now?" Tilting my bottle to my lips, I said, "Nothing." "If I was a violent woman, my palm would be smacking your cheek right now." This made me laugh. "Fine. I was just thinking that it's a little unusual for you to have had sex before but not giving anyone oral sex, or been on the receiving end." "I mean," she started, leaning back a little on her bar stool, "I guess I kind of gave this one guy a blowjob, but I literally had no idea what I was doing, so I ended up just going back up to the face zone." "Guys are pretty easy. You stroke up and down and we shoot." "No, I mean, I get that. I just mean for me, how to do it and breathe and not worry that I would bite him. Have you ever walked through a china section at a fancy store and you have that panic moment when you're totally sure you're going to flail suddenly and break all of the Waterford crystal?" I leaned over, laughing. This girl was fucking unreal. "So you're worried when you have a dick in your mouth you're just going to bite?" She started laughing too, and then before I knew it, we were doubled over at the prospect. But almost at the same time, we died down a little, and I realized she was staring at my mouth. "Some guys like teeth," I said quietly. "Some guys? Like you?" Swallowing, I admitted. "Yeah, I like girls to be a little rough." "Like scratching and biting and stuff?" "Yeah." A charged thrill ran through me just hearing her say those words. I swallowed heavily, wondering how long it would be before I'd be able to get the image of her doing those things out of my head. "How many guys have you been with?" I asked. She took a sip of her iced tea before answering. 5. "You've never given head, but you've had sex with 5 guys?" My stomach dropped into an abyss, and although I knew my irritation was wildly hypocritical, I couldn't rein it in. "Holy shit, Ziggs, when?" She rolled her eyes, actually laughing at me. "I lost my virginity when I was 16. The summer you worked with my dad, actually." Covering my mouth with her hand when I started to protest, she added, "Don't even start on me, Will. I know you probably lost yours when you were 13. I closed my mouth, sat up. She'd guessed right. With a knowing smile, she continued, "And please, I'm sure you've had sex with hundreds of women. 5 is not that many. I slept with a few guys over the next couple of years and then decided I was doing it wrong. It wasn't very interesting. I had one boyfriend in college for a little while, but I feel like I'm broken. Sex is kind of fun until the actual sex part. Then I'm like, wonder if I have enough cells plated to run the dose-response curve with the tool compound tomorrow." That's pathetic. I know. Sex is not boring. She studied me and then shrugged. I don't think it's supposed to be boring. I think it's boring because most guys my age have no idea what to do with the female body. She looked away, and I almost told her to come back. I was growing addicted to the buzz I felt when she was looking directly at me. I'm not blaming them. That's some complicated stuff down there. She waved a hand over her lap. It's just been so long since I met anyone who made me want to see what the big fuss is about. She looked at my lips before blinking away and studying the wall of draft beers on tap. I blinked down to my beer in front of me, turned it in little circles on the coaster. Of course she was right, and so many women I knew had sex for reasons other than getting off. Kitty once told me she felt close to me after we fucked. She said it right as I'd begun mentally cataloging my fridge. I felt so much closer to Hannah right now than I'd ever felt to Kitty before, during, or after sex. Something about her made me feel hungry, like I wanted to be as honest and calm about everything in my life as she was. I wanted to know Hannah, to hear her thoughts on everything. I paused, my fresh beer partway to my lips, and registered that I'd thought of her as Hannah. It sort of felt like letting out a long-held breath. Ziggy was Jensen's sister. Ziggy was the kid I never knew. Hannah was this uninhibited, self-possessed woman in front of me, who I was pretty sure was going to effectively wreck my world.
Chapter 5. I'd come to a decision. If I was going to monopolize Will's time and insist on training with him, then I would have to actually, train for something. I'd decided to get serious, to stop thinking of it as a game and start really treating it like an experiment. I started going to bed at a decent hour, so I could get up and run with him and still get to the lab early enough for a full day of work at the bench. I expanded my running wardrobe to include some quality workout gear and an extra pair of shoes. I stopped thinking of Starbucks as a food group and cut back on the complaining. And with much flailing on my part and much reassurance on his, we signed up for a half marathon in mid-April. I was terrified. But it turned out Will was right. It did get easier. Just a few weeks in and my lungs had stopped burning, my shins had stopped feeling like they were made of brittle sticks, and I no longer felt like vomiting by the time we reached the end of the trail. In fact, we'd actually been able to increase our distance and move to his normal trail along the outer loop. Will said if I could handle the 6 miles a day and get up to 8-mile runs twice a week, he wouldn't need to train additionally without me. It wasn't just that it started to feel good. I'd started to see a difference, too. Thanks to genetics, I'd always been relatively thin, but never what you'd call fit. My stomach was a tad soft, my arms did that weird jiggle thing when I waved, and there was always this damn little pooch over the top of my jeans if I didn't keep that shit sucked in. But now, things were changing, and I wasn't the only one who noticed. So, what's happening here? Chloe asked, eyeing me from inside my closet. She pointed a finger at me and swept it around. You look different. Different? I asked. The point of Project Ziggy actually wasn't to spend as much time as possible with Will, even though he was quickly becoming my favorite person, but to help me find balance, to have a life outside the lab. In the past couple of weeks, Chloe and Sarah had become an important part of the effort, dragging me out for dinner or coming over to just hang for a few hours at my apartment. This particular Thursday evening, they'd brought takeout, and we'd somehow migrated into my room, where Chloe had taken it upon herself to go through my closet, deciding what could stay and what absolutely had to go. Different, good, she clarified, and then turned to Sarah, who was stretched across my bed, thumbing through some sort of financial file for work. Don't you think so? Sarah looked up, eyes narrowing as she considered me. Definitely good. Happy, maybe? Chloe was already nodding. Was just going to say that. There's definitely some kind of glowy thing happening in your cheeks, and your ass looks amazing in those pants. I looked at my reflection, checked out the front, and turned to see the back. My ass did look pretty happy. My front wasn't too bad either. My pants are a little loose, I noted, checking the size. And look! No muffin top! Well, that's always a plus, Sarah said with a laugh, shaking her head, then going back to her documents. Chloe started putting things on hangers, shoving others into plastic bags. You're toning up. What have you been doing? Just running. And lots of stretching. Will is big on the stretching. He added sit-ups to our routine last week, and let me be clear on how much I hate those. I continued to study my reflection, adding, I can't remember the last time I had a cookie, and that feels like a crime. Still training with Will, huh? Chloe asked, and I couldn't miss the look that passed between her and Sarah. The look that said I'd just dropped a giant nugget of awesome in their lap, and they were going to talk it to death and then dissect it until I begged for mercy. Yeah, every morning. Will trains with you every morning? Chloe asked. Another look exchanged. I nodded, moved to pick up a few errant things lying around. We meet at the park. Did you know he does triathlons? He's in great shape. I snapped my mouth shut, realizing it probably wasn't safe to be as obliviously unfiltered with Chloe as it was with Will. I knew her well enough at this point to know she didn't let very many things slide. And, indeed, she lifted a brow and reached up, pushing a thick wave of dark hair behind her shoulder. So, about William. I hummed, folding a pair of socks together. Do you see him outside of this daily running date? I could feel their attention like heated laser beams on the side of my face, so I nodded, not looking over at either of them. He's very handsome, Chloe added. Danger, danger, my brain warned. He is. Have you seen each other naked? My eyes shot to Chloe's. What? Chloe, Sarah groaned. No, I insisted. We're just friends. Chloe snorted, moving to the closet with a handful of clothes draped over her arms. Right. We run in the mornings, meet up for coffee sometimes, maybe breakfast, I said, shrugging and ignoring the way my honesty meter seemed to flare into the red zone. Lately, we'd been having breakfast together almost every morning, and talked at least one other time during the day. I'd even started to call him for advice on my experiments when Limaki was traveling or just busy, or just because I valued his scientific opinion. Just friends. I glanced at Sarah. Her eyes were trained on her papers, but she was smiling, shaking her head. Bullshit, Chloe all but sang. Will Sumner doesn't have any women in his life that are just friends, outside of family and the two of us. This is true, Sarah reluctantly agreed. I didn't say anything, just turned and began searching through my drawers for a sweater. I could feel Chloe watching me, though, could feel the pressure of her gaze against the back of my head. I'd never had a lot of female friends, and I definitely never had one like Chloe Mills. But even I was smart enough to be a little afraid of her. I got the distinct impression that even Bennett was a little afraid of her. I found the cardigan I'd been hunting for and slipped it over my favorite Firefly t-shirt, doing my best to keep my expression neutral and my head free of anything Will-related that ventured outside of the friend zone. Something told me these two would see through that in a second. How long have you guys known each other? Sarah asked. He and Max go way back, but I've only known him since I moved to New York. Same here, Chloe added. Spill, Bergstrom. He's too smug, and we need some ammo. I laughed, grateful for the semi-shift in topic. What do you want to know? Well, you knew him when he was in college. Was he a giant dork? Please say he was in the chess club or something, Chloe said, hopeful. Ha, no. I'm pretty sure he was the guy who turned 18 and all of the moms wanted to bang. I frowned, considering. Actually, I think I might have heard that exact story from Jensen. Max said something about him dating your sister? Sarah asked. I chewed on my lip and shook my head. They hooked up once over a holiday, but I think they just made out. He met my oldest brother, Jensen, on their first day of college, and then he lived with us and worked with my dad after graduation. I'm the youngest, so I didn't really hang around with them that much other than at meals. Stop evading, Chloe said, narrowing her eyes. You have to know more. I laughed. Let's see. He's the youngest, too. He has two sisters who are way older than him, but I've never met them. I get the feeling he was sort of mothered a lot. I remember hearing him talk one time about how his parents are both physicians, and they divorced long before he was born. Years later, they met up at a medical conference, got drunk, and reconnected for one night. And boom, Will, Sarah guessed. I nodded slowly. Yeah, but his mom raised him. So his sisters are 12 and 14 years older than he is. He was their little baby. Well, that would explain why he thinks women were put on this earth to cater to him, Chloe added, flopping on the bed next to Sarah. That didn't sit right with me, and I sat down shaking my head. I don't know if it's that. I think he just really, really likes women. And they seem to like him too, I added. He grew up surrounded by women, so he knows how they think, what they want to hear. He definitely knows how to play the game, Sarah said. God, some of the stuff Max has told me. I thought back to Jensen's wedding and watching Will slip off otherwise unnoticed with two women at once. I was pretty sure that wasn't the first or last time something like that had happened. Women have always loved him, I said. I can remember overhearing some of my mom's friends talk about him when he worked for Dad. Jesus, the things they would have done to that boy. Cougars, Chloe squealed, delighted. I love it. God, every girl was in love with him. I pulled a pillow to my chest, remembering. I had a few girlfriends in school. I was 12 the first time he came home with Jensen, and they would find all these crazy reasons to need to come over. One of them pretended like she had to return my sweater on Christmas Eve, and it was her sweater she gave me. I mean, picture Will now, but as a 19-year-old guy, playful, clearly wise to the ways of the female body, and with that damn cheeky smile. He was in a band, had tattoos. He was walking sex. Then, when he lived with us over the summer, he was 24 and I was 16. It was unbearable. It was like it offended him to wear a shirt in the house, and he had to show off all that smooth, perfect man skin. I broke out of my memory to see both of them grinning at me. What? Those were some very lascivious descriptions, Hannah, Sarah said. Glancing over at her, I asked, Did you just use the word lascivious? She most certainly did, Chloe said, and I agree. I feel like I just watched something dirty. I groaned, getting up off the bed. So, clearly teenage Hannah had a bit of a crush on Will, Sarah said. But, more importantly, what does 24-year-old Hannah think of him now? I had to think on this for a beat, because to be honest, I thought about Will a lot, and in every possible way. I thought about his body and his dirty mouth, and of course all the things he could do with them, but I also thought about his brain and his heart. I think he's surprisingly sweet, and he's absurdly smart. He's a total player, but underneath that, a genuinely good guy. And you haven't thought about banging him at all? I stared at Chloe. What? She stared right back at me. What? You're both young and hot. There's a history there. I bet it'd be incredible. Hundreds of images flashed through my mind in only a few seconds, and even though I thought about banging him more than I should probably even admit to myself, I forced the words out. I am absolutely not having sex with Will. Sarah shrugged. Not yet, maybe. I turned to her. Aren't you supposed to be the demure one? A laugh burst out of Chloe's mouth, and she shook her head, giving Sarah a playfully scolding look. Demure. It's always the ones who seem sweet and innocent. Trust me. Well, regardless, I said, Will thinks of me as a little sister. Chloe sat up, pinning me with a serious expression. I can tell you that when a man meets a woman, he puts her in one of two categories: unequivocal friend or possible banging candidate. Doesn't he have scheduled booty calls? I asked, wrinkling my nose. I liked the idea of dating, but I got the impression that Will was more structured in his relationships than just a conversation about keeping things casual. To have regular nights scheduled the way he seemed to, I wasn't sure I could get behind that kind of boundary regarding something as fluid and shapeless as sex. Sarah nodded. Lately, Kitty is Tuesday nights, Christy is Saturday evening. She hummed thoughtfully and added, I don't think he's seeing Laura anymore, but I'm sure others make cameos here and there. Chloe shot her a look and Sarah stared back. I blinked away, letting them have their little showdown in private. I'm not suggesting she fall in love with him, Chloe said. Just bang the hell out of him. I'm only making sure everyone knows the score, Sarah answered, a challenge in her eyes. Well, I started, it doesn't matter anyway. Given that he's my brother's best friend, I think we can pretty safely assume I am in unequivocal friend territory. Has he talked about your boobs? Chloe asked. I felt the heated blush crawl up my neck. Will talked about, stared at, and seemed to idolize my chest. Yes. Chloe smiled, smug. I rest my case. The next morning, I'm sure Will was convinced I was on some sort of mood-altering medication, or needed to be. I was distracted during our run and kept going over my conversation with Sarah and Chloe in my mind. Not only was I thinking about how often Will looked at my boobs, gestured to my boobs, and spoke to my boobs, I was unfortunately thinking about Will with the other women I knew were in his life, what he did with them, how they felt when they were with him, and if they had as much fun with him as I did. Plus the fact that he was probably naked with women. A lot. This, of course, led to me thinking about Will naked, which did nothing to help my focus or my ability to go in a straight line down the path in front of me. I forced my thoughts away from the man running in easy silence beside me and to the work I had waiting at the lab, the report I needed to finish, the exams I needed to help Limaki grade. But later, when Will leaned over me, stretching my right leg after I'd basically crumpled on the trail from a leg cramp, he stared at me so intently, his eyes moving slowly over my face. Every thought I'd tried to banish came rushing back. My stomach twisted and a delicious heat spread from my chest and down to the neglected ache between my legs. I felt like I was melting into the cold ground. You okay? He asked quietly. I was only able to nod. His brows drew together. You're so quiet this morning. Just thinking, I murmured. His sexy little smile appeared, and I felt my heart trip and then begin to hammer in my chest. Well, I hope you're not thinking about porn or blowjobs or how you want to experiment with sex, because if you think you're keeping that shit to yourself, you're in trouble. We have a rhythm now, Ziggs. I took a particularly long shower after that run. I'd never been a texter. In fact, before Will, my only texts had consisted of one-word responses to my family or coworkers. Are you still coming? Yes. Can you pick up a bottle of wine? Sure. Are you bringing a date? Ignore. Until a week ago, when I'd finally unwrapped the iPhone Niels had given me for Christmas, I still used a flip phone Jensen teased was the first cell phone ever made. Who had time to type 100 messages when I could call and get it over with in less than a minute? It definitely didn't seem very efficient. But with Will, it was fun. And I had to admit, the new phone made it easier. He would text me random thoughts throughout the day, send me pictures of his face when I made a particularly bad joke, or a photo of his lunch when the chicken breast he'd been served was shaped like a penis. So, after my relaxing shower, when my phone buzzed in the other room, I wasn't surprised to see it was Will. What I was surprised by, however, was the question. What are you wearing? I felt my brows pull together in confusion. It was random, but by far not the weirdest thing he'd ever asked me. We were meeting for breakfast in a half hour, and maybe he was worried I would show up looking, as he liked to say, like a graduate student hobo. I looked down at the towel around my otherwise naked chest and typed, black jeans, yellow top, blue sweater. No, Ziggy. I mean, insert innuendo, what are you wearing? Now I really was confused. I don't get it, I typed. I'm sexting you. I paused, looked down at the phone for a few more seconds before responding with, what? He typed so much faster than I did, and his response appeared almost immediately. It's not nearly as hot when I have to explain it. New rule. You need to be at least borderline competent in the art of sexting. Understanding went off like a light bulb in my head. Oh! And, sexting. Clever, Will. While I appreciate your enthusiasm and the fact that you think I'm witty enough to have come up with that, he replied, I didn't invent the term. It's been around in popular culture for quite some time, you know. Now answer the question. I paced the room thinking, okay, an assignment. I could do this. I tried to think of all the sexy innuendo I'd ever heard in movies, and of course, in the moment, could not think of a single thing. I thought back on every pickup line I'd heard my brother Eric use, and then shuddered, reconsidering. I drew a total blank. Well, actually I'm not dressed yet, I typed. I was standing here, trying to decide if it's against the rules to go without underpants, because I think my skirt shows all the lines, but I hate wearing thongs. I stared at the phone as the little dots indicated he was replying. Shit, that was pretty good, kid. But don't say underpants. Or blouse. Never sexy. Don't make fun of me. I don't know what to say. I feel like an idiot standing here naked, texting you. I waited. A few moments passed before my phone lit up again. Okay, so you've obviously gotten the hang of it. Now say something dirty. Dirty? I'm waiting. Oh, God. Did I have time to Google something? No. I searched my mind and typed the first semi-dirty thing I could think of. Sometimes when we're running and you're controlling your breathing and lost in the rhythm of it, I wonder what noises you make during sex. So maybe that was a bit more than semi-dirty, and for what felt like an eternity, he didn't reply. Oh, God. I put my phone down, convinced that Will was going to walk away and not reply ever again. He probably wanted something playful and not so honest. I walked into the bathroom, pulled a brush through my wet hair, and then piled it into a knot on top of my head. In the other room, I heard my phone buzz on the desk. Whoa, was the first message. The second message. Way to just dive on in there. Okay, I'm gonna need a minute. Or 5. OMG, I'm so sorry, I typed, with stupid fumbling fingers and completely ready to climb into a hole and die. I mean, sorry, I can't believe I said that. You're kidding me, he replied. That was like Christmas. Clearly, I need to up my game. Hold on, I might need to stretch first. I rolled my eyes. Waiting. Your tits looked great today. That's all you got? I typed. Honestly, he'd said more perverted things to my face. To my boobs. Did he really think he was schooling me in being sexy right now? Really? You're completely unimpressed? Zzz. Can I see your tits next time? Well, I felt a little warmth in my cheeks, but there was no way I was admitting that. Yawn. I smiled like an idiot at my phone. The little text bubble appeared in the window to show that he'd started typing. I waited, and waited. Finally, can I touch them? Taste them? I hitched my towel up higher over my breasts and swallowed, shaking. My face wasn't the only thing that was warm now. I replied, "That was a little better. Can I lick them and then fuck them?" I dropped my phone and scrambled to pick it up. "Pretty good," I typed with shaking hands. I closed my eyes, struggling to push away the image of Will's hips moving over my chest, his cock sliding over the skin between my breasts. I could almost feel his determination through the phone when he said, "Let me know when you need a minute of alone time. Are you ready?" No, absolutely not. Yes. "You were wearing this shirt the other day, the pink one. Your tits looked fucking phenomenal, full and soft. I could see your nipples when the wind picked up. All I could think about was what you'd feel like in my hands, your nipples against my tongue, what my cock would look like against your skin, and how it would feel to come all over your neck." Holy shit. "Will, can I just call you?" "Why?" "Because it's hard to type with one hand." He didn't reply for a minute, and I let myself imagine he'd dropped his phone this time. But then he replied, "Yes! Are you touching yourself?" I laughed, typing, "Gotcha," and then threw my phone to the side and closed my eyes. Because yes, I absolutely was. Since at the end of our run I'd agreed to meet Will for breakfast at Sarah Beth's, after I finished thinking about his texts, I hurried to dress and ran out the door. Despite the temperature, and the snow starting to fall, I felt the heat of my blush all the way to 93rd, and wondered if it was possible to sit across from him and not have him figure out I'd just masturbated to his texts. Things felt like they were veering off course, and I tried to remember when it had happened. Was it the run earlier this morning when he'd hovered over my body, looking as if he were climbing on top of me? Or was it a couple of weeks back at the bar when we'd started talking about porn and sex? Maybe it was even before that, the first day we went running together and he'd slipped a hat on my head, giving me a smile that made me feel like I'd just been fucked against a wall. This was not going well. Friends, I reminded myself. Secret agent assignment. Learn the ways of the ninja and escape unharmed. I kept my head down as I crunched through the thin layer of snow, cursing the March weather as snowflakes tangled in my loose hair. A young couple was just leaving the restaurant, and I managed to slip in through the open door as they passed. "Zig," I heard, and looked up to see Will smiling down at me from the loft seating area. I waved before I walked to the stairs, taking off my hat and scarf as I went. "Fancy seeing you again," he said, standing as I neared the table. I found myself becoming irrationally annoyed by his good manners, even more so by his still damp hair and the way his sweater clung to his unending torso. He had a white shirt underneath, and with the sleeves pushed up his forearms, the lines of his tattoos peeked out from beneath the folded cuffs. Gorgeous asshole. "Morning," I said back. "A little grumpy. Maybe a little tense." Scowling, I said, "No." He laughed as we each took a seat. "I ordered your food." "What?" "Your breakfast. The lemon pancakes with berries, right? And that flower juice thing?" "Yeah," I answered, eyeing him from across the table. I picked up my napkin and unfolded it, laying it across my lap. He bent to meet my eyes, looking a little anxious. "Did you want something else? I can get the waitress." "No." I took a deep breath, opened my mouth, and closed it again. It was such a small thing. The food I always ordered, the type of juice I liked, the fact that he'd known exactly how to stretch me this morning. But it felt big, important somehow. It made me feel a little bad that he'd been so sweet, and I couldn't seem to keep my head out of his pants. "I just can't believe you remembered that." He shrugged. "No big deal. It's breakfast, Zigzag. I'm not donating a kidney here." I forced away the unreasonably bitchy attitude that flared up at that. "Well, it was just really nice. You surprise me sometimes." He looked somewhat taken aback. How so? I sighed, deflating somewhat into my chair. I just assumed you'd treat me more like a kid. As soon as I said this, it was clear he didn't like it. He sat back in his chair and let out a slow breath, so I continued on, rambling. I know you're giving up your peace and quiet to let me run with you. I know you've canceled plans with your non-girlfriends and had to rearrange things to make time for me, and I want you to know that I appreciate it. You're a really great friend, Will. His brows drew together, and he stared down at his ice water instead of looking at me. Thanks. Just, helping out Jensen's baby sister. Right, I said, feeling my irritation flare up again. I wanted to take his water and dunk it over my own head. What was with the hot temper? Right, he repeated, blinking up to me and wearing a playful little smile that immediately diffused my crazy and made my girl parts perk right back up. At least, that's the story we'll tell everyone.
Chapter 6. Something had changed. Some switch had flipped in the past few days, and there was a leaden weight between us now. It had started a few mornings ago, on our run when she was quiet and distracted, and had fallen to her side when her leg cramped up. Afterwards, at breakfast, she'd clearly been irritated, but that was easy to read. She was fighting something. She was annoyed in the same way I was, as if we should be able to wrestle against this magnet that seemed intent on pulling us to a different place. A non-friend zone place. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, and I jerked upright when Hannah's picture lit up the screen. I tried to ignore the warm hum of levity I felt, simply because she was calling. Hey, Ziggs. Come to a party with me tonight, she said simply, completely bypassing any traditional greeting. The classic sign of a nervous Hannah. She paused, and then added more quietly. It's Saturday. Unless you have an otherwise platonic, regularly scheduled sex partner over. I ignored the elaborate, implied second question, and considered only the first, imagining a party in a conference room at the Columbia Biology Department, with 2-liter bottles of soda, chips, and grocery store salsa. What kind of party? She paused on the other end of the line. A housewarming party. I smiled at the phone, growing suspicious. What kind of house? On the other end of the line, she let out a groan of surrender. Okay, fine. It's a grad student party. A guy in my department and his friends just moved into a new apartment. I'm sure it's a shithole. I want to go, but I want you to come with me. Laughing, I asked, so it's going to be a grad school rager? Will they have kegs and Fritos? Dr. Sumner, she sighed, don't be a snob. I'm not being a snob, I said. I'm being a man in his early 30s who finished grad school years ago and considers it a wild night when he goads Max into spending over $1,000 on a bottle of scotch. Just come with me. I promise you'll have an awesome time. I sighed, staring at a half-empty bottle of beer on my coffee table. Will I be the oldest person there? Probably, she admitted. But I know for a fact you'll also be the hottest. I laughed at this, and then considered my night without this option. I'd canceled on Christy, and I still wasn't really sure why. That was a lie. I knew exactly why. I felt weird, like maybe I was being unfair to Hannah by being with other women when she seemed to be giving so much of herself to me. When I told Christy I needed a rain check, I knew she heard something else in my voice. She didn't question why or try to reschedule, the way Kitty would have. I suspected I wouldn't be sleeping with that particular blonde again. Will? Sighing, I stood and walked over to where I'd left my shoes near the front door. Okay, fine, I'll come. But wear a shirt that shows off your tits so I have something to entertain me if I get bored. She let out a small, breathy laugh, managing to sound both girlish and seductive. You have yourself a deal. It was exactly what I'd expected. A serial renter to poverty-level graduate students, and an entirely familiar scene. I was hit with a small wave of nostalgia as we stepped inside the cramped apartment. The 2 couches were droopy futons with stained drab covers. The television was propped on a board balanced between 2 milk crates. The coffee table looked like it had seen better days, before having some very bad days, and then had been given to these guys to trash further. In the kitchen, a horde of bearded, hipster grad students huddled around a keg of Yingling, and there were assorted half-bottles of cheap booze and mixers on the counter. But from the look on Hannah's face, you'd think we just stepped into heaven. Beside me, she bounced a little and then reached for my hand, squeezing it. "I'm so glad you came with me." "Seriously, have you actually ever been to a party before?" I asked. "Once," she admitted, pulling me deeper into the mayhem. "In college. I drank 4 shots of Bacardi and barfed on some guy's shoes. I still have no idea how I got home." The image made my stomach twist. I'd seen that girl, wide-eyed, trying out wild, at virtually every party I'd been to in college and grad school. I hated to think of that girl ever being Hannah. In my eyes, she was always smarter than that, more self-aware. She was still talking, and I leaned in to catch the rest of what she said. "Wild nights were mostly spent playing Magic in our dorm lounge and sipping ouzo. Well, everyone else would be drinking ouzo. I can barely smell it without wanting to puke." She looked back at me over her shoulder, clarifying. "My roommate was Greek." Hannah introduced me to a couple of people, mostly guys. There was a Dylan, a Howe, an Aaron, and what I think was an anal. One of them handed Hannah a cocktail made with a trendy plum sake and fizzy soda water. I knew Hannah wasn't much of a drinker, and my protective instincts kicked in. "Would you rather have something non-alcoholic?" I asked her, loud enough for the others to hear me. What dicks, just assuming she wanted booze. They all waited for her to answer, but she sipped the drink and made a quiet cooing noise. "This is so good. Holy crap." Apparently she liked it. "Just make sure I only have the one," she whispered to me, sliding closer into my side. "Otherwise I can't be held responsible for my actions." Well, fuck. With that one line, she managed to derail my plans to be the good big brother figure for the evening. Hannah drank her cocktail faster than I expected, and her cheeks grew rosy. Her smile lingered. She met my eyes, and I could see her happiness there, lighting her up. Christ, she's pretty, I thought, wishing she and I were alone at my place watching a movie, and making a mental note to make that happen soon. I looked around the room and realized how many more people had joined the party. The kitchen was growing crowded. Another graduate student joined our little circle partway into a conversation about the craziest professors in the department and introduced herself to me, stepping between me and Dylan on my right. To my left, I could feel Hannah watching my reaction. I felt hyper-conscious around her, seeing myself through her eyes. She was right when she said I noticed women. But while this other woman was pretty, she did nothing for me, especially not with Hannah so nearby. Did Hannah really think I made a habit of having sex with someone every single time I went anywhere? I met her eyes and gave her a scolding look. Hannah giggled, mouthing, "I know you." "You really don't," I murmured. And fuck it, I let it all out. There's still so much you could learn. She stared up at me for several long, loaded beats. I could see her pulse in her neck, see the way her chest rose and fell with her quickened breathing. She looked down, put her hand on my bicep, and ran her fingertips over the tattoo of the phonograph I had done when my grandfather died. In unison, we stepped away from the group, sharing a secret little smile. Fuck, this girl makes me feel unhinged. "Tell me about this one," she whispered. "I got that a year ago when my pop died. He taught me how to play the bass. He listened to music every second he was awake, every day." "Tell me about one I've never seen before," she said, attention moving to my lips. I closed my eyes for a beat, thinking. I have the word no written just over my smallest rib on my left side. Laughing, she stepped closer close enough for me to smell the sweet plum drink on her breath. Why? I got it when I was drunk in grad school. I was on an anti-religion kick and didn't like the idea that God made Eve out of Adam's rib. Hannah threw her head back, laughing my favorite laugh, the one that came from her belly and took over her entire body. "You're so fucking pretty," I murmured, without thinking, running my thumb over her cheek. She jerked her head back upright and, with a lingering glance to my mouth, pulled me out of the kitchen, a small, devilish smile on her face. "Where are we going?" I asked, letting her lead me down a narrow hall lined with closed doors. "Shh! I'll lose my nerve if I say it before we're there. Just come with me." Little did she know I'd follow her down this hallway even if it caught fire. I'd come to this dirty bohemian party with her after all. At a random closed door, Hannah stopped, knocked, and waited. She pressed her ear to the wood, smiled up at me, and when we heard nothing, turned the knob, letting out a cute, nervous squeak. The room was dark, blessedly empty, and still relatively sterile from the recent move. A bed was freshly made in the middle of the room, and a dresser was pressed tight in a corner, but the far wall was still lined with boxes. "Whose room is this?" I asked. "I'm not sure." Reaching around, she flipped the lock at my back, and then stared up at me, smiling. "Hi." "Hi, Hannah." Her mouth dropped open, and her beautiful eyes went wide. "You didn't call me Ziggy." Smiling, I whispered, "I know." "Say it again." Her voice came out husky, as if she was asking me to touch her again, to kiss her again. And maybe when I'd called her Hannah, it felt like a kiss. It certainly had to me. And part of me, a very large part of me, decided I didn't care anymore. I didn't care that I'd kissed her sister 12 years ago, and her brother was one of my closest friends. I didn't care that Hannah was 7 years younger than I was, and, in many ways, very innocent. I didn't care that I'd probably fuck it up, or that my past would bother her. We were alone, in a dark room, and every inch of my skin felt like it was buzzing with my need for her to touch me. "Hannah," I said quietly. The 2 syllables filled my head, hijacked my pulse. She smiled a secretive little smile, and then looked at my mouth. Her tongue slipped out, wetting her bottom lip. "What's going on, Miss Steek?" I whispered. "What are we doing in this very dark bedroom, exchanging flirty eyes?" She held up her hands, her words coming out in a breathless tumble. "This room is Vegas, okay? What happens here stays here, or rather, what's said here stays here." I nodded, mesmerized by the soft curve of her bottom lip. "Okay." "If it's weird, or if I cross a friendship boundary that by some force of magic I haven't yet crossed, just tell me, and we'll leave, and it will be the same level of ridiculous it was before we walked in." I whispered, "Okay," again, and watched as she took a deep, shaky breath. She was tipsy and nervous. Anticipation pricked along the back of my neck and down my spine. "I'm so wound up around you," she said quietly. "Just me?" I asked, smiling. She shrugged. "I want you to teach me things, not just about how to be around guys, but how to be with a guy. I think about it all the time, and I know you're comfortable doing this stuff without being in a relationship, and—" She trailed off, looking up at me in the dark room. "We're friends, right?" I knew with absolute certainty where this was going, and murmured, "Whatever it is, I'll do it." "You don't know what I'm asking." Laughing, I whispered, "So ask." She stepped a little closer, put her hand on my chest, and I closed my eyes as her warm palm slid down to my stomach. I wondered for a beat if she could feel my heart hammering all the way down my torso. I felt my pulse everywhere, slamming through my chest and all along my skin. "I watched another movie," she said. "A porny one." "I see. Those movies are actually pretty bad." She said this quietly, as if she was worried she might be offending my male, porn-loving sensibilities. With a quiet laugh, I agreed. They are. The women are so over the top. Actually, she said, considering, so are the guys for most of it. Most of it? I asked. Not at the end, she said, her voice dropping to barely a decibel. When the guy came, he pulled out of her and did it on her. Her fingers moved beneath my shirt, tickling over the line of hair that went from my navel and beneath the waist of my pants. She sucked in a breath, running her hand up higher and over my pectorals, exploring. Fuck. I was so worked up I could barely keep my hands from reaching for her hips. But I wanted her to lead this conversation. She'd pulled me in here, started this. I wanted her to get it all out before she turned it over to me, and then I wouldn't hold back. That's pretty common in porn, I said. The guys don't come inside the women. She looked up at me. I like that part. I felt myself grow rigid in my pants and swallowed thickly. Yeah? I liked it because it felt real. I feel like I'm just figuring these things out. I haven't really tried before, or maybe I haven't wanted to explore it with the guys I've been with. But ever since I started hanging out with you, I can't stop thinking about these things. I want to figure out what I like. That's good. I winced in the dark room, wishing I hadn't answered so quickly, sounded so desperate. I wanted more than anything for her to ask me to carry her over to the bed and fuck her so loud the entire party knew where we'd gone and what she was getting. I don't really know what feels good to men. I know you say guys are easy, but they aren't. To me, they aren't. She took my hand, and with her eyes trained on my face, she brought it to her breast. Beneath my palm, she was exactly how I'd imagined 100 fucking times. So full and soft, all lush curves and creamy skin. It was all I could do to keep from lifting her and crushing her between my body and the wall. I want you to show me how, she said. What do you mean, show you how? She closed her eyes for a beat, swallowing. I want to touch you and make you come. I took a deep breath and glanced over at the bed in the middle of the room. Here? She followed the path my eyes had taken and shook her head. Not there. Not a bed yet. Just... She hesitated and then very quietly asked. Are you saying yes? Of course I'm saying yes. I'm not sure I could say no to you even if I should. She bit back a smile, slid my hand down to her hip. You want to give me a hand job? Is that what you're asking? I bent my knees to look her in the eyes. I felt like an asshole being so blunt, and this whole conversation felt completely surreal. But I had to be clear what was actually happening before I let go of my tenuous self-control and took it too far. I'm just making sure I understand. She swallowed again, suddenly shy, and nodded. Yeah. I stepped closer, and when the light botanical smell of her shampoo hit me, I grew aware of how amped up I was. I'd never been nervous before, but right then I was terrified. I didn't care so much how good it was for me. It could be awkward and fumbling, too slow or fast, too soft or too hard. I knew I'd fall apart in her hands. I just wanted her to keep feeling this open with me, every second. I wanted sex to be fun for her. It's okay to touch me, I told her, trying to carefully balance my need to be gentle with my tendency to be demanding. She reached for my belt, unfastening it, and I moved my fingers from her hips, sliding up her waist to the top button of her shirt. Her smile was giddy, and she tried to duck her head to hide it but failed. I had no idea what I looked like, but I imagined my eyes were wide, mouth parted, hands shaking on her tiny buttons. Slipping her shirt from her shoulders, I noticed the way she hesitated on my fly, fingers unsure, before she moved away to let her shirt fall to the floor. She stood in front of me in a simple white cotton bra. I reached behind her, meeting her eyes for permission before I unclasped it and slid it from her arms. I'd been unprepared for the sight of her naked chest, and stood staring, dumbly. "Just so you know," she whispered, "you don't have to do anything to me." "Just so you know," I said, just as quietly. Keeping my hands to myself would be impossible right now. "I want to pay attention. You might distract me." I groaned. She was killing me. "Such a good student," I said, leaning to kiss the juncture of her shoulder and neck. "But there's no way I can stand here and not look at these. You may have noticed I'm a bit obsessed with your chest." Her skin was soft and smelled amazing. I opened my mouth, bit her gently, testing. She gasped and pressed into me. The best fucking reaction. My mind flooded with images of her nails digging into my back, my mouth open and pressing hard and hungrily into her breast as I rocked over her. "Touch me, Hannah." I lifted the weight of her breast in my hand, pushed it higher, squeezing. Holy fuck, she's edible. She'd moved her hands back to my fly, but they remained there, unmoving. "Show me how to do this." It was probably the hottest thing I'd ever heard a woman say. Maybe it was the tone of her voice, a little hoarse, a lot hungry. Maybe it was knowing how accomplished she was, and this one task felt so far out of her comfort zone, but she asked me to help. Or maybe it was simply that I was wild for her, and showing Hannah how to pleasure me made me feel like I was telling the universe, this one belongs to me. I moved her hands to the waist of my jeans, and together we worked them and my boxers down my hips, freeing my cock between us. I let her look at me while I lifted both hands to slide her hair behind her neck, leaning in to kiss her throat. "You taste so fucking good." I was so hard I felt my pulse hammering along my length. I needed relief from this tension. "Shit, Hannah. Wrap your hand around me." "Show me, Will," she pleaded, running both hands over my stomach and down, just barely touching where the tip of my cock strained, erect. We looked down the length of our bodies and swayed slightly in unison. I took her warm hand, wrapped it around the middle of my shaft, and slid it down and then back up, groaning a long, drawn-out, "Fuck." She moaned quietly, a tight, excited sound, and I almost broke. Instead, I squeezed my eyes shut, leaned down again to kiss a line up her neck, and guided her. It was so slow. I hadn't had a hand job in forever, and would take head over sex or hand 100% of the time, but this, right here, was perfect. Her lips were so fucking close to mine. I could feel her breath, could taste her candy-sweet plum drink. "Is it weird that I'm touching you here and we haven't even kissed yet?" she whispered. I shook my head, looking down to where her fingers wrapped around me. I swallowed, could barely think. There's no right or wrong here. No rules. She lifted her eyes from where she'd been staring at my mouth. "You don't have to kiss me." I gaped at her. I'd wanted to kiss her for weeks now. "Shit, Hannah, yes I do." Her tongue slipped out to wet her lips. "Okay." I bent low, hovering so close, moving her hand up and down my length, and just taking her in. Her lips were a breath away from mine, her little sounds coming out whenever she reached the head of my cock, and I let out a grunt. It felt too good to be just a hand job, and all of this was suddenly too intimate to be just friends. I looked at her eyes and then her mouth before moving that last inch to kiss her. She was so fucking sweet and warm. Our first kiss was unreal. Just a slide of my lips over hers, asking, "Let me do this. Let me do this and be gentle and careful with every part of you." I kissed her a few times, full lips, careful kisses, so she knew I'd take this as fucking slowly as she needed me to. When I opened my mouth just enough to suck on her bottom lip, a thrill ran through me at the sound of her tight moan. Christ. I wanted to lift her up, fuck her mouth with my tongue, and take her against the wall, with the party raging outside and my eyes on her face, watching her process every single sensation. When she pulled back, she studied my mouth, my eyes, my forehead. She studied me. I couldn't tell if it was a general fascination with what she was learning, or specific to this moment, to me. But nothing would have pulled me out of my trance, not fireworks outside, or a fire in the hall. My need to someday be inside her, to completely possess her, spiked through me and planted beneath my ribs, pressing. "You'll tell me if this is lame, right?" she asked, voice quiet. I laughed, wheezing. "Oh, it's not lame. It's so fucking good. And it's just your hand." Looking unsure, she asked, "Do others not do this?" I swallowed thickly, hating the mention of other women right now. Before, I'd almost wanted them to be a lingering presence, a reminder to all parties what was and wasn't happening in a moment like this. With Hannah, I wanted to wipe their shadows from the wall. "Shh. I mean, do you usually just have sex?" "I like what we're doing. I don't want something else right now. Will you just focus on the dick in your hand?" She laughed, and I pulsed in her palm, loving the sound. "Fine," she whispered. "I just have to start with the basics." "I like that you want to learn how to touch me." "I like touching you," she murmured against my mouth. "I like that you're showing me." We were moving faster together now. I showed her how hard to squeeze, letting her know it was okay to hold on tight, and then I needed it to start getting faster and harder than she'd expected. "Squeeze it," I whispered. "I like it pretty hard." "It doesn't hurt?" "No, it's fucking killing me." "Let me try," she whispered, gently pushing my arm away with her free hand. It freed me to cup her breasts, and I bent down to suck one nipple into my mouth, blowing lightly over the peak. She moaned, her rhythm slowing for a moment before she sped up again. "Can I keep doing this until you finish?" she asked. I laughed quietly into her skin. She had me practically vibrating, struggling to not lose it every time she slid her hand down and over the head of my cock. I was kind of counting on that. I sucked on her neck, closing my eyes and wondering if she'd let me mark her there, so I could see it tomorrow. So everyone could. All around me the world seemed to spin. Her hand felt good, of course, but the reality of her absolutely rocked me. The smell and taste of her smooth, firm skin, her sounds of pleasure simply from touching me. She was sexual and responsive and curious, and I wasn't sure I'd been this turned on in a long, long time. The familiar tension built deep in my belly, and I began to rock forward in her grip. "Hannah, oh shit, just a little faster, okay?" The words felt so much more intimate this way, spoken into her skin, my breath ragged. She faltered for only a second before responding, pulling harder and faster, and I was close, embarrassingly soon, and I didn't give a single fuck. Her long, slim fingers wrapped tight around me, and she let me suck on her bottom lip, her jaw, her neck. I knew she would taste good everywhere. I wanted to show her how it felt to be fucked. With that thought of falling over her and into her, making her come with my body, I leaned into her, begged her to bite me, bite my neck, my shoulder, anything. I didn't care how it sounded. Somehow I knew that she wouldn't balk or recoil from the reality of this admission. Without hesitation, she leaned in, opened her mouth on my neck, and pressed her teeth sharply into me. My thoughts blurred, everything flashed hot and wild. For a moment, it felt like every synapse in my body had rewired, unplugged, gone off. Her hand slipped over me fast, my orgasm barreling down my spine, and I came with a quiet groan, the heat crawling up my spine and pouring from me into her hand and over her bare stomach. Just when I needed her to, she stopped moving but didn't let go. I could feel her eyes and where she held me in her hand, and I jerked when she moved down my length again, experimentally. "No more," I gasped, my voice tight. "Sorry." She slid the thumb of her free hand over where I'd come on her palm, rubbed it over her hip, eyes wide and fascinated. She was breathing so hard her chest jerked with the movement. "Holy shit." I exhaled. Was it? The room seemed full with her unfinished question and the sound of my heavy breathing. I felt a little dizzy and wanted to pull her down onto the floor with me and pass out. That was fucking unreal, Hannah. She looked up at me, almost triumphant with discovery. I was right. You made the best noise when you came. The world dropped into an abyss when she said that, because here I was, growing soft in her hand, and all I wanted was to find out whether doing that to me had made her wet. I bent forward and asked, "Is it my turn now?" into the soft skin of her neck. With a trembling breath, she whispered, "Yes, please." "Do you want my hands?" I asked, "or do you want something else?" She let out a nervous laugh. "I'm not really ready for more, but I don't think hands work on me." I leaned back enough to give her my most skeptical look, unbuttoning the top of her jeans and just daring her to stop me. She didn't. "I just mean I don't know if I can get off with fingers, like just inside," she clarified. "Well, of course you can't get off just with fingers inside. Your clit isn't inside." I slid my hand beneath her cotton underwear and froze at the sensation of soft, bare skin. Hannah? I did not peg you as a waxer." She wiggled a little, embarrassed. "Chloe was talking about it. I was curious." I slipped a finger between her lips. Holy fuck, she was drenched. "Jesus Christ," I groaned. "I like it," she admitted, her mouth pressed against my neck. "I like how it feels." "You fucking kidding? You're so fucking soft. I want to lick up and down every part of this." "Will?" "I'd have my mouth on you in 2 seconds if we weren't in some random guy's bedroom." She shivered under my touch, letting out a quiet moan. "I can't tell you how many times I've imagined that." Holy hell. I felt myself lengthen between us again, already. "I think you'd melt like sugar on my tongue. What do you think?" She laughed a little, holding onto my shoulders. "I think I'm melting now." "I think you are. I think you're going to melt all over my fucking hand and I'll lick it off after. Are you loud, little plum? When you come, are you wild?" A tiny choking sound escaped before she whispered, "By myself, I'm not loud." Fuck. That's what I wanted to hear. I could build fantasies for a decade just thinking about Hannah, legs spread on her couch, or while she was lying in the middle of her bed, touching herself. "By yourself, what do you do? Just the clit?" "Yeah." "With a toy, or?" "Sometimes." "I bet I can make you come like this," I said, and slid 2 fingers carefully inside, feeling her squeeze me. I brushed my nose against hers. "Tell me, do you like my fingers here, fucking you?" "Will, you're so dirty." I laughed, nibbling at her jaw. "I think you like dirty." "I think I'd like your dirty mouth between my legs," she said softly. I groaned, moved my hand faster and harder into her. "Do you think about it?" she asked, "kissing me there?" "I have," I admitted. "I think about it and wonder if I'd ever come up for air." So wet. She was wiggling all over my hand, making these little desperate sounds I wanted to eat. I pulled my fingers out, ignoring her angry little growl, and with them painted a wet line up her chin and across her lips, following almost immediately with my tongue, covering her mouth with mine. Fuck. She tasted all woman, soft and heady, and her tongue was still sticky sweet from her girly drink. She tasted like plum, ripe and soft and small in my mouth, and I felt like a fucking king when she begged me to touch her more. Again. Please, Will, I was close. Returning to her, I shoved her pants and underwear all the way down her legs, waiting as she stepped out of them. She was completely naked and my arms were shaking with the need to slide inside her perfect, warm heat. She reached for my wrist, pulling my hand back between her legs. Greedy girl. Her eyes went wide, embarrassed. Shh. I quieted her with my mouth on hers, sucking on her lip and licking her sweet tongue. Pulling back, I whispered, "I like it. I want to make you explode." "I will." She jerked in my hand when I slid my fingers between her legs and over her clit. "I've never felt this." So wet. Her mouth opened in a sharp gasp when I slid my fingers back inside her. She stared at my lips, my eyes, my every reaction. I loved that she was so curious she couldn't even look away. "Do me a favor," I asked. She nodded. "When you're close, tell me. I'll know, but give me the words." "I will," she gasped. "I will. Just, please." "Please what, Plum?" She weaved slightly against me. "Please don't stop." I slid my fingers deeper, faster, pressing my thumb up against her clit and working it there in tighter, smaller circles. Yes. Holy shit, she's so close. I was hard again, rubbing over her bare hip where I had already come on her only minutes ago, and close again myself. "Grab my dick, okay? Just hold on. You're so fucking wet, and your sounds. Holy fuck, And then she was there, holding onto me tight enough to fuck her fist, and every thought became about how smooth she was around my fingers, and the fruit plumpness of her lips and tongue. She started to dissolve, her body completely losing it. She was quietly gasping the same thing over and over. "Oh my God," which I was thinking too. "Say it." "I'm going," she hiccuped. Tightened her hold on my length as I fucked her fist. "Fucking say it." "Will, my God." Her thighs started to shake and I wrapped my free arm around her waist to keep her from falling. "I'm coming." And with a wild jerk of her hips, she did, shaking and wet. Her orgasm rippled along the lengths of my fingers as she cried out, digging her nails into my shoulders. It was exactly what I needed. How did she fucking know? With a loud groan, I felt my second orgasm surge forward, hot and liquid, into her hand. Fuck. My legs shook and I leaned into her, pinning her to the wall. We'd been loud. Too loud? We were far down the hall, separated from the raging party by a number of rooms, but I still had no sense what the outside world had done while mine had melted in Hannah's arms. Her breath came out warm and sweet on my neck, and I carefully pulled out my fingers, rubbing along her sex to relish in her warm, sensitive skin. "Good?" I murmured into her ear. "Yeah," she whispered, wrapping her arms around my shoulders and pressing her face into the crook of my neck. "God, so good." I left my hand where it was, my mind reeling as I gently ran my fingers up her clit, down back to her entrance, and along the soft crease of her pussy. It was quite possibly the best first time I'd ever had with a girl. And it had only been our hands. "We should probably get back out to the party," she said, her voice muffled by my skin. Reluctantly, I pulled my hand away and immediately winced as she turned on the light switch behind her back. As I pulled up my pants, I stared at her, completely naked in the bright room. Well, fuck. She was smooth and toned, with lush breasts and gently curved hips. Her skin was still flushed from her orgasm, and I relished the sight of the blush that spread up her neck and across her cheeks as I studied the moisture on her stomach for my orgasm. "You're staring," she said, bending to reach for a box of tissues on the dresser. She looked down, cleaning herself up, and then tossing the tissue into a trash can. I buckled my belt and then sat at the edge of the bed, watching her put her clothes back on. She was unbelievably sexy, and she had no fucking idea. The room smelled like sex, and I knew she could feel my attention on her, but she didn't rush. In fact, she seemed perfectly content to let me look at every angle, every curve, as she slid on her panties, shimmied into her pants, put her bra on, slowly buttoned her shirt. Looking over at me, she licked her lips and my heart tripped as I registered she could taste herself from my fingers. I wondered if I'd be remembering her taste until the end of time. "What now?" I asked, standing. "Now?" She reached for my arm, tracing the double helix from my elbow to my wrist. We go back out there and have another drink." My blood cooled a bit, hearing her voice return to steady. No longer breathy and excited, no longer tentative and hopeful. She was back to her regular bubbly self, the same Hannah everyone else saw, no longer mine. "Works for me." She looked at my face for several long moments, at my eyes and cheeks, chin and lips. "Thanks for not being weird." "Are you kidding?" I bent down and kissed her cheek. "What's there to be weird about?" "We just touched each other's private parts," she whispered. I laughed, fixing the collar of her shirt. "I noticed that." "I think I could totally do the friends with benefits thing. It feels so easy, so relaxed." "We're just going to head back out there," she said, grinning widely up at me. With a little wink, she added, "And we're the only ones who know you just came all over my stomach, and I just came all over your hand." She turned the knob, opened the door, and let in the roar of the party. No way would anyone have heard us. We could pretend it didn't even happen. I'd done this before, scores of times. Hooked up with a woman and then returned to the throes of a party, blending into the room and losing myself in another form of fun. But despite the genuinely nice crowd of people, I couldn't ever lose track of where Hannah was and what she was doing. In the living room, talking to the tall Asian guy I remembered as Dylan, heading down the hall, waving to me before ducking into the restroom, filling her plastic cup with water in the kitchen, looking over to me across the room. Dylan found Hannah again, smiling as he bent and said something to her. He had a wide smile, clothes that suggested he got out enough to be on the cutting edge of grad student chic, and seemed genuinely fond of her. I watched her smile grow and then turn a little unsure. She hugged him and watched him head into the kitchen. I had no idea what was happening. I loved seeing her have a good time, but the itch for something else started to spread across my skin, and after 2 hours of partying post-handjob, I realized I wanted to take her home, where we could feel each other for real for the remainder of the night. I slid my phone from my pocket, typing a text to her. "Let's get out of here. Come to my place tonight and stay with me." I moved my thumb to the send button before I noticed that she was also typing in our iMessage window. I paused, waiting. "Dylan just asked me out," she said. I stared at my phone before looking up to meet her anxious eyes across the room. Deleting what I'd written, I typed instead, "What did you tell him?" She looked down when her phone buzzed in her hand, and then replied, "I told him we could figure it out on Monday." She was looking for guidance, maybe even looking for permission. Only a month ago I was regularly having sex with 2 to 3 different women every week. I had no idea where my head was concerning Hannah. My own thoughts were too jumbled and complex to help her translate hers right now. My phone buzzed again, and I glanced down. "Is this really weird after what we just did? I don't know what to do, Will." This is what she needs, I told myself. Friends, dates, a life outside of school. You can't be the only thing in it. For once, I was looking for complicated, and she was trying on simple. "Not at all," I typed back. "This is called dating."
Chapter 7. If I'd ever wondered what a cat in heat sounded like, now I knew. The noises, the meows, the whining, the howls, had started about an hour ago and had only gotten worse until the sexually frustrated animal was practically screeching outside my bedroom window. I knew exactly how it felt. Thanks, life, for giving me the living, breathing metaphor for how I was feeling. With a groan, I rolled to my stomach, reaching blindly for a pillow to drown out the sound. Or to use to smother myself. I hadn't decided. I'd been home from my date with Dylan for 3 hours and hadn't gotten even a few minutes of sleep. I was a mess, having tossed and turned since I'd climbed into bed, staring up at the ceiling as if the secret to all my problems lay hidden in the mottled plaster overhead. Why did everything feel so complicated? Wasn't this what I'd wanted? Dates, a social life, to have an orgasm in the company of another person. So what was the problem? The way Dylan tripped my only a friend vibe was the problem. The fact that we'd gone to one of my favorite restaurants and I'd been completely zoned out, thinking about Will when I should have been swooning over Dylan, was an even bigger one. I wasn't thinking about Dylan's smile as he'd picked me up, the way he'd opened my door and the adoring way he'd looked at me all through dinner. Instead, I was obsessing over Will's teasing smile, the look on his face as he'd watched me touch his cock, his flushed cheeks, how he'd told me exactly what to do, the way he'd sounded when he came, and how it had looked on my skin. Annoyed, I flopped onto my back and kicked off the blankets. It was March, light snow had been falling all day, and I was sweating. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was wide awake and frustrated. Really, really frustrated. The hardest part to wrap my head around was how sweet Will had been at the party, how gentle and caring, and how I knew, without a doubt, how easily all of that would translate into sex. He'd been encouraging, saying everything I'd needed to hear, but never pushing, never asking for more than I'd been willing to give. And holy shit, he was hot. Those hands, that mouth, the way he sucked on my skin, kissing me as if he had years of pent-up need and it was finally unleashed. I wanted him to fuck me, probably more than I ever wanted anything, and it was the most logical next step in the world. We were both there. It was dark, he was worked up, and God knows I'd been ready to explode. There'd been a bed, but it hadn't felt right. I hadn't felt ready. And he hadn't pushed. In fact, when I expected it to be weird, it wasn't. When he'd been the only person I wanted to talk to about Dylan, he'd encouraged me. On the taxi ride home, he'd told me I needed to go out, have fun. He told me he wasn't going anywhere, and what we'd done was perfect. He told me to explore and be happy. God, it just made me want him even more. Deciding this was a losing battle and I would never get to sleep now, I sat up and went into the kitchen. I stared into the fridge, closing my eyes as the cool air floated along my heated skin. I was slick between my legs, and even though it had been 6 days since Will had touched me there, I ached. I'd seen him every day for our run, and we'd had breakfast afterward on 3 of those days. It had been easy. With Will, it was always easy. But each time he was near, I wanted to ask if he could touch me again, if I could touch him. I could still feel the echo of every stroke of his fingers, but I didn't trust my memory. It couldn't possibly have been so good as all that. I walked into the living room and looked out the window. The sky was dark but silver gray, the rooftops glittering with frost. I counted the streetlights and calculated how many of them there were between his apartment building and mine. I wondered if there was even a chance he was awake too, feeling even a fraction of the want I felt now. My fingers found the pulse in my neck, and I closed my eyes, feeling the steady thrum beneath my skin. I told myself to go back to bed. Maybe this was a good opportunity to sample the brandy Dad always kept in the living room. I told myself that calling Will was a bad idea, and that there was absolutely no way that anything good could come from this. I was smart and logical and thought everything through. I was so tired of thinking. Ignoring the warning inside my head, I grabbed my things, stepped outside, and started walking. The lingering snow had been stomped down during the day and formed a thick crust along the sidewalk. My boots crunched with every step, and the closer I got to Will's apartment, the more the chaos in my thoughts settled into a steady hum in the background. When I looked up, I was standing in front of his building. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone and found his picture, typing the only thing that came to mind. "Are you awake?" I almost dropped the phone in surprise when an answer came only a few seconds later. "Unfortunately." Let me in? I asked. And honestly, did I want him to say yes or send me home? At this point, I didn't even know. Where are you? I hesitated. In front of your building. What? Down in a sec. I'd barely had time to consider what I was doing, turning to look back in the direction I'd come, when the front door flew open and Will stepped outside. Holy shit, it's freezing, he yelled, and then looked behind me to the empty curb. For fuck's sake, Hannah, did you at least take a cab here? Wincing, I admitted, I walked. At 3 a.m.? Are you out of your goddamn mind? I know, I just... He shook his head and pulled me inside. Get in here. You're crazy, you know that? I want to strangle you right now. You don't just walk around Manhattan alone at 3 a.m, Hannah. My stomach twisted with warmth when he said my name, and I knew I'd stand out in the cold all night if it meant he'd say it again. But he shot me a warning look, and I nodded as he led me to the elevator. The doors closed, and he watched me from the opposite wall. So, did you just get home from your date? He asked, looking far too sleep-rumpled and sexy for my current state of mind. The last you texted, you were getting in the cab to meet Dylan at the restaurant. I shook my head and blinked down to the carpet, trying to understand what exactly I'd been thinking when deciding to come here. I hadn't been thinking, that was the problem. I got home around 9. 9? He asked, looking completely unimpressed. Yes, I challenged. And? His tone was even, his face impassive, but the speed of his questions told me he was worked up about something. I shifted from foot to foot, not sure exactly what to say. The date hadn't been a complete disaster. Dylan was sweet and interesting, but I'd been totally checked out. I was saved from answering when we reached Will's floor. I followed him out of the elevator and down the long hallway, watching his back and shoulders flex with every step. He wore blue pajama bottoms, and the outlines of some of his darker tattoos were visible through his thin white t-shirt. I had to push down the urge to reach out and trace them with my fingertip, to take off his shirt and see them all. There were obviously more than there had been all those years ago, but what were they? What stories hid beneath the ink on his skin? So, are you going to tell me? He asked. He'd stopped in front of his door, and my eyes shot up to his. What? I asked, confused. Date, Hannah. Oh, I murmured, blinking away and trying to make some order of the chaos inside my head. It was dinner and blah, blah, blah. I took a cab home. You're sure I didn't wake you? He sighed long and deep, gesturing for me to lead us inside. Unfortunately, no. He tossed me a blanket from the back of the couch. I haven't been able to fall asleep yet. I wanted to pay attention, but I was suddenly surrounded by so many pieces of Will's life. His apartment was one of the newer buildings in the area, and it was modern, but modest. He flipped a switch to a small fireplace against one wall, and the flames bit to life with a soft whoosh, washing the honey-colored walls in flickering light. Warm up while I get you something to drink, he said, motioning to the rug in front of the hearth. And tell me more about this date that ended at 9. The kitchen was visible from the living room, and I watched as he opened and closed cupboards, filling an ancient-looking kettle before setting it to heat on the stove. His place was smaller than I'd have imagined, with wood floors and bookcases packed to the brim with dog-eared novels, thick genetics texts, and an entire wall dedicated to what looked like a rather impressive collection of comic books. 2 leather couches dominated the living room, and simple framed art lined the walls. There were magazines in a basket on the floor, a stack of mail tucked into the mantel, a glass full of bottle caps resting on a shelf. I tried to focus on what he was asking, but every object in his apartment was a fascinating puzzle piece to the story of Will. There's really not much to tell, I said distractedly. Hannah. I groaned, taking off my jacket and folding it over the back of a chair. My head just wasn't in the game, you know? I said, and stopped at the expression on his face. His eyes were wide, his mouth open as his gaze moved slowly down my body. "What? What are you—" he coughed. "You came all the way over here in that." I looked down and, if possible, became even more mortified than I'd been before. I'd gone to bed in shorts and a tank top, only taking time to throw on a pair of pajama pants, my fuzzy boots, and Jensen's giant old coat. My shirt left nothing to the imagination, and my nipples were hard, completely visible beneath the thin material. "Oh, oops." I crossed my arms over my chest, trying to hide the fact that it was obviously very, very cold outside. "I probably should have paid more attention, but I wanted to see you. Is that weird? It's weird, isn't it? I'm probably breaking about 12 of your rules right now." He blinked. I think there's a clause in there to make an exception for any rule breaking while wearing an outfit like that," he said, managing to pull his eyes from my chest long enough to finish up in the kitchen. There was an unfamiliar sense of power in being able to fluster him, and I tried not to look too smug as he walked out carrying 2 steaming mugs. "So, why was this date so uneventful?" he asked. I sat on the floor in front of the fire, legs stretched out in front of me. Just had other things on my mind. Like, I said, dragging the word out long enough to decide if I really wanted to go there. I did. Like the party? A moment of long, heavy silence stretched between us. "I see." "Yeah." "Well, in case you hadn't noticed," he said, glancing over at me, "I wasn't exactly sound asleep here." I nodded and turned back to the fire, not sure how to proceed. I've always been able to control where my mind went, you know? If it's time for school, I think about school. If it's work, I think about work. But lately, I said, shaking my head, my concentration is crap. He laughed softly next to me. "I know exactly how you feel." "I can't focus." "Yeah." He scratched the back of his neck, looking up at me through dark lashes. "I'm not sleeping very well." "Same." "I'm so fucking wound up I can hardly sit still," I admitted. I heard the sound of his exhale, a long, measured breath, and only then did I realize how close we'd gotten. I looked up to see him watching me. His eyes searched every inch of my face. "I don't know if I've ever been this distracted by someone," he said. I was so close. Close enough to see each of his eyelashes in the firelight. Close enough to make out the tiny scattering of freckles along the bridge of his nose. Without thinking, I leaned in, brushing my lips over his. His eyes widened, and I felt him stiffen, frozen for only a moment before his shoulders relaxed. "I shouldn't want this," he said. "I have no idea what we're doing." We weren't kissing, not really, just teasing, breathing the same air. I could smell his soap, a hint of toothpaste, could see my own reflection in his pupil. He tilted his head and closed his eyes, moving in just enough to kiss me once, lips parted. "Tell me to stop, Hannah." I couldn't. Instead, I reached up, cupping the back of his neck to bring him closer. And then it was he who pushed forward, harder, longer, and I had to grip his shirt to keep myself steady. He opened his mouth, sucking on my lower lip, my tongue. Heat pulsed low in my belly, and I felt like I was dissolving, melting until I was nothing more than a racing heart and limbs that twisted with his, pulling us both to our sides and down to the floor. I started, breath tight. "Tell me what I should do." I felt the shape of him hard against my hip, and I wondered how long he'd been that way, if he'd been thinking about this as much as I had. I wanted to reach down and touch, watch him fall apart like he had at the party, the way he did in my mind every time I closed my eyes. His lips moved over my jaw, down my throat. "Just relax. I'll make it good," Tell me what you want to do. My hand moved under his shirt, and I felt the solid strength of muscle in his back, his arms as he rolled us over to hover above me. I said his name, hating how weak and unfamiliar my voice sounded. But there was something new there, something raw and desperate, and I wanted more. I used to imagine what it'd be like to have you on top of me, I admitted, not sure where the words were coming from. He rested his body more fully on mine, his hips settling between my open legs. When you were lounging in the living room with my brother, when you'd take your shirt off outside to wash the car. He moaned, moving a hand to my hair, his thumb drawing a path along my face and pressing into the skin along my jaw. Don't tell me that. But it was all I could think about. How I remembered him from those years, and the reality of him now. I couldn't possibly count the number of times I wondered what he would look like without his clothes, the sounds he'd make when he was chasing his release. And here he was, heavy on me, hard between my legs, beneath his clothes. I wanted to catalog every tattoo, every line of muscle, every inch of his carved jaw. I used to watch you from my window, I said, gasping as he shifted so that the length of him pressed directly over my clit. God, when I was 16, you starred in every one of my dirty dreams. He pulled back just enough to meet my eyes. He was clearly surprised. I swallowed. Should I not have told you that? He began and licked his lips. I don't know. He looked dazed and conflicted. I couldn't look away from his mouth. I know I shouldn't think that's hot, but Christ, Hannah, if I come in my pants, you have no one to blame but yourself. I could do that? His words lit a fuse in my chest, and I wanted to tell him everything. I would touch myself under the covers, I admitted in a whisper. Sometimes I could hear you talking, and I would pretend, wonder what it would be like if you were there. I used to make myself come and pretend it was you. He swore, dipping back down to kiss me again, deeper and wetter, his teeth dragging along my bottom lip. What would I say? How good I felt, and how much you wanted me, I said into his kiss. I wasn't very creative at the time, and I'm pretty sure your mouth is way filthier in reality. He laughed, the sound so low and rough it was a physical pressure on my neck where he breathed. So, let's pretend you're 16, and I just snuck into your room, he said, moving his mouth just over mine, his voice coming out the slightest bit unsure. We don't have to take our clothes off, if you aren't ready. And I wasn't sure what to say because, yes, I wanted to be completely bare under him, to imagine what it would feel like to have him naked and over and inside me. But actual sex with Will tonight felt too fast, too soon, too dangerous. Show me? I asked. I don't know how to with clothes on. I paused, adding in a whisper. Or even off, I guess. I mean, obviously. He laughed, kissing over to my ear and growling quietly as he nipped at my earlobe. The way his hands moved over me, the way his lips slid across my skin, touching like this seemed as second nature to Will as breathing. He exhaled into my neck, groaning quietly. Move under me. Find what feels good for you, okay? I nodded, shifting beneath him and feeling the hard press of his cock between my legs. Can you feel that? He asked, pressing meaningfully against my clit. Is that where it feels good? Yeah. I moved my hands to his hair and pulled hard, hearing him hiss in a breath as he rocked against me, faster and faster. Fuck, Hannah. He pushed my tank top up over my ribs, bunching it above my chest. And then he bent, gripped my breast, plumping it, and sucked a nipple deep into his mouth. The air left my lungs, my hips pressed up from the floor, searching. I scratched at his skin and was rewarded each time with a mumbled curse or groan. That's it, he said. "Don't stop." His mouth followed his hands everywhere, and I closed my eyes, feeling the heat of his tongue as it moved over me. He kissed my lips, my throat. The ache between my legs grew, and I could feel how wet I was, how empty, how much I wanted his mouth against me, his fingers inside, his cock. We slid along the floor, and I felt something wedge beneath my back, but didn't care. All I wanted was to chase down this feeling. "So close," I gasped, surprised to find him looking down at me, lips parted and hair falling across his forehead. His eyes widened, blazing with thrill. "Yeah?" I nodded, the rest of the world blurring as the feeling between my legs grew, becoming hotter and more urgent. I wanted to claw at my skin and beg him to take off my clothes, to fuck me, to make me beg. "Fuck, don't stop what you're doing," he said, rocking his hips forward against me, the perfect drag of heat and pressure exactly where I needed. "I'm almost there." "Oh," I said, my fingers twisting in the thin fabric of his shirt as I felt myself start to fall, closing my eyes as my orgasm moved down my spine to explode between my legs. I cried out, calling his name and feeling him speed up as he moved against me. His fingers pressed tightly into my hips as he pushed once, twice, grunting into my neck as he came. Feeling seeped back into my body one limb at a time. I felt heavy and limp, suddenly so exhausted I could hardly keep my eyes open. Will collapsed against me, his breath hot on my neck, his skin damp with sweat and warmed by the fire. He pushed up onto his elbows and looked down at me, his expression drowsy and sweet, and a little timid. "Hi," he said, a crooked smile sliding into place. "Sorry for sneaking into your bedroom, teenage Hannah." I blew the bangs from my forehead and smiled back. "You're welcome there, any time." He started and laughed. "I don't mean to rush off, but I sort of need to clean up." The absurdity of the entire situation seemed to bubble up out of nowhere, and I started to laugh. We were on his floor. I think I had a shoe or something lodged under my back, and he'd just come in his pants. "Hey," he said, "don't laugh. I said it'd be your fault." I was suddenly so thirsty and licked my lips. "Go," I said, patting his back. He kissed me softly, twice on the lips before pushing himself to stand and walking into the bathroom. I stayed there for a moment, sweat drying on my skin and heart rate slowly returning to normal. I felt both better and worse. Better because I was actually tired, but worse because the new echo of Will's cock moving between my legs was infinitely more distracting than the memory of his fingers. I called a taxi, then walked into the kitchen to splash some cool water on my face and get a drink. He came back into the room wearing different pajamas and smelling of soap and toothpaste. "I called a cab," I assured him, giving him the "don't worry" look. His face fell, or it seemed to, but it happened so fast that I wasn't sure I believed my eyes. "Good," he murmured, walking over to me and handing me my sweatshirt. "I actually think I'll be able to sleep now." "Just needed the orgasm," I said, grinning. "Actually," he said, voice deep, "I'd tried that a few times already tonight. It hadn't worked so far." Holy shitballs. Any drowsiness I'd felt immediately evaporated. I was going to imagine what it would be like to watch Will get himself off for the rest of the night. I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to sleep again. He walked me downstairs, kissed my forehead at the door, and stood watching as I walked to the curb, climbed into the cab, and drove off. My phone lit up with a text from him. "Tell me when you get home." I lived only 7 blocks from him. I was home in minutes. I climbed into bed, curling into my pillow before answering, "Home safe."
Chapter 8. The promise of crowds was always a reality, living near the Columbia campus. But mysteriously, the Dunkin' Donuts nearest my building always seemed busiest on Thursdays. Even during a slow stretch, though, I probably wouldn't have recognized Dylan in line, just ahead of me. So, when he turned, eyes widening in recognition, and let out a friendly, "Hey, Will, right?" I startled. I blinked, feeling caught off guard. I'd just been daydreaming about taking things with Hannah in a different direction than I had 2 nights ago, when she'd come to my apartment in the middle of the night and ended up beneath me, both of us coming with our clothes on. The memory of that night was a current favorite, one I'd pulled out in almost every quiet moment since, to play with, take down a different path, warm my blood. It had been years since I'd dry-humped a girl, but fuck, I'd forgotten how dirty and forbidden it felt. But the sight of this kid in front of me, the guy Hannah was dating, felt like an ice bucket dumped over my head. Dylan looked like every other Columbia student in the place, dressed down to the point he was towing the line between pajama-clad and hobo. "Yeah," I said, extending my hand to shake his. "Hi, Dylan. Good to see you again." We stepped forward as the line moved ahead, and the awkwardness hit me slowly. I hadn't realized at the party how young he looked. He had that silently vibrating, feet-bouncy thing going on, where he seemed constantly excited about something. He nodded a lot, looked at me as if I was someone to be treated as a superior. Looking between us, I registered how much more formal I looked in my suit. Since when was I a guy in a suit? Since when did I have little patience for stupid 20-something grad students? Probably the same day Hannah jacked me off in the back room of a grad student party, and it was the best sex I'd ever had, I reminded myself. "Did you have fun at Denny's?" I stared at him for a long moment, trying to remember when I had last been to Denny's. The party, not the restaurant," he prompted, laughing. "The apartment belonged to a guy named Denny." "Oh, right, the party." My mind immediately went to the image of Hannah's face as I slid my fingers beneath her underwear and across her bare skin. I could remember with perfect clarity her expression just before she came, like I'd done something fucking magical. She looked like she was discovering sensation for the first time. "Yeah, the party was great." He fidgeted with his phone, looking up at me, and seemed to be working up to something. "You know," he said, leaning in a little, "this is the first time I've run into someone who's sort of dating the same girl I'm sort of dating. Is this really weird?" I bit back a laugh. Well, he certainly had blunt force honesty in common with Hannah. "What makes you think I'm dating her?" Dylan immediately looked mortified. "I just assumed, because of how it seemed at the party." Giving him a sly smile, I chided him. "And yet you asked her out anyway?" He laughed as if he too couldn't believe his own audacity. "I was so drunk. I guess I just went for it." I wanted to punch him. And I registered that I was the world's biggest hypocrite. I had absolutely no right to feel so indignant about any of this. "It's fine," I said, calming down. I'd never been on this side of a conversation before, and for a beat wondered if any of my lovers had ever run into each other in places like this. How awkward. I tried to imagine what Kitty or Laura, all sparkles and sunshine, and Natalia or Christy, who would barely crack a smile even in the best of moods, would do if they were put in this kind of situation. Shrugging, I told him, "Hannah and I go way back, that's all." He laughed, nodding as if this answered all of his unasked questions. "She said she's just dating right now. I get that. She's a really fun girl. I've been wanting to ask her out for ages, so I'll take whatever I can get, you know?" I stared at the cashier, silently begging her to ring up customers just a little faster. Unfortunately, I knew exactly what he meant. "Yeah." He nodded again, and I was tempted to tell him the rule of silence. Sometimes an awkward silence is actually far less awkward than forced conversation. Dylan stepped up to order his coffee, and I could return to the safety of distraction via smartphone. I didn't meet his eye again as he paid and walked away, but I felt like my gut was made of lead. What the fuck was I doing? With every step to my office, I felt more and more uncomfortable. In the past near decade, the lines were drawn with each of my sexual partners before the sex even happened. Sometimes the conversation occurred as we left an event together. Other times it came up organically when they asked if I had a girlfriend, and I could simply say, "I'm dating, but not seeing one person exclusively right now." In the few cases when the sex turned into something more, I'd always made a point to be clear about where I stood, find out where they stood, and discuss, openly, what we both wanted. I hadn't registered how blindsided I'd been by the appearance of Dylan. In my world, and more importantly, in Hannah's. For the first time ever, I'd made the assumption that when she pulled me to that back room, she would want to explore sex with me, and only me. Karma was clearly a bitch. That morning, I dove into work, burning through 3 prospectuses and a stack of bullshit paperwork I'd been putting off for the past week. I followed up on calls, arranged for a business trip to the Bay Area to check out a few new biotechs. I barely stopped to breathe. But when the afternoon rolled around, and I hadn't eaten anything for hours, and my caffeine rush had long since tapered, Hannah pushed her way back into my thoughts. My office door opened, and Max walked over, tossing an enormous sandwich on my desk before sinking into the chair across from me. "What's going on, William? You look like you just found out DNA is a right-handed helix." "It is a right-handed helix," I corrected him. "It just turns to the left." "Like your dick." "Exactly." I pulled my sandwich toward me, unwrapping it. I hadn't realized until it was in front of me, smelling delicious, just how hungry I was. "Just thinking too much." "Why do you look mental, then? Thinking too much is your fucking superpower, mate." "Not about this, it isn't." I rubbed my face, opting for honesty over jokes. "I'm kind of confused over something." He took a bite, studied me. After several long moments, he asked, "This is about tits, isn't it?" I looked up at him, expression flat. "You can't call her that, Max." "Course I can't. Not to her face, anyway. I mean, I call my Sarah Tongue, after all. But she doesn't know it." Despite my angst-ridden mood, I laughed at this. "You do not." "No, I don't." His smile gave way to a frown of mock contrition. "That would be tacky, wouldn't it?" "Very tacky." "I can't help but notice that Hannah does have a fantastic pair, though." Laughing again, I murmured, "Maximus, you have no idea." He sat up straighter in his chair. "No, I don't," he said. "But it sounds like you do. Have you seen them? I wasn't aware things had progressed beyond your dating mentoring bullshit." When I looked up at him, I knew he could see it all in my face. I was in deep with Hannah. "I have. Things, progressed the other night, and then again a couple of nights ago." I picked at my sandwich. "We haven't had sex, but, alas, tonight she's going on another date with this one guy." "Doing the dating thing she was so keen on, eh?" I nodded. "Seems like it." "Does she know you're walking around under a lovesick rain cloud?" I took a bite of my sandwich and threw him a look. "No," I mumbled. "Dick." "She seems pretty great," he hedged carefully. I wiped my mouth on my napkin and leaned back in my chair. Great didn't seem to cover it with Hannah. I hadn't known a girl like her, maybe ever. "Max, she's the entire package. Funny, sweet, honest, beautiful. I just feel so out of depth on this." As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I could sense how foreign they sounded coming from me. A strange, ringing silence filled the room, and I knew the wave of mockery was coming straight at me. It was evident in the little twitch of Max's lips. Fuck. He stared at me a beat longer before holding up a finger for me to wait, and pulling his phone out of his jacket pocket. "What are you doing?" I asked, wary. He shushed me, hitting speaker so we could both hear the call ringing. Bennett's voice answered on the other end. "Max." "Ben," Max said, leaning back in his chair with a giant grin. "It's finally happened." I groaned, resting my head on my hand. You got your period? Bennett asked. Congratulations. No, you twat, Max said, laughing. I'm talking about Will. He's gone ass over tits for a girl. A loud slap sounded in the background, and I imagined Bennett's desk had just received a very enthusiastic high five. Fantastic! Does he look miserable? Max pretended to study me for a beat. As miserable as they come. And she's going on a date with another bloke tonight. Ooh, that's rough. What's our boy up to? Bennett asked. Looking like a sad sack of shite, is my guess, Max answered for me, and then raised his eyebrows as if I was allowed to answer now. Just hanging at home, I said, watching the Knicks. I'm sure Hannah will tell me all about her date, tomorrow, when we go running. Bennett hummed on the other end of the line. I should probably inform the girls. I groaned. Don't inform the girls. They'll want to come over and mother hen you, Bennett said. Max and I have a dinner meeting anyway. We can't leave you alone in this pathetic state. I'm not pathetic. I'm fine. Jesus, I muttered. Why did I say anything? Ignoring me, Bennett said, Max, I'll take care of this. Thanks for letting me know. And the line went dead. Chloe pushed past me into my apartment. Her arms were full of bags of takeout. Having some people over at my place tonight? I asked. She threw me a look over her shoulder and disappeared into my kitchen. Behind her, Sarah lingered in the hall, holding a six-pack and some sparkling water. I was hungry, she admitted. I made Chloe order one of everything. I pushed the door open wider to let her in and followed her into the kitchen, where Chloe was busy unpacking enough food for 17 people. I already ate, I admitted, wincing. I didn't realize you were bringing dinner. How can you think we weren't bringing dinner? Bennett said you were a hot mess. Hot mess means pad thai, chocolate cupcakes, and beer. Besides, I've seen you eat, she said, pointing to the cabinet where I kept my plates. You can eat more. Shrugging, I grabbed 3 plates, some silverware, and a beer. I eased back to the living room and set up our plates on the coffee table. The girls joined me, Chloe sitting on the floor, Sarah curling up next to me on the couch, and we all dug in. We sat and ate in front of the television, watching basketball in comfortable, intermittent conversation. After all of it, I was glad they were here. They didn't bother me with 1,000 questions about feelings. They just came, ate with me, kept me company. Kept me from getting too lost in my own head. I was fairly certain it wasn't the first time someone I was dating was out on a date with someone else, but it was the first time it even occurred to me to care. I was happy Hannah was out, having fun. That was the weirdest part of all of it. I wanted her to have what she wanted. I just wanted her to want only me. I wanted her to come over tonight, admit that she would prefer to just fuck me and quit this dating nonsense, and that would be that. It was ridiculous, and I was the world's biggest asshole for thinking it, especially since in the past I'd made 100 girls feel just like I did now, but it's what I wanted. And fuck, I was restless. As soon as I finished eating, I began obsessively checking my phone, checking the clock. Why hadn't she texted? Didn't she even have one question she needed answered? Didn't she even want to say hi? God, I hated myself. Have you heard from her? Chloe asked, correctly reading my fidgeting. I shook my head. It's fine. I'm sure she's fine. So what did Kitty and Christy say? Sarah asked, putting her glass of water down on the table. To what? I asked. Silence filled the space between us, and I blinked, confused. To what? I asked again. When you ended things with them, Sarah prompted. Fuck. Oh, I said, scratching my jaw. I haven't technically ended things. So, you're hung up on Hannah, but you haven't let your other 2 lovers know that you have sincere feelings for someone else. I picked up my beer, stared down into it. It wasn't just the hassle of going through the awkward, let's end this conversation with Kitty and Christy. If I was honest with myself, it was also partly about the security of the distraction they could provide if this whole thing with Hannah went downhill. That sounded like a dick move even to me. Not yet, I admitted. It's all so casual. Who knows if a conversation is really needed? Chloe leaned forward, setting her bottle down and waiting until I looked her in the eye. Will, I love you. I really do. You are going to be a part of our wedding. You will be a part of our family. I want the best things in the world to happen to you. She narrowed her eyes at me, and I felt my balls crawl up into my body. But I still wouldn't tell a girlfriend of mine to take a chance with you. I'd tell her she should let you fuck her brains out, but keep her emotions out of it, because you are a clueless little shit. I winced, kind of chuckled, and shook my head. That's refreshingly honest. I'm being serious. Yes, you're always open with your sex buddies. No, you don't have anything to hide. But what's your thing against relationships? Throwing my hands in the air, I said, I don't have anything against relationships. Sarah jumped in, saying, You assume from day one that you won't want anything more than convenient sex, before continuing more gently. And let me tell you, from a woman's point of view, when you're younger, you want the boy who knows how to play the game. But when you're older, you want the man who knows when it's not a game anymore. You don't even know that yet, and you're what, 31? Hannah may be young in years, but she's an old soul, and she's going to quickly figure out that your model isn't the right one for her. You're teaching Hannah how to balance multiple lovers, but you should be teaching her what it feels like to be loved. I smiled at her, and then rubbed my face with both hands, groaning. Did you guys come over here to lecture me? Sarah said, no, at the same time that Chloe said, yes. Finally, Sarah laughed and said, yes. She leaned forward to put her hand on my knee. You're just so clueless, Will. You're like our adorable, derpy mascot. That is awful, I said, laughing. Don't ever repeat that. We all turned back to the basketball game. It wasn't awkward. I didn't feel defensive. I knew they were right. I just wasn't sure what I could actually do about any of it, seeing as how Hannah was out with fucking Dylan. It was fantastic for me to be able to admit that I wanted more with her, and that I didn't want her out with another guy. But it 100% did not matter as long as Hannah and I were on different pages about it. And the truth was, I wanted her to fuck only me, but I didn't really want things between us to change. Did I? I picked up my phone, checking to see if I'd somehow missed a text from her in the past 2 minutes. Jesus, Will, just fucking text her, Chloe said, throwing a napkin at me. I stood abruptly, less to comply with Chloe's bossy shit, and more to just move. What was Hannah doing right now? Where were they? It was almost 9. Shouldn't they be done with dinner by now? Actually, given his track record, she was probably at home. Unless they were at his place? I felt my eyes go wide. Was it possible she was in his bed, having sex with him? I closed them just as fast, jaw bulging as I remembered how she felt beneath me, her curves, the feeling of her knees pressed to my sides. And to think she might be with that weaselly kid, naked? Fuck that. Turning, I walked down the hall toward my bedroom, stopping when my phone buzzed in my palm. I don't think even my knee-jerk reflex was as fast as my reaction to the lit screen. But it was only Max. Your girl is here at the restaurant with me and Ben. Nicely done on the Project Hannah, Will. She looks bloody hot. I groaned, leaning against the wall in my hallway as I typed. Is she kissing the kid? No, Max replied. She keeps checking her phone, though. Stop texting her, you little shit. She's exploring life right now, remember? Ignoring his obvious attempt to rile me, I stared at the text, reading it again and again. I knew I was the only person who regularly texted Hannah, and I hadn't sent her anything all night. Was it possible she was checking her phone as obsessively as I'd been checking mine? I moved down the hall, slipping into the bathroom under the ruse of actually using it for its intended purpose, and instead sitting on the edge of my tub. It wasn't a game with her. Sarah was wrong there. I knew it was a game. It wasn't even fun right now. My time away from Hannah oscillated wildly between exhilaration and obsessive anxiety. Is this what it was about? Taking this kind of risk? Opening up and gambling on someone else's ability to tread carefully with your feelings? My thumbs hovered over the letters for several pounding heartbeats, and then I typed a single line, reading it over and over, checking it for diction, tone, and the overall, no big deal, I'm not obsessing about your night or anything vibe of it. Finally, I closed my eyes and hit send.
Chapter 9. I was not going to text Will. And then maybe live abroad someday. I was not going to text Will. Maybe Germany, or maybe Turkey. I blinked back to the conversation and nodded to Dylan, who sat opposite me and who had basically trekked the entire globe during our conversation. That sounds really exciting, I said, smile stretched wide across my face. He looked down at the linen tablecloth, cheeks slightly pink. Okay, so he was pretty cute. Like a puppy. I used to think I'd want to live in Brazil, he continued. But I love visiting there so much, I don't want it to ever feel familiar, you know? I nodded again, doing my best to pay attention and rein in my thoughts, to focus on my date, and not the fact that my phone had been silent all night. The restaurant Dylan had chosen was nice, not overly romantic, but cozy. Soft lighting, wide windows, nothing heavy or too serious, nothing that screamed date. I'd had the halibut, Dylan had ordered a steak. His plate was practically empty, I'd hardly touched mine. What had he been saying? A summer in Brazil? How many languages did you say you spoke again? I asked, hoping I was close enough to the mark. I must have been because he smiled, obviously pleased I'd remembered this detail, or at least that such a detail existed. 3. I sat back a little, genuinely impressed. Wow, that's really amazing, Dylan. And that wasn't even stretching the truth. He was amazing. Dylan was good-looking and smart and everything an intelligent girl would be looking for. But when the waiter stopped at our table to refill our drinks, none of those things kept me from glancing quickly down to my phone again and frowning at the blank screen. No messages, no missed calls, nothing. Damn. I swiped a finger over Will's name and reread a few of his texts from earlier in the day. Random thought. I'd like to see you stoned. Pot amplifies personality traits, so you'd probably talk so much your head would explode, though I don't know how you could possibly say even crazier things than you do now. And another. Just saw you on 81st in Amsterdam. I was in a cab with Max and watched you cross the street in front of us. Were you wearing panties under that skirt? I plan on filing that away in the old spank bank, so whatever you do, just say no. The timestamp on his last message was just after 1 this afternoon, almost 6 hours ago. I scrolled through a few more before pressing the box to type, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. What could he possibly be doing? The phrase, or who, crept into my thoughts and I felt my frown deepen. I started typing out a message and deleted it just as quickly. I will not text Will, I reminded myself. I will not text Will. Ninja. Secret agent. Get the secrets and get out unharmed. Hannah? I looked up again. Dylan was watching me. His brows drew together for a moment before he laughed a small, uncertain sound. Are you okay tonight? You seem a bit distracted. Yeah, I said, horrified to have been caught. I lifted the phone from my lap. Just waiting for a text from my mom, I lied, horribly. But everything's good? Absolutely. With a small, relieved sigh, Dylan pushed his plate away and leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. So, what about you? I feel like I've done nothing but talk, Tell me about the research you're doing." For the first time all night, I felt the grip on my phone lessen. This I could do. Talk about my work and school and science. Hell yes. We'd just finished dessert and my explanation of how I was collaborating with another lab in our department to engineer vaccines for trypanosoma cruzi when I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see Max standing behind me. "Hey," I said, surprised to see him here. He was about 10 feet tall, and yet when he bent to kiss my cheek, he didn't look awkward at all. "Hannah, you look absolutely smashing tonight." Damn, that accent was going to kill me dead. I smiled. "Well, you can pass your compliments to Sarah. She's actually the one who picked out this dress." I wouldn't have thought it possible for him to get even more attractive, but the proud grin that stretched across his face did just that. "I'll do that. And who is this?" he said, turning to Dylan. "Oh," I said, turning back to my date. "Sorry, Max, this is Dylan Nakamura. Dylan, this is Max Stella, my friend Will's business partner." The two men shook hands and chatted for a moment, and I had to talk myself out of asking about Will. I was on a date, after all. I shouldn't be thinking of him in the first place. "Well, I'll just leave you two to it, then," Max said. "Tell Sarah I said hi." "Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your evening." I watched Max walk back to his table where a group of men were waiting for him. I wondered if he was out for a business dinner, and if so, why hadn't Will gone with him? I realized I didn't know much about his job, but didn't they do this kind of stuff together? A few minutes later, just as the bill came, my phone vibrated in my lap. "How's your night, Plum?" I closed my eyes, feeling that word vibrate through me like an electrical current. I thought back on the last time he'd called me that and felt my insides liquefy. "Fine. Max is here. Did you send him to check on me?" Ha! As if he'd ever do that for me. And he just messaged. "Said you look pretty hot tonight." I'd never known I was much of a blusher before Will, but I felt the heat as it flashed through my cheeks. He looked pretty hot himself. "Not funny, Hannah." "You home?" I hit send and then held my breath. What would I do if he said no? "Yes." I was really going to have a talk with myself. Knowing Will was home and texting me should not have made me quite so damn happy. "Running tomorrow?" I asked. "Of course." Quickly wiping the smile from my face before Dylan noticed, I tucked my phone away. Will was home, and I could rest easy and attempt to enjoy the rest of my night. "So how was your date?" he asked, stretching beside me. "Good," I said. "Fine." "Fine?" "Yeah." I shrugged, unable to get it up for a more enthusiastic response. "Fine," I said again. "Good." I felt decidedly worse about my Will codependency this morning than I did last night. I would need to get my act together and remember, secret agent, like a ninja, learn from the best. He shook his head. "What a glowing review." I didn't respond, instead walking to retrieve the water bottle I'd stowed against a nearby tree. It was cold. So cold the water had turned to slush and sloshed around as I tried to force it open. We were at the post-workout stage of our run, where Will would give me a pep talk and say something inappropriate about my boobs, and I would complain about the cold or the lack of easily accessible bathrooms in Manhattan. And I really wasn't sure I wanted to have this conversation today, or admit that while I actually liked Dylan, I didn't daydream about kissing him or sucking on his neck or watching him come on my hip, like I did a certain someone else. I didn't want to tell him I was constantly distracted on our dates and having a hard time becoming invested. And I also refused to admit that I was failing at this whole dating thing, and might never learn how to keep things casual, enjoy life, be young, and experience things the way Will could. He ducked to meet my eyes, and I registered that he was repeating a question. "What time did you get back?" "A little after 9, I think." "9?" he said, laughing. Again? Maybe a little later. Why is that so funny? 2 dates in a row and at 9 o'clock? Is he your grandfather? Did he take you out for the early bird special? For your information, I had to run into lab early this morning. And what about your wild night, player? Partake in any orgies? Maybe a rave or two? I asked, intent on changing the subject. Kind of did the Fight Club thing, he said, scratching his jaw. Except without the guys or the punching. At my confused stare, he clarified. Basically, I had takeout with Chloe and Sarah at my place. Hey, you sore today? I immediately remembered the delicious ache his fingers had left me with after Denny's party, and the way my pelvic bone felt almost bruised from grinding against him on the floor of his apartment. Sore? I repeated, blinking quickly back to him. He smiled knowingly. Sore from yesterday's run? Jesus, Hannah, get your mind out of the gutter. You were home by 9. What else could I possibly have been talking about? I took another pull from my water bottle and winced at the cold on my teeth. I'm good. Another rule, Plum. You can only use the word good so many times in a conversation before it becomes disingenuous. Find better adjectives to describe your state of mind post-dates. I wasn't exactly sure how to handle Will this morning. He seemed a little edgy. I'd thought I had him figured, but my thoughts, too, seemed to be all over the place, a growing problem when we were together. Or, judging by last night, when we were apart, too. Did he care at all that I'd been out with Dylan? Did I want him to care? Ugh, this dating thing was way too complicated, and I wasn't even sure whether Will and I were technically dating. It seemed to be one of the only questions I couldn't ask him. Well, he said, sliding his gaze to me with a teasing little smile. Just so you're clear on the meaning of the word dating, maybe you should go out with someone else. Just to see how it all works. What about another one of the guys at the party? Aaron, or Hao? Hao has a girlfriend. Aaron, he nodded encouragingly. He seemed pretty fit. He's fit, I agreed, hedging. But he's sort of SN2? Will's brows pulled together in confusion. SN2? You know, I said, waving my hands awkwardly. Like when the CX bond is broken and the nucleophile attacks the carbon at 180 degrees to the leaving group. The words came out in a breathless rush. Oh, my God. Did you just use an OChem reference to tell me Aaron looks better from the back than the front? I groaned and looked away. I think I just broke some sort of nerd record. No, that was amazing, he said, sounding genuinely awed. I wish I thought of that about 10 years ago. His mouth turned down at the corners when he considered this. But honestly, it's awesome when you say it. If I said it, I would just sound like a giant dick. I swallowed, most definitely not glancing down at his shorts. Despite the dropping temperatures and early hour, more people than usual had decided to brave the cold. A cute pair of college guys kicked a soccer ball back and forth, dark beanies pulled down over each of their heads, and styrofoam cups of rapidly cooling coffee in the grass nearby. A woman with a giant stroller power-walked by us, and a handful of others ran along the various trails. I looked over just in time to see Will bend in front of me, reaching to tie his shoe. I've got to hand it to you. I'm really impressed with how hard you're working, he said to me over his shoulder. Yeah, I mumbled, moving to stretch my hamstrings the way he'd taught me, and most definitely not look at his ass. Hard. What was that? Hard work, I repeated. Really hard. He straightened, and I followed the movement, forcing myself to blink away before he turned. Not going to lie to you, he said, stretching his back. I was surprised you didn't punk out that first week. I should have glared and been annoyed that he'd assumed I'd give it up so quickly, but instead I nodded, attempting to look pretty much everywhere other than that strip of stomach that showed when he stretched his arms over his head, or the line of muscle that cut down both sides of his abdomen. Might even place in the top 50 at the race if you keep it up. My eyes darted across that small sliver of skin, and the landscape of muscle beneath it. I swallowed, immediately recalling what it felt like under my fingertips. Definitely keeping it up, I mumbled, giving up and staring outright at his exposed skin. Clearing my throat, I turned away from him and began walking back down the trail because, honestly, that body was just obscene. "So, what time's your date tonight?" he asked, jogging to catch up. "Tomorrow," I said. He laughed beside me. "Okay, what time's your date tomorrow?" 6? I scrunched my nose, trying to remember. No, 8. "Shouldn't you be sure?" I slid my eyes to him, giving a guilty smile. "Probably." "Are you excited?" I shrugged. "I guess." Laughing, he wrapped his arm around my shoulder. "What does he do again?" "Drosophila stuff," I mumbled. He'd given me an opening to talk about science, and I couldn't even get it up for that this morning. I was a mess. "A genetics man," he said in a playfully booming voice. "Thomas Hunt Morgan gave us the chromosome, and now labs across the country give other labs tiny, escapee fruit flies all over the building." He was trying to be jovial, but his voice was so deep and sexual, even when he geeked out, he only made my bones rattle, my limbs go all liquid. "And Dylan is nice? Funny? Great in bed?" "Sure." Will stopped, his look thunderous. "Sure?" I looked up at him. "I mean, of course he is." And then his words sunk in. "Well, except the great in bed part. I haven't sampled the goods." Will turned to keep walking, staying silent, and I chanced another look over at him. "Speaking of which, can I ask you a question?" He glanced at me from the corner of his eye, wary. "Yes," he said slowly. "What exactly is third date etiquette?" I Googled it. "You Googled it?" "Yes, and the consensus seems to be that the third date is the sex date." He stopped, and I had to turn to face him. His face had gone red. "Is he pressuring you to have sex?" "What?" I stared at him, bewildered. Where did he get that idea? "Of course not." "Then why are you asking about sex?" "Calm down," I said. "I can wonder what the expectations are without him having to be pushy about it. Good Lord, Will, I just want to be prepared." He exhaled and shook his head. "You drive me insane sometimes." "Likewise." I stared off into the distance, thinking out loud. "It just seems there's like some sort of progression chart. Dates 1 and 2 seemed pretty much the same, but how does one go from that to sex date? A cheat sheet would definitely make this less confusing." "You don't need a cheat sheet, Jesus." He pulled his beanie from his head, pushed his hair back. I could practically see the wheels turning in his head. "Okay, so the first date is sort of like the interview. He's scanned your resume." He looked at me meaningfully and lifted his brows, eyes moving directly to my chest. "And now it's time to see if you live up to that. There's the field trip portion, the Q&A, the could this person be a serial killer thought process, and of course the do I want to have sex with this person elimination decision. And let's be honest, if a man has asked you out, he already wants to have sex with you." "Okay," I said, eyeing him skeptically. I tried to imagine Will in this scenario, meeting a woman, taking her out, deciding if he wants to have sex with her or not. I was 97% sure I didn't like it. "And date 2? "Well, the second date is the callback. You've passed the preliminary screening, so the other party obviously likes what you bring to the table. And now it's time to follow up. To take it to human resources and see if your charming answers and sparkling personality were all just a fluke. And also to see if they still want to have sex with you, which, again," he said, and shrugged as if to say, duh. "And the third date?" I asked. "Well, this is where shit gets real. You've gone out twice and obviously still like the other person. They've met all your requirements. So this is where it's all put to the test. You're compatible on some level, and usually this is where you get naked to see if you can work well together. Guys usually up the stakes. Flowers, compliments, romantic restaurant. So, sex. Sometimes, but not always, he stressed. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, Hannah. Ever. I will remove the balls of any man who pressures you. My insides went warm and fluttery. My brothers had said almost the same thing to me on different occasions, and I can assure you, it sounded very different coming out of Will Sumner's mouth. I know that. Do you want to have sex with him? He asked, attempting to sound casual but failing miserably. He couldn't even look at me, and instead stared down where he was pulling at a string in the hem of his shirt. I felt a shiver move down my spine at the hint that he wasn't entirely okay with this. I took a deep breath, thought about it. My first instinct was to rush to an automatic no, but instead I just shrugged, non-committal. Dylan was cute, and I'd let him kiss me goodnight at my doorstep, but it was nothing compared to what I'd experienced with Will. And that was 100% of my problem. I was pretty sure the reason Will made me feel good was that he was experienced. But that was exactly why he was off limits. Honestly, I admitted, I'm not even sure. I guess I'll just have to see how I feel when the time comes. Any doubts I may have had about Will's third date protocol were quickly put to rest as soon as Dylan and I stepped inside the restaurant I had chosen. Dylan had wanted to take me somewhere I'd never been before. Not hard, considering I'd been in New York 3 years and barely left the lab to eat. He smiled proudly when the cab pulled up and deposited us at Daniel at Park and 65th. If I'd been asked to draw you a picture of a romantic eatery, it would have looked exactly like this. Cream walls, silvery grays and chocolate browns, arches and Grecian columns that skirted the main dining area, round tables draped in sumptuous linens, vases of greenery everywhere, and all of it set beneath giant glass light fixtures. The complete opposite of our second date place. The stakes had been raised. I was not prepared. Dinner started off well enough. We selected appetizers, and Dylan ordered a bottle of wine, but it had gone downhill from there. I'd promised myself that I wouldn't text Will, but near the end, when Dylan excused himself to go to the bathroom, I caved. I think I'm failing third date 101. He answered almost immediately. What? Impossible. Have you seen your teacher? He ordered some expensive wine, and then seemed insulted when I didn't want any. You never care that I don't drink, I typed. The icon appeared to show that he'd entered text. Quite a bit of it if the amount of time it took was any indication. So I waited and looked around to make sure Dylan wasn't headed back my way. That's because I'm a genius and can do basic math. I pour you half a glass, you pretend to drink it all night, and so the rest of the bottle's for me. Boom. Smartest man alive. Pretty sure he doesn't see it that way, I typed. So tell him you're much more fun when you're actually awake and not drooling into your soup. Why are you texting me, BTW? Where's Prince Charming? Bathroom. We're leaving. A full minute elapsed before he answered. Oh? Yeah. My place. He's coming back. I'll let you know how it goes. The ride back to my apartment was awkward. Stupid dating rules and expectations and Google and stupid Will for getting in my head in the first place. I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't really want Will. Will had a program of lovers and a shady past. Will didn't want attachments or relationships, and I at least wanted to be open to it. Will wasn't an option or part of the plan. I liked sex. I wanted to do it with another person again soon. Wasn't this how it happened? Boy meets girl, girl likes boy, girl decides to let boy in her pants. I was definitely ready to let someone into my pants. So where was the rush? The feeling of heat climbing up my legs and settling in my stomach? the ache I'd felt at the very idea of pulling Will into that bedroom, the feeling that had sent me out into the snow at 3 a.m., and the thought that I might explode the moment his hands found my skin. I most certainly didn't feel that now. The snow had just started to fall outside by the time we reached my building. Upstairs in my apartment, I switched on the lamp, and Dylan hovered near the front door awkwardly for a moment before I invited him in. I was moving on autopilot. My stomach was in knots, and the white noise in my head was so loud I wanted to turn on the most obnoxious music I could find just to block it out. Should I? Shouldn't I? Do I even want to? I offered him a nightcap. I actually said nightcap, to which he said yes. I moved to the kitchen, pulled down some glasses, and poured a tiny bit for me, a large drink for him, hoping maybe it would make him sleepy. I turned to hand him his glass and was surprised to find him right there, completely in my space. A strange sense of wrongness seeped into my chest. Dylan wordlessly took the glass from my hand and set it back on the counter. Soft fingertips brushed along my cheeks, over my nose. He took my face in his hands. His first kiss was tentative, slow and exploring, a small peck before he came back in for another. I closed my eyes tight at the first touch of his tongue, felt the racing of my heart, and wished it had something to do with longing and lust, and not this clawing sense of panic that had started to build in my throat. His lips were too soft and tentative, pillow lips. His breath tasted like potatoes. I was aware of the ticking clock above the stove, the sound of someone yelling in an apartment nearby. Did I notice anything when I kissed Will? I noticed the way he smelled, the way his skin felt beneath my fingertips, and the way it felt like I might explode if I didn't touch me there and deeper, but never anything as commonplace as the garbage trucks rumbling outside. "What's wrong?" Dylan said, taking a step back. I touched my lips. They felt fine, not swollen or abused, not thoroughly ruined. "I don't think this is going to work," I said. He was quiet for a moment, eyes searching mine, obviously confused. "But I thought—" "I know," I said. "I'm sorry." He nodded, taking another step back before running his hands through his hair. "I guess, if this is about Will, well, tell him congratulations." I closed the door behind Dylan and turned, pressing my back to the cool wood. My phone felt heavy and leaden in my pocket, and I pulled it out, found the name of he who effectively hijacked my brain, and started to type. I started and erased a dozen different messages before finally stopping on one. I typed it and waited just a moment before I pressed send. "Where are you?"
Chapter 10. Honestly, I had no idea what I was doing. I was walking like I had somewhere to be. But in reality, I didn't have to be anywhere, and I really didn't need to be headed directly to Hannah's apartment building. "Yeah, my place. He's coming back. I'll let you know how it goes." My hands formed fists at the memory of the text. The words were burned onto my brain, and the image of her in there with Dylan. It made my chest literally ache, and I kind of wanted to break everything I saw. It was cold, so cold I could see my breath, and my fingertips were growing numb, even shoved deep into my pockets. As soon as I got her text, I'd run out of the house, no gloves, a too-light jacket, and running shoes, no socks. For the span of 7 city blocks, I was furious with her for doing this to me. I'd been fine until she came fumbling into my life with her chatterbox mouth and mischievous eyes. I'd been fine before she pushed her way into my easy routine, and I half wanted Dylan to get the fuck out of her apartment so I could go upstairs and tell her what a pain in the ass she was, how pissed I was at her for pulling the very stable, predictable ground out from under me. But as I approached and saw lights on in her window, saw the shadows of bodies upright and moving around, I felt only relief that she wasn't already prone on her bed beneath him. Pulling my hat farther down over my head, I growled through my teeth, looking along the street for a coffee shop or something else to do. But there were only more apartment buildings, retail shops that had long since closed, and, in the distance, a little bar. The last thing I needed right now was alcohol, and if I was 2 blocks away from her apartment, then I might as well be home. How long would I wait here? Until she texted me again? Until morning, when they emerged together, rumpled and smiling over their shared memories of the night before, of Hannah's perfection and Dylan's lame inexperience? I groaned, looking up just in time to see a man leaving the apartment building, head bent into the wind, collar up. My heart tripped. It was definitely Dylan, and although my veins filled with the warm hum of relief, the fact that I could so easily recognize him from a distance made me feel like the creepiest asshole of all time. I waited to see if he was going to return, but he kept moving down the block, never slowing his pace. That's it, I told myself. You've crossed a line and need to find your way back to the other side. But what if she needed me? I should probably stay to make sure she was okay before walking home. I stared at my phone, brows drawn. If I left here, I was going for a run. I didn't care that it was almost 11 at night and freezing out. I was going to run for fucking miles. I was so buzzed with relief and frustration and nervous energy that I could barely steady my thumb long enough to click on the icon and open our text thread. I exhaled when I saw that she was already typing something to me. It felt like minutes, entire minutes, during which I gripped my phone, staring intently and waiting for her message to appear. Finally it delivered, and instead of the paragraphs I was expecting, it said only, "Where are you?" I laughed, dragging my hand through my hair, and took a deep breath. "Okay, don't kill me," I typed. "I'm outside your apartment." Hannah came out of the building wearing a heavy down jacket over a silky blue dress, bare legs, and Kermit the Frog slippers. She shuffled toward me, and I couldn't move, could barely breathe. "What are you doing here?" she asked, stopping in front of where I sat, perched on a fire hydrant. "I don't know," I murmured. I reached for her, pulling her closer and spreading my hands over her hips. She winced a little when I squeezed. What the fuck is going on with me? But instead of stepping away, she leaned closer. "Will?" "Yeah?" I asked, finally looking up at her face. She was fucking beautiful. She'd put on the smallest amount of makeup, had let her hair dry in soft, loose curls. Her eyes were heavy with the same look I'd seen when I'd been braced over her on the floor of my living room, or when I'd slid my fingers over the soft rise of her clit. When my attention focused on her mouth, her tongue peeked out, wetting her lips. "I really need to know why you're here." Shrugging, I leaned forward, resting my forehead against her collarbone. "I wasn't sure you were really into him, and it was bothering me knowing he came back here with you." She slid her fingers under the collar of my jacket, stroking the back of my neck. "I think Dylan thought we were going to have sex tonight." Without meaning to, I dug my fingers deeper into the flesh, just above her hips. "I'm sure he did," I mumbled. And I don't know how to handle this, because it should be easy, right? It should be easy to enjoy being with people I like. I mean, I find him attractive. I have fun with him. He's nice and thoughtful. He's funny, and he's good-looking." I remained silent, trying not to howl. But when he kissed me, I didn't feel lost in him the way I get lost in you. Pulling back, I looked up at her face. She shrugged, looking almost apologetic. "He was nice to me tonight," she whispered. "Good. And he didn't even seem mad when I asked him to go." "Good, Hannah. If he gave you grief, I swear to God, Will—" I closed my mouth, calmed by her interruption, and waiting to hear what she needed. I would do anything she wanted, even if she asked me to crawl. If she asked me to leave, I would. If she asked me to help her zip her jacket, I'd do that, too. "Come upstairs with me?" My heart climbed into my throat. I watched her for a few seconds more, but she didn't take it back by breaking eye contact or laughing at herself. She just studied me, waiting for my answer. I stood, and she moved back to give me space, but not too much space, because I was almost pressed against her once I was upright. She ran her hands down my sides, letting them come to rest on my hips. "If I go up with you," I started. She was already nodding. "I know." "I don't know if I can be slow." Her eyes darkened, and she pressed against me. "I know." A light was out on one side of the elevator, casting the space in a strange half-shadow. Hannah leaned into the corner, watching me from where she stood at the dark end. "What are you thinking?" she asked. Always such a little scientist, trying to dissect me. I was thinking everything, wanting everything and panicking, wondering if I was cutting the last thread of control I had over my emotions. I was thinking about what I was going to do to this woman when we got up to her bed. A lot of things. Even in the shadows I could see her smile. "You want to be more specific?" "I don't like that guy came up to your apartment tonight." She tilted her head, assessing me. "I thought that was part of dating. Sometimes guys will come up to my apartment." "I get that," I murmured. "But you did ask what I was thinking. I'm telling you." "He's a nice guy." "I'm sure he is. He can be a nice guy who doesn't get to kiss you." She stood up a little straighter. "Are you jealous?" I stared at her, nodded. "Of Dylan?" "I don't relish the thought of anyone else having you." "But all this time you're still seeing Kitty and Christy." I didn't bother to correct her yet. "What were you thinking when you were with him tonight?" Her smile faded a little. "I was mostly thinking about you, wondering if you were with someone." "I wasn't with anyone tonight." This seemed to throw her, and she fell silent for what felt like forever. We reached her floor, the doors opened, hovered, and then closed with a small ding. The elevator car fell quiet and wouldn't move again until it was called. "Why?" she asked. "It's Saturday. That's your night with Christy." "Why do you even know that?" I asked, tamping down the white-hot frustration with whoever told her this information. "And I was with you the last 2 Saturdays." She looked down at her feet, thinking for a beat, and then back at me. "Tonight, I thought about what I wanted you to do to me," she said, adding, "and what I wanted to do to you, and how I didn't want any of those things with Dylan." I took a step closer into the darkness, ran a hand up her side and over the curve of her breast. "Tell me what you want now. Tell me what you're ready for me to do." I could feel the rise and fall of her chest as she breathed faster. I ran the pad of my thumb over the tight peak of her nipple. "You go down on me," she said, voice shaking a little. "You do it until I come." "Obviously," I whispered, laughing a little. "When I do it, you'll come more than once." Her lips parted, and she wrapped her hand around my wrist, pressing my palm more firmly against her breast. "You lean over me on the couch, jerking off, and come on my chest." I was already so hard, and fuck, that was a good visual. "What else?" Shaking her head, she finally shrugged and looked away. "Everything else. Sex in all kinds of places on my body. How you like me to bite you, and how good it feels to do it. We're having sex, and I'm doing everything you want, and it isn't just good for me. It's good for you, too." I lost my words for a beat, surprised by this. "Does that worry you? That I'm somehow humoring you?" She looked up, met my eyes. "Of course, Will." I stepped even closer, so I was pressed against her, and she had to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. Angling my hips, I pushed the rigid shape of my erection into her stomach. "Hannah, I don't know if I've ever wanted something more than I want you. I really don't think I have," I said. "I think about just kissing you for fucking hours. Do you know that kind of kissing? Where it's enough for you so long you don't even think of doing anything else?" She shook her head, breath coming out against my neck in short, sharp bursts. "I don't know about that kind of kissing either. because I've never wanted just that before. Hannah slid her hands under my jacket and beneath my shirt. Her hands were warm, and the muscles of my abdomen jumped and tensed beneath her fingers. I think about having you spread over my face, I said, and taking you on the floor just inside my apartment because I can't wait long enough to get us anywhere more comfortable. I don't want to be with anyone else lately, and it means I spend an awful lot of time going for runs at random hours, or with my hand on my own dick wishing it was yours instead. Let's get out of the elevator, she said, pushing me gently through the opening doors and into the hallway. She fumbled slightly with the key to her place, and my hands shook as I reached for her sides, ran my palms from her waist to her hips. It took every ounce of self-control I had left to not take it from her and shove it into the lock myself. When she finally got the door open, I pushed her inside, slamming it closed behind us and pressing her into the wall just a few steps in. I bent, sucking her neck, her jaw, running my hands under the skirt of her dress to feel the smooth skin of her thighs. You're going to have to tell me to stop if I move too fast. Her hands shook as she slid them into my hair, dug her nails into my scalp. I won't. I kissed up her chin to her mouth, sucking and licking, tasting every millimeter of her soft lips and sweet, hungry tongue. I wanted her to lick me, suck marks into my chest, and feel the bite of her teeth on my hips, my thighs, my fingers. I felt a little like a criminal unchained, sucking and biting at her, stepping away from her only long enough to pull our jackets off, tug my own shirt over my head, unzip her dress, and push it to the floor. With a flick of my fingers, her bra came undone, and she shrugged out of it, stepping into my arms. Her breasts pressed against my skin, and I just wanted to rub on her, wild and fucking inside her already. She pushed me back, taking my hand and leading me down the hall to her bedroom, throwing me a little smile over her shoulder. Her room was tidy, sparse. A king bed was positioned against one wall, which, other than Hannah, was basically all I saw. She stood in only her panties, hair loose and soft around her shoulders, as she looked from my chest, up my neck, to my face. The room seemed to tick in the silence. I've thought about this so many times, she said, hands running up my stomach, and then lightly tickling through the hair on my chest. She traced the patterns of the tattoo on my left shoulder, trailed her fingers down my arm. God, it feels like I've been thinking about this forever. But actually having you here, I'm nervous. You have no reason to be nervous. It helps when you tell me what to do, she admitted in a small voice. I cupped her breast, lifting it and bending my head to suck the tight peak into my mouth. She gasped, hands sliding into my hair. I smiled into a sharp bite at the full curve below her nipple. You could start by taking off my pants. She unfastened my belt, tugged the buttons free on my jeans. I'd grown obsessed with the memory of the way her hands shook when she was excited like this, a little nervous too. I studied her almost naked body in the dim streetlight filtering in from outside. Her neck and breasts, the dip of her waist, curved hips and long, soft legs. I reached forward, ran 2 fingers down her navel and between her thighs, gliding over the fabric of her underwear. Sliding a knuckle between the lace and through the heady slickness there, I whispered, I love your skin. Love feeling your wet. Step out of your pants, she said coyly. You can touch me all night. I blinked, realizing my jeans were pulled around my ankles, and I stood only in my boxers. She hadn't taken those off. Whether she was nervous still, or just wanted one more chance to remove something, it was all fine with me. I pulled my feet free and walked her backward to her bed, urging her down. She inched back, pushing toward the headboard as I crawled over her. Hannah's gray eyes were wide and clear, my thrilled, breathless prey. Her panties were light blue, accentuating the creamy color of her skin, making her look like she was made of blown glass. Only the tiny freckle on her navel hinted that she was even remotely real. Did you wear those for him? I asked. before my brain had time to think better of it. She looked down at the lace, and I moved my eyes up to her full, plump breasts as she said, "I didn't even let him take my shirt off, so I don't think I wore them for him." I kissed down her belly to the elastic hem of her underwear. Hannah had never been timid or flighty, but this was all new. She was propped on her elbows, watching. Beneath where I was braced over her, she was trembling, her heart beating so fast I could see the trip of her pulse in her neck. This didn't feel like our standard game of how to play sex bomb. Didn't have that veneer. This felt too real, and Hannah looked too perfect lying almost naked in front of me. I'd kick my own ass for an eternity if I ever fucked this up. Well, then I'll pretend that you wore them for me. Maybe I did. I pulled at the elastic with my teeth, releasing it with a sharp snap against her hip. And I'll pretend that whether you're naked or clothed, you're always thinking about me. She looked up at me, gray eyes wide and searching. Lately, I think I am. Does that worry you? Looking up the length of her body, I asked, why would it worry me? I know what this is about, Will. I don't expect you to be anything you're not. I had no idea what she meant. In truth, I had no idea what this could or couldn't be, and for once, I didn't want to define it before it even started. Inching up so my face hovered just over hers, I bent to kiss her, whispering, I don't know where to start. I felt wild and a little rough, wanting to eat her and fuck her and feel those lips around me. I had a flash of fear that this was all a fleeting moment, a single night, and I had to find a way to condense everything into a few hours. I'm not going to let you sleep. Her eyes widened, and she gave me a tiny smile. I don't want to sleep. Tilting her head, she said, and start with the first thing I told you in the elevator. I kissed my way down her neck, chest, ribs, stomach. Every inch of her was tight and smooth and twitching under my lips, wanting. She never closed her eyes, never once. I'd been with women who watched, but it had never felt like this, so fucking intimate and connected. As I got closer to the space between her legs, I could see her muscles tense, heard her breath hitch. I turned my head, sucked on her inner thigh. I'm going to lose my fucking mind with my mouth on you. Well, tell me what to do, she said, her voice tight. I've never... I know. You're perfect, I told her. You like watching? She nodded. Why, Plum? Why do you watch everything I do? She hesitated, holding back some truth in a little swallow. You know how to... She let the words trail away, ending the thought with a one-shouldered shrug. You mean you like to watch me because I know how to make you come? She nodded again, eyes widening as I pulled at her panties, sliding them down over her hips. You can make yourself come with your hand. Do you watch your hand when you touch yourself? No. I pulled her underwear the rest of the way down her legs, tossing them behind me and onto the floor, before returning to the stretch of mattress between her spread legs. You have a vibrator? She nodded, eyes dazed. That can make you come. Does looking at your vibrator make you this wet? I dipped a finger inside, raising myself up and over her again, slipping the same fingertip into her mouth. She moaned, sucking hard and pulling me closer to kiss her instead. Her lips tasted like sex and heat and fuck. I wanted to taste her directly. Is it because you like watching me do this to you? Well, don't go shy on me now. I kissed her, sucking on her bottom lip. Are you being a little engineer, watching the mechanics of how a man would lick your pussy? Or is it the image of my mouth doing it? She ran her hands down my chest and wrapped them around my cock through my boxers, giving me a slow, hard squeeze. I like watching you. Groaning, I managed to say, I like when you watch me. I can't think straight when you have those crazy gray eyes on me. Please. Now let go so you can watch my mouth. Well, she said, voice shaking. Yeah? After this? Please don't break me. I paused, searching her expression. She'd sounded scared, but her face was only hunger. I won't, I said, kissing down her neck, over her breasts, sucking, nipping. I moved farther down her body, and her thighs shook as I pushed them apart, blowing a soft stream of air across her heated flesh. She propped herself up on her elbows again, and I gave her one more smile before dipping my head and opening my mouth over her sweet slide of skin. My eyes rolled closed at the heat of her, and I groaned, sucking gently. With a shaky cry, her head fell back, hips arching from the bed. Oh, God! I smiled into her, licking up one side and down the other before covering her clit with my tongue, circling over and over and over. Don't stop, she whispered. I wouldn't. I couldn't. I added my fingers, sliding them lower to where she was wettest and sweetest, and the heavy drag of my touch as I pushed 2 fingers into her caused her to fall back, reach blindly for the headboard. As I watched, she turned her head, pulled the pillowcase between her teeth, tugging. Tiny sounds of pleading misery and pleasure slipped from her lips, and I did everything I could to not let up on the intensity of it for a single fucking second. She was right there, hovering at the edge. Fucking her with 2 fingers, I pushed them deep, sucking her so hard my cheeks hollowed, staring up the length of her body at her fucking perfect breasts and long neck. With a twist of my wrist, she arched off the mattress, pushing into my mouth. Hannah let out a cry again and again as she contracted around my fingers. 1. I was so hard I was practically fucking the mattress, and I could feel the tightening of the tendons in her thighs, relish the way her sounds became strained and higher, and her hands reached down, threading into my hair, and fuck, she started to rock into me, legs wide and hips fast, unself-consciously fucking my face for several long, perfect minutes. Oral sex had never felt so much like fucking as it did with this woman, and I gave in to it, wild and wide open, roughly devouring her. With a cry, she came again, sweet and hot, her hands pulling so hard on my scalp I thought I might come right along with her. I couldn't close my eyes, couldn't for 1 second look away from the sight above me on the bed. I sucked and sucked on the silk of her skin, completely fucking lost in the feel of her. Please, she gasped, legs shaking and eyes as dark and heavy as I'd ever seen them. She pushed up on one elbow, leaving the other pulling at my hair. Come up here. I pushed my boxers down, dragging the weight of my cock against her leg as I slid up her body, tasting, licking the dip of her belly button, the rise of her breasts, the tight pull of her nipples. I wanted to fuck every part of her, the valley between her breasts and the sweet fullness of her mouth, her round backside and her soft, capable hands. But right now I only wanted to slide into the warmth of her sex. Her legs spread wider as she reached for her bedside table, for a box of condoms. I stared at the flush blooming across her chest, absently pulling along the length of my cock, until I registered she was extending the box to me. Let's just start with 1, I chuckled. Pushing the box into my hand, she nodded, eyes wide and pleading. So get one out, I growled. I don't know how to put it on, she whined sweetly, fingers fumbling to open the packaging. She opened it messily, cardboard ripping wide open, and a snake of condoms spilled out onto her stomach. I tore a single packet from the train and handed it to her, pushing the others onto the bed beside her. It's not complicated. Take it out, roll it down my dick. Her hands shook, and I hoped it was anticipation rather than nerves, but I was quickly relieved when she reached for me, hungrily, and covered the head of my cock with latex. But I knew immediately it was on the wrong way. It wouldn't unroll. She realized it after several painful seconds, tossing it away with a little growl and a "damn it" before grabbing another packet. I was hard and swollen and so fucking ready I could feel my teeth grinding as she pulled the second condom out, studying it closely, and this time put it on the right way. Her hands were warm and her face was so close to my cock I could feel her excited breath on my thighs. I needed to fuck her. She unrolled it awkwardly, fingers too tentative and light, and the whole process seemed to take an eternity. She slid it over me in tiny increments, as if I were made of glass and not about to fuck her so hard the bed would drop into the apartment below us. When she reached the base of my cock, she exhaled in relief, lying back and pushing her hips to me. But with an evil smile, I pulled the condom off and tossed it away. Gritting my teeth through my agony, I told her, "Again, don't be so tentative. Put the condom on my dick so I can fuck you." She stared up at me, silver eyes full of confusion, and finally, they cleared as if she'd been able to hear my thoughts. "I don't want you to have a single second of uncertainty. I am as hard as I have ever been in my life. I just sucked your pussy until you were screaming, and I'm not fucking delicate." With her eyes on mine, she lifted the package to her teeth, tore it open, and pulled out the roll of latex. Feeling the shape, she turned it in her hand, rolled it down my length smoothly, quickly, giving me a rough squeeze at the base. She slid her hand down lower, pulled gently on my balls, and then slid her hand to my inner thigh. "Good?" she whispered, stroking the sensitive skin there. No smile, no frown, simply needing to know. I nodded, reaching to run my thumb over her cheek. "You're perfect." With a relieved smile, she leaned back and I followed, sliding through the heat of her sex, teasing her, teasing myself, and fuck, I was dizzy with how much I wanted her. My hips were tense, ready to arch and thrust, spine already itching with the need to explode inside this woman. I was unprepared for the feeling of my bare chest fully over hers, her thighs slipping around my hips. It was too much. Hannah was too much. "Put me inside you," she gasped, slipping her hand between us. I hadn't given her much space. I was lying heavily on her, warm skin to warm skin, but she found me, guided me up until I could feel the dip of her entrance, and then she led me higher, slipping and teasing my cock over the slick rise of her clit, the soft warm folds of her sex. I might be rough. She exhaled a burst of air, breathlessly telling me, "Good, good." Pushing onto my hands, I watched as she rubbed me over her skin. Her eyes fell closed, and a small moan slipped from her. It's been a while," she whispered. I pulled my eyes up to her face, watching her lick her lips, her lashes flutter open so she could look down at the space between us, watch herself play with me. "How long?" I asked. She blinked back up at me again, her hand stilling between us. "About 3 years." Her forehead wrinkled slightly as she said, "I've had sex with 5 guys, but probably only had sex about 8 times. I really don't know what I'm doing, Will." I swallowed, bending to kiss her jaw. "Maybe I won't be so rough then," I whispered, but she laughed, shaking her head. "I don't want you to be gentle either." I looked at her breasts, her belly, where she held me between her legs. I wanted to feel her bare skin on my cock. I'd never in my life had sex without a condom, and wanted to feel her so much it hardened me further. "I'll make it good," I spoke into the skin of her neck. "Just let me feel you." Hannah jerked beneath me, pressing me into her opening, her eyes fluttering closed as I shifted forward. A hot flush crawled up her neck, and her lips parted in a sweet sigh. It was overwhelming for me to watch her process what we were about to do, and I could see the moment when it happened, when it really hit her that we were about to have sex. She opened her eyes again, and her gaze fell to my lips and went softer, calmed momentarily from the frenzy. She ran her hands up my chest and cupped my neck, whispering, "Hey." That look, that tenderness in her eyes, made me realize for the first time what was happening to me. I was falling in love. "Hey," I rasped, bending to kiss her. It was a relief so enormous it wrung the air from my lungs, and I deepened the kiss, wondering whether she could feel from my touch that I'd just put a name to what we were doing, making love, or if she simply tasted her sex on my tongue and didn't understand that my entire world had just spun free of its programmed orbit. I pulled my face back but pushed my hips forward, aching to feel the softness of her body fully pressed to mine. I just wanted to get inside her and stay deep. Fuck. Good, hot, holy fuck. She looked up at me as I slid deeper, but she no longer seemed to be able to see my face. Her eyes were glazed, overwhelmed, and tiny little inward gasps accompanied her every inhale. A tight twinge of pain passed over her face. I was only a few inches in, and it was tight, but it was so fucking good. I heard my own voice come out, but it sounded far away. "Open up for me, Plum. Move with me." Hannah relaxed, lifting her legs higher up her side, so I slid in deeper, and we both let out a taut moan. She gave her hips an experimental roll, pulling me fully inside, and the sensation of her warm thighs pressed to my hips caused me to let out a loud grunt. "I can't believe we're doing this," she whispered, stilling below me. "I know." I kissed her jaw, her cheek, the corner of her lips. She nodded, pushing up, unconsciously telling me with her body that she needed me to move. I pulled back, starting an easy rhythm, getting lost in the feel of her warmth. I would pick up my pace, sucking savagely on her neck, growing wild and heated, and then slow, and eventually stop, kissing her deeply, relishing the way her hands explored my back, my ass, my arms, my face. "You okay?" I asked, moving, but slowly, again. "Not too sore?" "I'm good," she whispered, turning into my hand when I swept some damp hair off her forehead. "You look so fucking perfect under me." I wanted to build the need in her, make her go off like a bomb when she finally came with me inside her like this. She started to shake when I sped up, but growled in tight frustration when I slowed again. But I knew she trusted me, and I wanted to show her how fucking good it could be if there was no rush, no need to do anything but this for hours and hours. I kissed her, sucked on her tongue, stole every one of her sounds into my mouth, swallowing them like a greedy fucking bastard. I loved her hoarse noises, how often she said please, how much she let me drive what we were doing. The reality of her, sweaty and pliable beneath me, ate away at my calm, and I shifted from lazy pushing into quicker, hungrier thrusts. She answered with mirrored movements of her hips, arching into me, and I knew this time she was close, and I couldn't stop or slow. "Feel good?" I ground out, pressing my face to her neck. She nodded, unable to answer, hands gripping my ass and fingernails digging sharply in my flesh. I pulled her leg up, pushing her knee to her shoulder and let go, fucking her as fast and hard and close to her body as I could. It was wild, unreal, explosive, the way her orgasm built beneath her skin, first as a flush, and then a tightening of her muscles, until she was shaking and sweaty and begging unintelligible words beneath me, preparing to come. "That's it," I whispered, struggling to hold back my own release, even as it itched low in my belly. "Fuck, Plum, you're right there." I watched her eyes squeeze closed, her mouth open, and her body bow off the bed as she screamed in climax. I moved through it, giving her every single second of pleasure I could possibly wring from her body. Her arms fell away, leaden, and I propped myself up on my hands, looking down at where I moved in her, feeling her eyes on my face. "Will," she exhaled, and I heard the languid glee in her voice. "My God. Fuck, it's so good. You're so wet." She reached up, slid her finger into my mouth so I could taste her sweetness. I moved one hand between us, rubbing her clit, knowing she was going to be sore soon, but needing to feel her come around me one more time. After only a few minutes, she arched, hips rocking faster with me. "Well, Shh, I whispered, watching my hand move over her, my cock slide in and out. "Give me one more." I closed my eyes, my mind diving down into pure sensation. Her quivering thighs all around me, the rhythmic tightening of her pussy as she came again with a hoarse, surprised cry. I cut the last chain of my self-control, hitting deeper and harder, prolonging her release with my thumb pressed to her clit. Hannah's head was thrown back into the pillow, hands on my ass, pulling me forward while she rocked up into me. Her eyes were squeezed shut, lips parted, and all around her head, her hair was a wild mess on her pillow. I'd never seen anything more beautiful in my life. She dragged her nails up my back, watching my face, fascinated. The sensation was too much. Her rough touch, soft body beneath, and her wide-eyed, fascinated study. "Tell me it feels good," she whispered, lips swollen and wet, cheeks flushed, hair matted with sweat. "So good," I hissed in a rush. I can't fucking think straight." Her nails pushed down, in a rough pinch, and in a flash I knew with the pain of her nails and sweet pleasure of her body wet and squeezing me, I wasn't going to last. Pleasure flooded my veins, hot and frantic. "Harder," I begged. She curled into me, biting down on my shoulder to my chest. "Come," she gasped, dragging her nails possessively down my back. "I want to feel you come." It was as if I'd been plugged into an outlet, every inch of my skin alive and buzzing with heat. I stared down at her, breasts moving with the force of my thrusts, skin sweaty and perfect, angry red bite marks from my teeth all over her neck, shoulders, and jaw. But when I looked up and met her eyes, I lost it. She was staring at me, and it was her, Hannah, this girl I saw every morning and fell in love with a little bit more every single time she opened her mouth. It was so fucking real. With a loud shout, I collapsed on her, bucking wildly and flooded with a pleasure so intense I barely registered the warmth of her arms around my shoulders, the press of her kiss to my neck when I stilled on top of her, or the way she whispered, "Stay on top of me like this forever." "Don't ever stop being so fucking open," I murmured, pulling my gaze to her face. "Don't stop asking for what you want." "I won't," she whispered. "I got you tonight, didn't I?" And just that simply, I was claimed.